go through the council, give everybody a chance to talk for a minute or two. Then we'll recognize the chief to open, and then we'll go through the speakers. Someone on council want to speak? If no one's going to speak, then okay, Councilmember Poole. You're muted.
I know. Sorry, my mouse was backwards. Okay. I've already made my remarks officially at work session and in the statement that I put out on Monday. So I want to use my brief amount of time to offer for the record comments from 2 District 7 residents that I got who weren't able to be here today, and then make one last point briefly at the end. So the first writer was a young man who walked his letter to my door on Sunday. And he wrote this. This is a little excerpt from what he wrote. Yesterday, I attended the protest at the Capitol building and police headquarters. The events were scary and confusing. It didn't feel like a safe environment, with extreme vitriol demonstrated by many of the parties involved on all sides of this larger issue of policing and citizenry. I would like to see and hear my city officials, particularly non-law enforcement leaders, doing what they can to calm this dire situation that is engulfing our populace. And then I got an email from our good friend Roy Whaley, who isn't able to come speak to us today. And so this is the second of the 2 that I wanted to read. From Roy Whaley: I didn't sign up to speak tomorrow so as not to take time away from others. Of all the things I have to say, this is the most important. No more beanbags fired into the crowds. It's unbelievable that anyone has to be told this. Deal with the situation, please, and then get to the real work needed for social and racial, environmental justice for all. Make real change. Sacrifice your careers for this. Don't just say a bunch of words and follow up with window dressing actions. To deal with racism, we all must look inside ourselves to see where it's lurking, hidden behind our liberal self-perceptions. Not bigotry. I don't believe any of you are bigots, nor am I, just imperfect. It's inevitable because of the society we are raised in and live in. No matter how some of us try, the blind spots are still there. I do my best and pray for help wherever it may come. Please do the same, with love, or at least as much as I can muster in these times. Roy Whaley. And so to close, I just want to reiterate something I said on Tuesday. People feel like they're being policed when they should feel like they're being protected. And I want to emphasize this point. The police are one very visible part of the reform we need to look at and work on, but I'm committed to rooting out the inequities that are system-wide. And if we do that, then we build trust and resilience in Austin. It's hard and it's necessary. Tuesday, I focused on community policing. Done right, that approach helps build the resilience that we so need, but we must build trust. We do that through personal connections. That's the basis for the peace that we are all so desperate for. And that's the Austin way. We have to stop the militarization in our police department. That's the culture change we desperately need, and focus fiercely on building resilience. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Renteria.
Yes, Mayor. You know, growing up here in Austin, it was, you know, in the 60s, 50s, 60s, you know, the racial hate was just out open. There was, I mean, we lived in a segregated city, and it was written all over the wall. No colors here, color only over here. You couldn't sit at the counter. You couldn't sit at the front of the bus. I mean, that's the way I grew up here. And then in the 70s, you know, we started in our community, our brown community, you know, a little 7-year-old boy or 8-year-old, I can't remember his exact age, he went to the little local grocery store right across. He lived in Santa Rita, lived right across where one in the millions in Santa Rita, and he went into that grocery store and stole one loaf of bread because he was hungry, and a police officer saw him running and killed him. Yeah, that was that was a time when that was it. We were not going to tolerate. We went to the street. We demonstrated. We had another father that called the police officer, and he was having trouble with his son, and he ended up getting shot by the police officer. You know, these are the kind of things that have been going on year after year. You know, I tried doing community policing. You know, it worked in my neighborhood. I tried to promote it all over the city. And every time we thought when I got elected, I tried to implement community policing here in Austin. And every time we got close, there was always somebody that had to mess it up in the police department by shooting someone or throwing them out of the car. And you know, these things got to stop. I mean, we need to go ahead and immediately adopt the 8 policies that Obama was talking about yesterday. You know, the 8 policies that he advocated for, and I'm sure, Mayor, that you heard it because he reached out to all the mayors of all the cities. And we cannot wait. We need to implement these policies. You know, ban the chokeholds and the strangulation holds. Require this escalation. You know, require warning before you shoot. Exhaust other means before you shoot. You know, intervene, duty to intervene. You know, ban shooting at moving vehicles. I mean, we ended up losing Michael Ramos. You know, and he grew up in East Austin, and he was a boxer when he was younger. And, you know, he boxed at our gym here at the. So, you know, these are the kind of things that we need to do that. You know, require use of, you know, require a comprehensive report. You know, we need to adopt these policy immediately that show the citizens of Austin that we really are concerned and we really want to, you know, are really going to change. And if we implement these policies immediately, I mean, the next day, and then come back and we'll work on the training process that was going to be needed that our colleague, my colleague, uh, Natasha, you know, brought up. I mean, these are the kind of things that we really need to really start doing now. We cannot wait. You know, I'm so fed and sick and tired of all this. You know, I demonstrated so many times on our streets here in Austin over the police brutality. I mean, I'm over 50 years of marching out there. How many years more do I have to do to march, to protest, you know, to have this stop? We need it to stop and stop now.
Okay, Councilmember Flanagan.
Thank you, Mayor. This weekend revealed a sad truth, one that many people already knew and others unfortunately treat with denial. We discovered that Austin is broken. For years, the divisions in our society have grown into giant canyons of distrust and despair. And what we witnessed this weekend is just the tip of the iceberg. In the LGBTQ community, we sometimes forget that Stonewall was a riot against unfair and brutal policing, led by trans women of color, and commemorated in June and celebrated with festivals and parades. But we don't need parades right now. We need answers. We need justice. We need reform. We need it now. That includes changes in leadership and changes in the budget. Tonight, I listen, and for as long as it takes, and for as many meetings and hearings, I'll listen. But more importantly, I commit to getting this work done without delay. Work that includes dismantling white supremacy in all its forms, and in respect for the long list of names we must say, like George Floyd, Tony McDade, and Mike Ramos. Black lives matter, but I can't breathe. And with that, I defer the rest of my time to the community being directly affected.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I've thought a lot about what I would say in 2 minutes, and it's been incredibly hard. So forgive me if I read most of my comments. And this wouldn't be the first time I have been in a room with our chief, albeit virtual right now, and expressed my disappointment in APD leadership. It's not the first time I expressed to a group that I was an early supporter of Chief Manley, but have become incredibly disappointed in what feels like complete disregard for the reform efforts this council has consistently tried to implement. And it's not the first time I have expressed to a group that my faith in our police leadership has been shaken. I know that these are incredibly tough times for our city and for our officers. These conversations about police accountability are always hard, and possibly harder for me because of my public safety background and because of the fact there are members of my immediate family who have answered the call to serve their communities as police officers. My family has friends who have answered the call to serve in the Austin Police Department. And those friends are people that look like me, and some of them are born and raised East Austinites. I know all these people to be honorable and to be great public servants. But I also know our police officers behave as they are trained to, as they are allowed to by their leadership. Council members are in an incredibly tough position. It's something we understand when we take this job. We are rightfully expected by the people that puts us in these seats to respond to calls for change. I truly believe there is a space for our community to demand police accountability and police reform while understanding the complexities of the police department. But our community so desperately needs to hear now more than ever that our leaders are listening. This council can pass resolutions all day, every day, but they mean nothing if APD leadership continually chooses to ignore that policy direction. We must pass immediate reforms and work on larger institutional problems, but we need to know that these calls for change are being answered by our police department. We must listen to our community demanding change, and I am prepared to do everything in my power to ensure that change. There really is no alternative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to talk? Councilmember Ellis?
Let me make sure I'm unmuted. I know this is a difficult day for us to be able to discuss this issue, but incredibly important. What we have seen this weekend should not be reflective of Austin, but sadly, it apparently is. It is also a side of Austin that is experienced disproportionately by community members of color, and that must change. This city council has begun work to address allegations of racism, homophobia, and a culture of over-policing in certain parts of our community while under-policing in others. The tactics referred to as less lethal are clearly not non-lethal. 3 members of our community have ended up in the hospital with their lives forever changed by the events of this weekend. And the so-called beanbags are not that at all, because this is not a game. Who is making these calls? We clearly have some officers standing respectfully and others ready to shoot, and they're standing right next to each other. I stand with our community in anger and disbelief, and I promise to be an ally and to amplify the voices of people of color here in Austin. And it absolutely breaks my heart to see this right here at home. I am here to listen to those who have signed up to speak today and who have emailed and who have called us over the past few days. And I ask tough questions about the processes being followed or broken within the very same police department, and what we need to do as a council to ensure that all in Austin have their First Amendment right to peaceably assemble. We must ensure that violence against our citizens never happens again. And to the people who were injured this weekend and their families, I kneel with you because Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councilmember Tovo.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to start by thanking all of the community members who are joining us today at what is really an emotional and pivotal time in the history of our city. Many of you may know that throughout this last several days, we've received lots of phone calls. We've received more than 8,000 emails at this point. And today we have more than 300 people who have signed up to speak. And to all of those who are participating in any of those ways in this conversation, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for reaching out. I want to thank you for speaking your truth, for sharing your concerns and your hopes and your ideas for how together we can forge a more just and equitable Austin. My heart, like all of yours, is with the grieving family of George Floyd and the far too many women and men of color who have suffered the greatest injustice of a violent death at the hands of police. And along with you, I'm outraged and demand accountability for the officers involved in George Floyd's death, and also in demanding a full and transparent investigation of the death of Mike Ramos here in our own community, as well as a fuller understanding of the events that transpired over the last weekend. To those individuals who were seriously injured here in Austin, I apologize. I apologize that you were injured when you came downtown to be present, to raise your voice, to give voice to valid concerns. And I send my deepest wishes and most sincere wishes for a full recovery. You know, while our community is experiencing the shock and trauma over what has transpired in our community, as well as those across the nation, the reality, as several of you have already said today, is that these events have really only just shown a light on what was always there in Austin, as well as in every community, a deep and corrosive history of systemic racism that we as a society, and I as an individual, have a responsibility to acknowledge, to dismantle, and to eradicate. I support meaningful police and criminal justice reform here in Austin, while also supporting those officers who are serving our community with fairness, courage, and dignity. I support the reforms that this council has called for with regard to police training and protocol. And I know that systemic racism and inequities exist across all of our systems. Those systems that are creating barriers to housing, to healthcare, to education and jobs, and more. So for those participating in today's meeting, I commit to you today, and for as long as it takes, I will be present to listen and to learn from you and from my colleagues and from the community organizations involved in this work, and as importantly, to join with you in thoughtful action.
Councilmember Kitchen.
Thank you. I want to join my colleagues and be very clear to everyone.
I have hand freezing up on my screen. You may need to come back in. Councilmember Alter, do you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. So I want to start by thanking the thousands who've emailed my office, as well as the hundreds of people who've called to share their experiences and perspectives with us, and let you know that I'm listening. I've seen many of the videos and photos from the last week, and I have a lot of serious questions that demand answers. It's clear that as a city and as a community, we have a lot of work to do. I want to be here today and moving forward to listen as we work together to identify our next steps. For me, I'm approaching these issues not only as an elected official, but also as a mother. I'm thinking of the mothers of Mike Ramos and George Floyd, and the mothers who worry every single day, every single time their kid walks out their door. In our community, in our country, no parent
or child should have this pervasive fear when they leave their home. I believe we can make change when we have honest conversations and follow our words with action. We have many difficult conversations and decisions ahead of us in the coming days, weeks, and months. I really appreciate the time and care that each of you have put into the thoughts you're sharing with us today. It's my hope that Austin can be a leader in moving us forward as a country. We are all here to create a community that is fair and just, where every Austinite can feel safe. Thank you for being here today with us.
Councilmember Kassar.
In the last 24 hours, I've had the chance to speak with Brenda Ramos, Mike's mom. I've had the chance to speak with Edwin Ayala, Levi Ayala's brother, Levi, who's in the hospital right now. And in the 5 years in this job, I'll tell you that you never get used to those phone calls. I'm glad that we'll be hearing from Edwin today. I thank God that Levi is alive and that Justin Howell is alive, and that others have survived, but many have suffered real harm. Mike Ramos should be alive too. That's why people are out protesting. People don't want to be out protesting in a pandemic. It's that people feel like they have to. They feel like they have to so that our government will respond, and it's up to us now to respond. And unfortunately, we now not only have to respond to the police killings, we also have to respond to how the police handled this weekend. People shouldn't be in the hospital for attending a demonstration. It's unacceptable. So I appreciate that speakers will be coming to share their stories today. I wish that you didn't have to, but once you're done testifying, the ball is clearly in our court. I share the disappointments and leadership shared by the Mayor Pro Tem. We've got to make transformational change in policing from top to bottom, from budget to policy to personnel. We have to recognize that police enforcement can't be our primary tool for dealing with social problems in this city. And along with my colleagues, we've got to start making immediate change. And I've been talking to colleagues about some of that being as soon as our next voting session next week. That means explicitly banning the chokeholds that killed George Floyd and Eric Garner. It means not allowing tear gas and these impact munitions to be used against people just expressing their First Amendment rights. It means adopting some of those 8 can't wait and actually just getting all 8 of them done, as Councilmember Renteria mentioned, as soon as our next voting session. That means all of us on the dais here means Austin trying the best we can to be who it is we say we are.
Thank you. Councilmember Kitchen.
Can you hear me now? Is this?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's a number of things that I want to say to add my voice to what my colleagues have said. First off, I want you to know, I want everyone to know that I'm trying to think of the right words, but I am greatly disturbed. I am appalled and very saddened at what happened this past weekend in Austin. As I said a few days ago, it is, and I think as others may have said, is absolutely unacceptable that people are injured by the police in our city. That cannot continue. We cannot have a situation where that even becomes a possibility again. And we all are due an open and transparent and complete review of these incidents, and we need accountability. I would also like to say that I do respect and say thank you to the police officers who serve our city honorably. I do believe that we have failed in our society by often by not investing in our people and ending up with social problems in our criminal justice system and our police officers' story. But it is necessary. It is absolutely necessary and not up for debate that we hold our police officers and our police department and our police leadership and our chief accountable for their actions. And that's what we do. We support our police officers and we support those who honorably serve our city when we hold everyone accountable for meeting the highest standards. I mean, this is a city, we should be the best in this country. And we are far from it, as we can see. We support our officers when we hold everyone accountable for meeting the highest standards, because that's what we expect of our city, that's what we expect of our police, and that's what they expect of their department. And so I am absolutely committed to work with all of you to listen today. I know it must be very, very hard. I know it is very hard for people to come and talk with us about what happened to them, what they saw happen. And it is very difficult, and I appreciate so much you continuing to speak out. So I am absolutely committed to listening today, and then I will, with all of my heart and my mind and in collaboration with you and with my colleagues, for fundamental, immediate change. And I appreciate the kinds of things that Councilmember Cassar has mentioned and others have mentioned. We can do this. I mean, we can do this, we have to do this, and we must immediately make change. And so thank you again for being here and sharing with us. I know it's not easy.
Thank you. Councilmember Harper Madison, do you want to go before or after me?
You're the chair. I'll let you make the call.
And I'm going to go first and let you close. It's really clear that this is the moment to stand against institutional racism and systemic inequities. We have to rise to this occasion. We have to deliver accountability for wrongs and dismantle the denials of basic justice. Real change is uncomfortable. That's okay. We must lean in to have real action. I believe that we cannot have our police shooting into crowds of protesters. The right to protest and to disrupt cannot be fraught with fear of injury. That issue that led me to join with colleagues to set this deliberation and conversation today to talk about how we do demonstrations in this city, because we know that they're going to continue over time. We do not have to choose between encouraging expression and keeping everyone in the community protected. Demonstrators, police officers, business owners, we have to start seeing each other as part of one community, rise and fall together. We should not follow any voices that suggest otherwise. We should not follow any voices that suggest that questions and criticisms of police tactics and protocols are somehow indictments of individual police officers, or anything other than the hope that in Austin we can have a police force, we can have a relationship between police and the community that looks and feels like the Austin that we aspire to be. The protests that have played out locally since George Floyd's killing have focused our attention on Mr. Floyd's senseless death, the killing of Mike Ramos here in Austin, and of other Black people whose interactions with police turned fatal with an alarming regularity. Anguished Black men and women of all ages have been joined by neighbors of all stripes and beliefs to declare that things have to change. They are demanding accountability, and this council hears them. I heard someone say recently that they were tired of living in unprecedented times. which was a funny way of saying that it's hard to overstate how complicated a moment like this is in our history. We are finally, it seems, beginning to take on institutional racism and the difficult conversations that that entails. I believe that we're finally ready to make things better. I want to talk about the demonstrations. I am the cheerleader on COVID and the virus. I am alarmed that in our community, our daily average of hospital admissions is increasing. And I'm concerned about that impact on populations of color that are most susceptible to this virus. I want as many Black and brown people as possible here to experience the more equitable future that we are going to build together. That means being smart and prepared for the choice to go out into the crowds during this pandemic. Your heart calls you out to protest. Please be safe, masked. To the degree that you can, please maintain as much distance as possible. I believe in protest. I agree with my friend and mentor, Colette Pierce Burnett, the president of Houston Tillotson, who just said to her Houston Tillotson community to stand shoulder to shoulder as warriors, warriors who must be smart and strategic, denouncing violence, warriors who recognize that violence is not smart and in no way strategic. Violence neither eradicates nor dismantles anything besides hard-won progress. Violence is not the way. I also want to call out the moments of grace that we have witnessed during the protests, both among protesters and our police. There were people picking up trash on I-35 too. Strangers comforted one another. And tens of thousands of dollars have flowed from the community to help make small businesses whole again. Throughout history, peaceful protesters, including Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King, have used their bodies to disrupt daily life for the comfort and to command the attention of the broader community. Yes, protests are disruptive. They are meant to be. By interrupting business as usual, protests are also disrupt patterns of thought and policy in important ways. Many of our bends in our arc toward justice have been the result of protest. My message, every Black person in this community who is anguished by recent events, every mother who sees her own child in Mike Ramos and George Floyd, is this: I want these protests to yield real change, and I want you here to see it. Councilmember Harper Madison.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all of my colleagues for sharing your heartfelt words. Although I've been given permission on multiple occasions by people in our community to cry again if I need to. I went through a pretty great deal of embarrassment about crying in front of y'all on Tuesday, so I'm gonna try to not do that again today. But I will say that your words are inspiring, and I feel like they're heartfelt. But I would feel like we'd be remiss to take one more minute of this meeting and not have our police chief not show his face. Chief Manley, I implore you, when these people come before you, if you couldn't do it for my colleagues, when these people come before you to share their words with you, I want them to look at you when they do it, and I want you to look at them. I implore you to please turn your camera on. The other thing I would say is, I'm concerned about rumors I'm hearing about provocateurs who have every intention of taking what should be a moment for communities of color to recognize the lives lost too soon of very long list of Black and brown people. Turns out there's some white people on that list too, and I'm not disregarding them for a moment, but today what we're talking about is how Black lives matter. Black life matters. If that's not why you are out here demonstrating, if you're a person who would take advantage of this opportunity to push your agenda and it's not about Black life, then dad blasted, shame on you. But I want to encourage people who may find themselves alongside these people. Do not let them sway you or confuse your mission. If your goal was to talk about the importance of Black life, don't let people who think this is a party, who think this is Lollapalooza out here and they're having a great time, don't let those people confuse you, and don't let them get you in trouble or get you hurt. If you don't know that person, don't deal with them. If somebody's trying to hand you something and encourage you to do something you otherwise wouldn't have done without them handing you that thing and telling you to throw it, I am begging you, do not let these people confuse you and the mission right now. Then I'll go on to say this, if I may, and I'm going to try to be brief. I already said it. The time for us continuing to talk, and this is certainly not a slight against any of my colleagues. I'm just saying, I'm tired of talking, and I'm tired of people feeling bad. You know, I don't think it's intended to sound like this, but when you say, you must feel so bad right now, you must be so sad right now, we all should feel bad and feel sad. This is not mine or that of any other Black or brown or otherwise marginalized person. This is all of ours. We all should feel sad and mad and demand that we stop talking. The outcry for justice, it's been present, but we didn't answer it. So when the present outcry was unanswered, here we are right here, right now in Austin, Texas, saying since the day this beautiful city was founded, everything was wrong because not everybody was included. Right now, at this moment, it just so happens it's the loudest it's ever been. But it's not a new sound. There are just some folks who were able to ignore the sound, who were able to gaslight people and tell them that their concerns weren't valid. Well, time to show up. No more time for talking. No more time for talking in circles, for sure. It's time to listen to the people. I can't wait to listen to the people who are coming here to tell us their truth. Because the truth of the matter is they've been telling us their truths for generations, hundreds of years of people saying, this is my experience. And in the modern day era of being able to click on these traumatic ass videos, by the way, people, be careful what you share. Please be careful. The continuation of trauma doesn't make me feel any more compelled to speak my truth. I was already telling y'all my truth. Be careful, and please be gentle with people who are already dealing with present traumatic stress disorder. There's no post. It's right now. It's every day. And as we navigate that space, I want folks to know we heard you. We see you. We're about to hear from more of you. And we know that what you're going to tell us is the truth, and we need to hear you. We need action. We need justice, and we need it right now. Somebody reached out to me to tell me that my words as of late made them feel uncomfortable, that they were too aggressive, not ladylike. Two things. I never told y'all I was a lady, and I don't care about making people feel uncomfortable. We need to get it together, and we need to do it right now, and we have to do it as a community bound by the recognition of the truth. And that's all I got, to be honest with you. It's taken everything I have to stay in my chair and not cry. And I will close with this. Thank you to every person who took the time to share your truth with us today. I will keep my camera on, even if my kids come in, even if my dog barks. My camera's on because I want you to know that I see you and I hear you. And I don't want you to, for one moment, not believe that we see and hear you, and that your words, your actions, you standing up, it is what's pushing us forward to do things that are extraordinarily difficult, but the time has come. And with that, I'll close. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Harper Madison, thank you. Thank everybody on the dais. We're now going to recognize the chief and the manager if they want to say something. And then we'll go to speakers. After speakers, we're going to recess the meeting until tomorrow. After speakers, we're going to try to vote on item 7, and then we'll recess the meeting until tomorrow. Manager, do you want to say something?
I would, Mayor, council members, and community. We are here to listen today because over the past weeks and months, our city and broadly our nation has again been forced to confront a tragic loss of human life. Our community has expressed a range of emotions, and many are justifiably outraged, sad, anxious, and for some, even fearful for themselves and their families. And while we all are rightly disturbed by much of what we've seen, I've also witnessed the strength and courage on the part of our city to face these issues head on and continue to have these difficult conversations that are necessary to confront our deeply troubling history of inequity, injustice, and systemic racism. And I personally struggle with the complexity of this moment and realize that our feelings can't and shouldn't be limited to one or two choices. I believe that we can condemn the disgusting abuse of power, authority, and trust by some officers, while at the same time respect and appreciate those who choose policing as a calling and treat others with the dignity and respect we all deserve. I also acknowledge that for far too many in our community, lived experience has left them feeling hopeless, afraid, and convinced that nothing will ever change. I want everyone in Austin to know that I am committed to continuing the hard work, having the difficult conversations, taking the appropriate actions, and finding a way forward that rebuilds that loss of trust while improving our police force to ensure that it's reflective of the community values that Austin holds dear. Today is about listening. Tomorrow we will have a comprehensive discussion about the tactics that were used last weekend. But with this, I'll pause and pass it over to our police chief.
Chief.
Thank you, Manager. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and the community that's on. I too take this as a very important and momentous time, a time where we need to reflect on what brought us here. And unfortunately, it's what's brought us to this point so many times before, and that is things involving police and community relationships, an area that we are very familiar with here in Austin, an area we have worked on so far. I too struggle to watch that video of Minneapolis. I, along with many of my peers as police chiefs and many rank and file members of police departments across this country, immediately spoke out against what we saw, because that does not reflect policing. Policing is not perfect. We place our men and women in very dynamic situations day in and day out. We train them to the best of our abilities. We give them the equipment to the best of our abilities. And unfortunately, there will be mistakes. And I think the important momentum we have right now is to look at policing, to look at our interactions with the community, to identify areas where we could or should be doing better or differently, and to understand.
Chief, it's hard to hear you. Can you get closer to the microphone?
I'm sorry, is this better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay. Do I need to start all over?
No, but
Okay. I will wrap then. I think it's still got this thing going in the back. I will wrap with just saying that we are committed at the Austin Police Department to serve our community, to serve them rightly and appropriately, and to look for opportunities to improve. And I look forward to hearing the comments and to look for opportunities again to make improvements in those areas where improvements are needed. So thank you.
Councilmember Harper Madison.
Sorry. I just wanted to say, as a follow-up, there's an event that's taking place this weekend at Houston-Tillotson University. It's going to be hosted by Austin Justice Coalition. It's going to be an opportunity for Black and Brown voices to lead the conversation, which, while we can appreciate all the voices of all of the allies, sometimes it's important to recognize when you need to take up space and when you need to listen. So this will be an opportunity for Black and Brown people to take up space and everybody else to listen. So there's going to be an event this weekend at Houston-Tillotson University. I just want to remind folks who otherwise might go out this evening or tomorrow evening or Saturday evening, there will be a time and a place and a space that we carefully curate in a way that we are being mindful about the message, the goals, and the agenda. And it will be a place and a space for us to lead the conversation and other people to listen. If folks are looking for a way and a place and a time, I encourage you to take the opportunity on Sunday at HT to let your voice be heard. I don't have all the specifics in terms of time and everything, but I will promise you that before this meeting is over, I will make certain to share it on my page. I'll make certain that the city is sharing the information, but there will be a place and a space and a time for us to have our voices be heard and for anti-racist allies to listen. Couldn't not say that, and I'll bring whatever other details I have later. Just please keep that in mind, folks.
Okay, thank you. And we were going to try and get to the speakers. Councilmember Alter.
This is actually a procedural. I'm hearing that some speakers have been cut off from the speaker line and are having trouble calling back in. Does staff have any advice on folks being able to reaccess the line? So they were disconnected and then they're having trouble calling back in, or who should they contact? Can we get some guidance on that?
If they have been disconnected, many of them are emailing me, and I'm giving them the information, but I'll also provide it to 311.
Would you say it out loud once? What would be the information?
Well, I don't want to give the number out.
Okay.
But many of them are emailing me, and I'm providing that information, and I will also provide it to 311.
Great, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
And for anyone listening, if they are in the queue, they need to press 0 to be admitted.
Okay, I think we're prepared now for you to recognize speakers. As we discussed, colleagues, the first 20 speakers are going to get 3 minutes. There have been some invited testimony that will be given similar time. And thereafter, speakers will have 1 minute. We have about 334 speakers that signed up yesterday to speak. So I now turn it over to the clerk and the others to take us through the speakers.
Okay, Mayor, we will begin with the Spanish speakers. So if the interpreter can be admitted, and each caller will get 2 minutes. The first Spanish speaker is Karina Sanchez.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Karina Sánchez y yo estoy llamando. Bueno.
Sí, siga.
Good afternoon. My name is Karina Sánchez and I am calling because yo tengo viviendo 12 años en Austin y estoy llamando para que la ciudad nos apoye al fondo de RISE con 70 millones. Ya que es el único fondo que permite ayudar, que permite que nos ayude. Ese es el motivo de mi llamada. I've been in Austin for 12 years, and I'm calling to get support from for the RIDE community of the 70 million. That is why I'm calling today, because that's the only foundation that's helped us. Eso es todo. Y solo estoy pidiendo que nos ayuden de esta manera con dinero ya que habemos muchas familias que estamos pasando por una crisis muy difícil durante esta pandemia. Pienso que hay unas personas más peor que otros que no tenemos para pagar renta o incluso para comprar comida, ya que eso es algo pues esencial. We're asking for this help. This is the help that we need. We need help to be able to pay our rent and to pay for our food. Eso es todo. Gracias. That's it. Thank you.
Gracias. El hablador siguiente es Cindy Pérez. Tiene 2 minutos.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Cindy Pérez y tengo 1 año viviendo en Austin. Cindy Pérez, I've lived in Austin for 1 año, dijo señora, disculpe. Sí. I've been living in Austin for 1 year. Estoy en esta llamada para pedirle a la ciudad que invierta en nuestra comunidad al menos con los 70 millones en el fondo RISE. On this call today to ask for the city to help and support us with the $70 million for the RISE. Es que es el único fondo que le permite a la ciudad la asistencia financiera directa en forma de depósito. Pues directly to the a nosotros principalmente, que somos la comunidad más impactada por la pandemia, para poder pagar nuestra renta, comida, tratamientos, for the food, for the... Así, por medio de esto, siento yo que la comunidad de Austin nos deja saber que nosotros como comunidad migrante también contamos. Siento yo que es el momento that we count as the community as well. Es el momento de que intenten de alguna forma como ayudarnos a todos por toda la situación que para todos nosotros se ha vuelto demasiado difícil y muy complicada por la pandemia. This is the moment to help us all where everything has got very difficult for us because of the pandemic. Que le solicitamos que invierta los 70 millones en el fondo RISE. We ask for you to invest the 70 million in the Foundation RISE. Okay, sería todo. Muchas gracias. Okay, that would be it. Thank you.
Sigue María López tiene 2 minutos.
Hola, mi nombre es María López. Tengo más de 13 años viviendo aquí en Austin, Texas.
Lopez, and I've been living in Austin 13 years.
Estoy llamando para pedirles de favor que inviertan en nuestra comunidad.
I'm calling to ask you to please, as a favor, to invest in our community
Por medio del Fondo Rural, ya que hay mucha gente que en verdad en este momento lo necesita más que la policía.
I think that there's a lot of people that need it more than the police.
En este momento, ese fondo es el único que, no importa tu estatus legal, ayudará a más familias que no tienen.
This is the only fund that has been helping most of the families
Que no tienen dinero para salir adelante.
that they don't have any money to move ahead.
Tanto familias como los jóvenes DACA, que hay unos no recibieron ninguna ayuda.
Those families and those DACA young people that didn't receive any help.
Ellos trabajan y estudian, por esa razón, por ser estudiantes, no recibieron ayuda y se quedaron sin trabajo.
They work and they study, and that's why they study and now they don't have jobs.
Eso es todo, solamente pedirles la ayuda para toda la familia necesitadas en Austin, que hacen que Austin crezca más y más.
That's all, and that's why I'm asking for this help of the communities and the families that are helping Austin to grow more and more.
Y es la única forma de salir adelante.
It's our only way to move forward.
Gracias. Que Dios los bendiga.
God bless.
Sigue Marilu Fructuoso y tiene 2 minutos.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marilu Fructuoso. Vivo más de 12 años aquí.
I've lived over 12 years here.
Estoy aquí por todos los inmigrantes que estamos aquí en este condado de Travis, en Austin, Texas. Traigo su voz.
Migrants that are living in Travis County, and I'm trying to be their voice.
Estamos aquí pidiéndole a la ciudad de Austin por nuestra comunidad.
We're here asking the city of Austin for our community.
Que por favor, por lo menos, nos coloquen 70 millones en el fondo del RAI.
Please put at least 70 million in the Rights Foundation.
Ya que es lo único que nosotros calificamos para poder salir adelante.
To be able to move forward.
Si a nosotros nos depositan directamente con dinero en efectivo, nos van a ayudar mucho.
Directly, it helps us a lot.
Ya que no tenemos para pagar la renta, pagar los biles y nuestras aseguranzas.
Our bills and our insurance.
También podemos ayudar a nuestros padres que están lejos de aquí, mandándoles algo de dinero.
Help our parents that are far from here with some money.
Ya que nosotros somos las personas más impactadas por esta pandemia.
We're more impacted by this pandemic.
Y así estamos asegurando de que vamos a salir adelante financieramente.
That we can move forward.
Austin puede apoyarnos. Austin tiene el poder.
Austin has the power.
Así también ustedes nos apoyarían a la comunidad y esos 70 millones nos van a ayudar. La policía sí necesita, pero la comunidad más.
The police need it, but the community needs it more.
Ahora es el momento de invertir en nosotros y no en la policía.
Not in the police.
Por favor, ustedes que están ahí enfrente, no me están viendo, pero yo estoy hablando y están escuchando mi voz.
I know you're hearing my voice.
por favor, depositen 60 millones en el fondo de RISE.
In the right.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias y Dios me los bendiga y cuídense mucho.
May God bless and take care.
Mayor,
Would it make sense for the translator to let the speakers know that we have approved the 70?
Mayor, I'll go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
Quiero que las personas que están llamando en español que sepan que gracias por llamarnos, te escuchamos y movimos millones y millones de dólares más en apoyar a las familias, pagar su renta y en dinero para el fondo de RISE. Entonces quiero que las familias sepan eso. Y ahora estamos tomando testimonio sobre la policía, pero y ya va a haber testimonio de mover dinero de esos de la policía a apoyar más comunidades, pero ya hemos tomado el voto de mover dinero al fondo de RISE.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Dios me los bendiga.
Thanks so much. God bless.
Okay, we can proceed.
That concludes all of the Spanish speakers, Mayor.
Okay, please continue with the next ones on the list.
The next speaker is Edwin Ayala. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Edwin, and yesterday marked the 1 week of my little brother's 16th birthday. And on Saturday, he had just left. Saturday morning, he left Jersey Mike's job to work to save up for his first car. And after his shift at work, he went to the broken. He was shot 3 times with a beanbag. I'm sorry, I'm really emotional. 1 side to the head and twice to the body. He underwent surgery that night. We didn't even know until he got transferred to Dale's Children. When my mom heard, we drove to the hospital. I fainted on the car ride home, on the car right there. My mom got lost. She couldn't even find the place because she was just so in shock. And by the time we got to the hospital, they told us the risk. They said that he had a puncture in his head, and the risk of internal bleeding wouldn't be known until they got into the surgery. So we just didn't know. And they started the surgery at 11. We didn't know. We thought he was going to die. Because there's a vein. There was a risk of being punctured. That was the hardest. That was so painful. I was there with my mom. We prayed all night. And the fact is, the doctors thought it was a rubber bullet. So they left it in there for hours. He got shot around 7. They left the rubber, the quote unquote rubber bullet. Once they got in there, they found that it was actually a beanbag. This beanbag had a larger surface area than the rubber bullet. It actually created a very large wound, a very large hole, essentially, on his forehead. Not only that, it had penetrated the skull, it had fractured it, it had indented into the brain and left a large contusion, which is much more dangerous than a concussion. His prefrontal cortex was damaged. He has problems right now managing his emotions because that part of his brain is damaged. His cognitive abilities will have to be assessed within the few months coming. We hope for a good recovery. But we just didn't know. We thought he was going to die. He's such a smart guy. And he's still in his Jersey Mike's uniform when they shot him. And because of the nature of the quote unquote beanbag, the risk of infection was so large. He was on multiple antibiotics. He still is. The surgery was around 7 hours due to the complications. They had to get a plastic surgeon. He's going to have a scar down the side of his forehead the rest of his life. But they told us that hopefully we are hoping for a good recovery. The fact is, these beanbags are not innocuous. They are not less lethal if they are shot at the head, which is what we suspect was going on, because in the video he was on a hill, and there's no way you can miss shooting at the head. You know, they were aiming above his head so that the bullet would go down into it. It hit him right in the forehead and twice in the body. We just want to know the truth. We just want as much transparency from the police to know what happened. The pain that I see was nothing compared to my mom. She's with him now. And the pain that he's in is so much worse. Because the part of his brain that controls his emotions is damaged. So whenever he feels even a little bit of pain, his brain goes into overdrive. And it makes him tense up his body, which makes him more pain. It's so hard being with him, but you can't leave him. Because he's my brother. He's in so much pain and I can't help him. We really do just want as much transparency and footages to be released. And I'm asking for anybody that was there to contact us, to provide us with the footage from the police as well. Because we want to know the truth. We just want to know what happened. And we want to hope they can't be using beanbags to other people. These things are so dangerous. The risk of infection, the pain. The doctor said it would have been better if it was a rubber bullet, because then the puncture wound would have been smaller and the risk of infection lower. The wound would have been not as scarred. The surgery would have been shorter. My God, his neck had whiplash damage. His neck hurts him more than his head. He can't even eat because of his neck. He's strong, but even he can't overcome this without help and support. And I'm right here with him, but it's so hard. It's so hard for the family. I can't even imagine what he's going through. And that's all we ask for is just transparency. It's just the truth. To know what happened.
Edwin, thank you for talking with me earlier today. And thank you for sharing your story. And everyone here is heartbroken, but there's nothing we can say to make it better.
Please, you can't be using me. No, not this. He was so close to the velocity that it hit him with was like 100-kilometer baseball smashing into his skull. He has a titanium mesh plate now. Who knows how he'll turn out?
Edwin, this is Leslie. I was going to ask, do you have someone there with you? Do you have someone there with you? Someone there with you? Maybe we could try to make sure there's someone there with Edwin, please.
It's so hard.
Be with Edwin, please.
It's so, why would they, for the kindest, most responsible 16-year-old I ever knew. He was so kind. He still is. He's in so much pain. He has emotional triggers. We can't even mention his friends because he starts to cry.
Edwin, our hope is with the conversation that you have started here this evening with the other speakers that are going to speak tonight and with the presentation tomorrow, we'll get hopefully some answers and some corrections.
We just want the truth.
Okay.
That's all we want, the footage, and people to come forward if they have more information.
Okay.
Edwin, don't hang up yet. Edwin, don't hang up yet. We said we weren't going to ask questions right now, but I am going to ask my colleagues to let us ask a couple for you while you're on the line. Manager, Chief, I want to know what we are doing to make sure this does not happen to a single person ever again. I want to hear from both of you what we are doing to make sure this never happens to anyone. To this family.
I will speak to some immediate changes that have been made to our deployment for the protest this week, and that is that the use of this beanbag munition will not be used in a crowd situation. It is still a appropriate tool in many other circumstances, and so it is still approved for use. However, not in crowd situations. So I think that's probably the most direct answer I can give you regarding what happened in this circumstance.
Manager.
Councilmember, we've already begun a review of obviously the events of last week and making sure that we can be fully accountable and transparent for everything that happened. But we're also including in that more immediate review of those policies and procedures. That was really initiated by the leadership of this council back in December with the resolution, but we're not waiting for the initiation of that. We're already starting that process.
Well, it's just not enough. I've seen the video of Levi and he wasn't in a crowd. He was standing by himself. So changing the policy for crowds would not have changed this. The answers are insufficient. I know we're going to keep on asking questions, but it is insufficient.
I'm sure a lot more questions on this. Let's continue to let the people who have signed up have a chance to be able to speak. Councilmember Harper Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Edwin. And I'm sorry. Truly. I wish I could give you a hug. But in the absence of that, I'll say that with you and your family right now, and I want to remind you and other folks on the line, we're just people up here, and we're doing our best, but we're not immortal, right? And so to hear somebody share kind of really personal, really painful, really emotional testimony you just shared is sometimes really hard. And so I just wanted to let everybody know, you and anybody who might come up after you, if we mute our camera, it's not because we're not listening, and it's not because we're not present. It's because we are mortal and human, and sometimes we're expected to be extraordinarily professional and graceful. And so if we turn off our camera, it's not that we're not listening. Sometimes we just have to take a minute to compose ourselves. So thank you for sharing. And my office and I will be in touch.
Let's continue on with the next speaker, please. I want to make sure that we get a chance to hear from all our speakers before midnight, if we can.
The next speaker is Kathy Mitchell. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, Kathy.
Can you? Okay, sorry. I am simply here today to channel a video that many people put time and energy into collaborating on that will allow you to see kind of all in one place a number of the key issues that you should attend to. And I'm just going to leave it at that because it's almost 3-minute video and I believe it is ready for your viewing.
Somebody fan her.
Oh, pushing a girl, dude. This is fucking wild. If they knew I was recording them right now, I really think they'd be handling this differently. Oh!
Fuck you! Hey! What the fuck? What the fuck? Fuck you, dude!
The next speaker is Samuel Kirsch. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Sam. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just want to thank you. I just want to thank Mayor Adler and the City Council for allowing me to speak today. So I was peacefully protesting on Sunday, May 31st, in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. When I was near I-35, police started using what I believe was smoke grenades, which is when I started running away. While I was on the grass, while I was running away, I was shot with what I believe to be either a rubber bullet or a beanbag. I was hit in my face. If I were not wearing sunglasses at the time, I have no doubt in my mind that I would be blind right now. I immediately hit the ground and was dragged away by fellow protesters, and I was rushed to the hospital. There was blood all over my chest and my hands. It felt like a war zone. I did not know what was going on, and it all happened extremely quickly. The damage that I took was a very large laceration due to the cut from the sunglasses from the bullet hitting them. I suffered a broken nose. I believe it was also 5 or 6 broken bones near my upper cheek and the bone supporting my eye. I also have hopefully temporary retinal bruising. I have to undergo another surgery in a week. That surgery is risky because I will be getting multiple titanium plates to support my eye. There's a risk for my body to reject those plates. There's a risk for infection with those plates. There's also a risk of going blind from the surgery because when they do the surgery, they have to make an incision in my lower left eyelid. And there's also a significant risk, I was told by an ophthalmologist, of permanent vision loss, either temporary or either partial or permanent, even if the surgery goes well. I'm currently unable to eat anything except pureed foods. I have to drink through a straw. I have double vision. I have no depth perception. I am in enormous pain, both physically, emotionally, and soon to be financially. And I would like to thank some of those council members that have called out the police chief for not showing his face and for not having sufficient answers to using these quote-unquote less lethal rounds on peaceful protesters. I think that is wrong in any scenario. So I'm open to any questions if you have them, and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
The next speaker is Brentley Donnell. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, council members. Can you all hear me?
Yes, they can
Hello?
hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, my name is Brent Donnell. I am the founder of the newly formed group Street Medics Austin. We provide nonpartisan support and care when traditional emergency services cannot reach a location for whatever reason. Several of our medics were injured, including one who now will have to undergo major surgery in her hand. She was escorting Justin Howell to police as she was instructed to do via 911, and had her hands in the air and was shot directly in her hand. We also treated about a dozen very severe head wounds from beanbag rounds and a couple hundred mucous membrane irritants from both gas and pepper spray. I would like to say that EMS Commander Wesley Hopkins was fantastic to work with. The moment that he knew there were experienced medics on the ground, he had established communication with us within minutes, and his actions really helped us to respond quickly to a lot of things. I did ask him to pass my information off on Saturday morning to Unified Command. I know he's done that a few times, and Unified Command never reached out to work with us to protect life. Thank you very much for having me on to speak to you today, and for the actions that you'll take moving forward to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
Next speaker is Romteen Farsat. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Okay. I've participated in the protests all weekend. At no point in time did I commit an act of violence or property damage. Yet on Saturday, I was beaten with batons, maced 3 times, tear gassed, and had countless shots fired in my direction. On Sunday, I was maced twice, had many shots fired at me, and I witnessed what I can only call a massacre on Sunday night. I have witnessed countless heinous, violent, criminal acts from many APD officers committed against peaceful civilians. The tactics of police were appalling, literally exactly like a gang. They would provoke the crowd, and when someone threw a plastic water bottle from 30 to 50 yards away, the officers would retaliate by shooting and macing peaceful protesters standing on the front line. That's exactly how a gang retaliates. I spoke with officers who swore they cared for our cause and knew that APD has trigger-happy and racist officers. Yet when they witnessed these heinous and violent crimes, they did nothing. For that, they are accomplices to the crimes committed by the other officers. I believe every single officer who worked the protest either committed one of those crimes or witnessed one of those crimes being committed and did nothing. I witnessed a counter-protester run over a peaceful woman protester on his motorcycle, then fall off his bike and attack a protester, and then immediately get swarmed by many protesters to be detained. Then police advanced their line to the position of the motorcyclist, beating protesters out of the way who had detained him, the man, let him get on his bike and ride away. There is a video evidence of this happening. I witnessed, and again, I'm going to say it, it felt like a massacre what was Sunday night. Shortly before it began, I noticed one of the officers holding a weapon with live ammunition who looked quite excited to be out on the line. I started to inform his fellow officers on the line, and I was informed by 2 other protesters that when asked if he cares if he shoots anyone tonight, he scoffed and said no. Outraged, I ran up and down the line, yelling at the officers to tell their sergeant. Little did I know the sergeant was standing on the line silently. I only found out after I asked one of the officers where his sergeant is, at which point in time he pointed to the man standing right next to him. I pleaded with him. I begged him to do something about it. I told him what was said and brought the 2 witnesses of the officer in question's comments to the sergeant to confirm the accusation. Some officers even shook their heads in disappointment upon hearing one of their fellow officers said that. They knew there are officers in their department who think that way, with that mentality. The sergeant told me he can't do anything unless I show him evidence that the officer in question said that. I said, this isn't a court of law. People could die tonight. Then the sergeant went to the officer in question, spoke with him briefly, then approached me and the 2 witnesses. One of the witnesses asked if he denied it, and the sergeant said, of course he denied it. It was clear he didn't believe the officer either. He told me he could do nothing about it and walked away. Moments later, the shooting started. I was standing approximately 15 yards away from Justin Howell as he was shot in the back of the head while running away. I was looking right at him when it happened, right at his face. I saw it go from emotive to cold, and that moment keeps playing in my head over and over again. Chief Manley claims a protester standing next to Justin threw a backpack and a water bottle at police. I demand that Chief Manley release the video from the APD Halo camera. I've seen high-quality footage of that moment from someone recording in the crowd. It is clear that there is no projectile in the air going towards that APD line. A clip from the video was in the compilation Kathy shared with us today. We ran Justin to medics, and I went back out to the east side of the southbound access road and hid behind a tree, crouched down, recording live on Facebook. At which point in time, officers on the I-35 overpass behind me opened fire directly at me, specifically. I believe between 8 and 12 rounds were fired and landed within less than 2 feet of me. within a matter of seconds. I'm thinking it must have been a coordinated effort between multiple officers to shoot me in the back while I was recording. One of the shots were so close to hitting me in the back of the head that a piece of the bark broke off the tree and hit me in the face. This just minutes after I witnessed Justin get shot in the back of the head. That moment also plays in my head over and over again. I witnessed more than one officer wait until medics got close and in what seemed to be a coordinated fashion, aimed their weapons at the medics and protesters carrying Justin and opened fire, striking one of the medics who had very clear high visibility tape from 3 feet away. Not only that, but she had been in communication with the police line who requested they carry Justin from the medic staging area toward police officers firing into the crowd. Those brave medics followed orders. That medic, the lead medic, the one who spoke with APD today, she gave me permission to say this. Last night I was speaking with her and she told me she would speak at this meeting today and that she wanted to speak at this meeting today. But she told me this morning, she told me she couldn't do it because she had nightmares all night last night and her anxiety was too high to speak today. I hope that one day she is heard, for she has many, many stories of over the weekend. APD should have to pay for the therapy. APD should have to pay for the therapy of every protester and medic in need, straight from their budget. Sunday night was nothing short of a massacre. People being peaceful, people running away, all facing nearly sustained fire from police in front and behind for several minutes. It was like they were shooting fish in a barrel. I believe it is imperative that the city of Austin follow the lead of the city of Minneapolis and seriously consider and debate disbanding the entire police department and replacing it with an entirely different law enforcement institution. We cannot let this stand. Minor reforms will not do the trick. What I've seen over the weekend was a massive culture problem throughout the entirety of APD. And no officer is willing to stand up against another officer, probably because they fear for retaliation against them by their fellow officers. It is disgusting. Please do something. Please help us. Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Harris. You have 3 minutes.
Stephanie's.
Hi. I'm here to advocate for justice for the Ramos family, the Ayala family, the Martin family, and all the families impacted by recent police violence in Austin through the firing of the officers involved and the police leadership in accordance with the letter you all received from organizers and advocates following the death of Mike Ramos. I'm also here to call for divestment from police and investment in community, including for the direct assistance so many need to make it through this pandemic and recession. The traumatic stories and videos of police violence of the last 2 weeks that have shocked the conscience of this city, this nation, and the world are all too familiar to those of us that have committed ourselves to its end. This violence demands not another study or another round of training or another piece of tech or another layer of civilian oversight, but a fundamental restructuring of how we define and protect public safety. It demands that we defund police. The mayor of Los Angeles announced yesterday they'll be cutting the police budget between $100 and $150 million this year, representing an 8 to 12% cut, and investing that money in communities of color. In New York, more than 40 city council candidates are calling for a $1 billion cut to the NYPD's $6 billion budget over 4 years to help fund other programs such as the city's Summer Youth Employment Program. This is just a start, and the decades of scholarship and practice by abolitionist Black women like Angela Davis, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, Mariam Kaba, and more must be recognized for leading us here. Organized people of color in our own community have been making similar demands to you and your predecessors budget cycle after budget cycle, too often on deaf ears, so listen now. Now that we all see how broken the institution of policing is across this country, including in our own city, how this institution tolerates, enables, and protects horrific violence by many in their employ, especially against Black people, regardless of whether it violates city policy, we must recognize the limits of reform. While it's important that city policies change to reflect the values of this community, it's also clear that we can no longer, especially with current police leadership, count on policies being enforced or hope for reforms to improve the interactions officers have with people. We just have to drastically reduce those interactions. We have to divest from police, invest in the health, housing, education, and opportunity that will improve safety for all, and ultimately create new community-based approaches to addressing the conflict and harm that guide us toward a future free of police patrols and state violence. Thank you.
The next speaker is, one second, sorry. David Johnson, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Johnson. I'm with Grassroots Leadership and Texas Advocates for Justice. I'm also an Austin resident, a Black man, and a formerly incarcerated person. So I participated in every day of protests this weekend as well, and Monday as well. And I can tell you that the first bit of violence that I saw was when just west of City Hall, a police officer snatched an umbrella out of the hands of a very small female identifying person, and then when she turned to ask why, sprayed her with pepper spray in her face from about 3 feet away. The only reason I can say that is exactly what happened is because I was watching it with a clear lateral view, and I saw it all. And while I was not surprised that the police department did something like that, and I would hope none of you hearing this would be surprised based on the ample data and evidence that shows that, well, since its inception, Austin Police Department has been racist as hell. And I hope you wouldn't be surprised, even though all of you on the council today and Mr. Mayor, you haven't all been here the entire time that Austin's been around, but you have been here long enough to have already heard these complaints and these cries and these concerns. And so I want to lift up that what in this moment, I feel like APD is the big bully in town. And whenever we get beat up by the bully, we go to the parent's house and say, hey, your son is beating up on us. And the parents say, oh, well, that's not what they said, and we don't have any proof, so we're going to trust our kid. And then the parents of the children who have been harmed, the people charged with representing the ones who have been directly harmed by this bully, or these bullies, there are a family of them. They then go to the parents and say, hey, please do something. You know, we just think that people are bitter and they're jealous, or they're just targeting ours. You know, if you have any proof, let us know. Well, to you, the council, I say there is ample evidence. We have overwhelming proof. We have everything from a report that the city paid for saying APD is racist as hell, to pretty much everything APD has done since its inception. Brian Manley is a coward and a racist. Fire him. If Spencer Cronk is not available or is not up to the job of managing APD, fire him. Because at the end of the day, the buck stops with the Austin City Council. So earlier today, we talked about making sure that that money went into the RISE fund, and I'm very glad that you voted for that $70 million. But I need you to know that if you are going to be consistent in listening to the people who are most directly impacted, then you will listen to us now when we say, do not approve this grant. Do not approve anything that puts more money into the hands of APD, because all that is financing a group full of bullies. And they are all bullies, because even if 10 out of 1,000 are the ones who have done wrong, the other 990 are complicit because they've done nothing, because they've stood behind that blue line. They have cowardly chosen not to uphold the oath to which they have sworn, but instead they want to uphold their own self-interest and their fragile, toxically male egos. And I know there are women in the force too, but internalized oppression is a thing, so read about it. So I simply ask that the council today decide to listen to its people. Don't be the parents that always excuse your bullying son or your bullying daughter. Instead, do what good parents do. Punish your children, restrict their access to resources, and take away their blank toys. Because as long as you allow them to have their toys, as long as you allow them to have their budgetary ability, as long as you allow them to believe that there is no recourse when they wrong us, they will continue to wrong us. So stop funding APD and put the money into health care, put the money into harm reduction, put the money into direct cash transfers, put the money into affordable housing that isn't restricted from individuals who are just as involved. By all means, I would rather you throw the money into the dumpster than to give it to APD, because at least I'm not worried about a dumpster killing myself or my son. Thank you.
This is Myrna from the clerk's office. Just a quick statement to the speakers. If you have not yet dialed 0, please do so at this time. Thank you. The next speaker is Shivas Watson. You have 3 minutes. Shivas Watson. The next speaker is Nitza de Blasi.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nitza, and I'm a child care provider in East Austin community. I am here to discuss my disapproval of how Austin funds are being used to weaponize and fight against Austin public citizens. As an educator, I've witnessed firsthand the fear Black students have of law enforcement, and I can still remember earlier this semester when one of my older students clung to my T-shirt because an APD officer was walking through our hallway and she was scared of them. She begged me to protect them, and that's when I realized Black kids in our city see what's happening on the news. They recognize the sounds of fear and pain in their parents' voices, and as they are forced to reconcile with this and have hard conversations about George Floyd being murdered, and then conversations about, in our own community, Michael Ramos being shot by Christopher Taylor of APD with no justice and only an attempt to cover it up, the system failure teaches the cycle of fear and resentment, and I'm here to say no more with everybody else. At the protest Sunday, APD mobilized bicycles to forcibly assault one of my good friends before we could even reach her. To help, a former police officer swarmed her, and as the arresting officer threw her to the ground. And that same day, I watched as APD officers aimed the same non-lethal weapons that hospitalized Bradley, Alea, and Justin Howell at civilians from rooftops, safe from the chaos they were creating. Initially, I had planned to bring my little sister to show her the strength of our community. I hoped it would be a beautiful lesson on the empowerment of standing up for what is right. And not only that, recognizing that as a Black woman, there is a whole community of allies who will stand up for her when she needs it. A message is rarely shared with our Black youth. I can say that I watched families with kids run from the streets. I felt relief that I didn't bring her, because I had never felt so unsafe in Austin, a city that I've lived in for 13 years, and a year in. At 2:30, APD tear gassed most of us standing in front of APD, and they later lied to the media and the news, saying that it was just gas or smoke bombs, and it was non-lethal to the protesters. As we ran from the chaos, I handed people in my community water bottles and washcloths as we desperately washed chemicals from our mouths and eyes, and the only threat was caused by the people who were armed, which was APD. This is why I'm asking you to defund APD. I'm asking you to remove Officers Brian Manley, Christopher Taylor, and the officers who used unnecessary force on civilians. While looking at the budget, I find it oppressive that Black and brown residents already struggle to pay for emergency and regular health care, while APD has granted over $4.3 million to use on weapons and its own citizens, and we are asking for justice. That is not a society your children deserve, and I am asking you for the first time in 400 years to stand up, because Black lives do matter, and what you do today will reflect on the process of healing that our community desperately needs. I have met most of you in person, and I have shook your hands, and I have looked you in the face, and I know that some of you have really good intent at heart. So that's why I'm asking you to stand up for my little sister, to stand up for me, to stand up for my mom, to stand up for the people I love. Don't let this happen anymore. It's up to you, and only you. Because we can't do anything. You guys are the ones making laws, and you guys are, we are being painted as violent as when we're asking for more. So thank you so much for listening.
The next speaker is Lisa Brown. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Lisa Brown, and I live in District Number 9, and I'm speaking out against Item 7. I'm a white person, and I'm here supporting the demands of Undoing White Supremacy Austin, grassroots leadership, the Austin Justice Coalition, and others to demand that Council fire Chief Manley, defund Austin Police Department, and invest in community resources that will truly keep us safe. My heart goes out to those who have shared the impact of these events on them and their family members. I cede the rest of my time to directly impacted people and people of color. Thank you.
The next speaker is Shivas Watson. You have 3 minutes. Shivas Watson. The next speaker is Diana Haggerty.
Yes, am I able to be heard?
Diana Haggerty, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Wonderful. My name is Diana Haggerty, and I am a proud homeowner in District 5 and business owner within District 9. But I arrived today as a mother, a role I share with several of you on the council. And I think you'll agree that the sacred role of motherhood weaves threads between us that are visceral. And when a child calls out for mama, we all turn our heads. When a child is hurt or killed, we all feel low. And we heard from so many mothers, children already today. And I am the mother of 4 incredible daughters who I will defend with my life. The police response to the protests here in Austin rendered me confused and helpless and terrified, as it has so many Black mothers and all mothers of color in countless situations. My heart is with those mothers who have had their children abused, injured, and killed at the hands of police this weekend and for so many, many years before. This past week in Austin has brought those feelings uncomfortably close to home, as I have felt safe to send my teenager alone to numerous civic engagements and have brought my family to nearly every march Austin has seen since I moved here in 2007. And I am crystal clear that the fact that recent events are so shocking to me and to so many of my white female counterparts is due to privilege. This level of police brutality is not shocking to our Black counterparts in Austin, as they have had to endure not only inequitable treatment and over-policing, but violence and abuse at the hands of police that are there to protect and to serve. And as Inigo Montoya said, you keep using that word, and I do not think it means what you think it means. And since us moms are so excellent at research as we act as our family's healthcare specialists, personal assistants, and risk managers, We quickly have come to realize that this is not new to Austin and in fact is far worse than we could have imagined. And I don't know if you've been hanging out in the moms groups lately, but between our kids being home 24/7 since March and our socially enforced need to fix everything, white Austin mothers are over it. We want more for our city, for our citizens, and not just white citizens. We don't want our city to be a place where we can go our whole lives without a meaningful interaction with a person of color. This is a systemic problem, and we are here to discuss the events of this weekend, but I want you to know that we are watching and we are listening. And I would urge not only the council, but white allies to move over and let these brilliant and capable Black community leaders show us the way. We are listening to our Black counterparts and the Black leaders of this movement. We stand in solidarity and we're prepared to act. As the heart-wrenchingly accurate statement replays over and over in my mind, all mothers were summoned when George Floyd called out for his mama. I clearly do not speak for all mothers, but this mother is deferring to Black leadership and to the Office for Police Oversight. Urge you to heed their recommendations and the recommendations brought today to maintain and strengthen community oversight, to implement the 8 Can't Wait protocols, to defend our Black leaders and to listen to their voices for what they see fit as ways to improve their quality of life, to fire the officers who killed Mike Ramos, and for a top-down change in the culture of the Austin Police Department that leads to a shift in the way Austin citizens are protected and served. And Chief Manley, if you love your city and your department as I think you do, you'll step aside and make way for the change that this community deserves. Mr. Kronk, if he doesn't step aside, I'd like you to please make sure he does. City Council, we are watching. Thank you.
The next speaker is Amit Patel. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi. So I'd kind of like to agree with a couple of the people that have gone before me. I've personally made it very clear to the city manager's office, to Jason Alexander in the city manager's office for the past 2 years, that systemic police abuse is an issue. I've had to face it as a brown individual in the city, and it's something that I come from a privileged background for. My parents are fairly wealthy, so I stood up and I fought for it. And in which case, when I personally met with the city manager or the assistant city manager and showed him details, videos, recordings of this abuse, of unlawful orders being given, it was blown off. So at this point, anyone that denies that this has been existent or is just coming to the realization that this is a problem should immediately be let go for gross negligence. As a taxpayer, I'd also like to know, for the past 2 years, at least here, this has been a fraudulent effort because it's been a known issue that's been covered up. So will this council be recovering our funds, and what will those be placed towards? Thank you.
The next speaker is Katrina Black. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Katrina Black. I live in 78704. I just moved here from Harvard Law School. I'm calling for a defunding of the police and investment into the Black community. Black and brown people in the city need better. It is absurd that 40% of Austin's budget goes to police, and now I understand that this is a kind of a free money situation for the grant, but right now public health and neighborhood housing receive 10% combined. I would ask that you, transfer like 20% of the police budget to or more to this, as that's like I feel like a meager ask. And then the other ask that I have is that you please fire the officers that killed Mike Ramos, and that you also consider firing Police Chief Brian Manley, Assistant Chief Troy Gray, Assistant City Manager Ray Arellano, who have not done their job in keeping this community safe and bringing accountability to these cops who've abused their power, as many have mentioned earlier. Demanding justice for Mike Ramos and his mother, Brenda. Black Lives Matter, and I'm going to step out of the way for people of color to share their stories.
The next speaker is John Cowart. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
You also great. Good afternoon. My name is John Cowart. I'm the 10th grade assistant principal at Kip Austin Brave High School. I'm calling to share about Bradley Ayala and share my concerns about what happened to him. I know Brad is an honor student at our school who took advanced placement classes in history. I first met him in AP World History class when I heard him call out, "Miss, is this true, or is this just what y'all want us to learn about history?" Brad loves history. He thinks critically. And when he was walking home that day and saw what was happening, he told his mom on the phone, "I'll be home shortly. I want to see history happening." He never made it home, and he hasn't been home since then. Chief Manley said the officers who shot Brad worked within the policy. Really? That's our policy? That's the policy. To shoot unarmed, peaceful children in the head. Is that what all of you are signing off on right now? Mayor Adler, you urged us not to make bad tactics an indictment on the individual police officers. And with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, hard disagree. This was not a case of bad police tactics or lack of training or an accident. This was intentional. Chief Manley, your answer to Edwin earlier was complete and absolute garbage. How dare you listen to a grieving brother and spew your idiocy about what is within or outside the policy? Policy? Your officer sought Brad out and sniped him down because he wanted to. A 16-year-old boy peacefully observing in the distance. We need action. We need the officers responsible fired and charged. We need Chief Manley fired, and we need to defund our police department right now. Defund them and give that money to our Black and brown communities. Raid the Austin Police pension funds and use their money to pay for Brad and Justin Howell's medical bills and for Mike Ramos's funeral costs. No more platitudes. Your prayers and hopes are not enough. Brad needs you. Justin needs you. Mike's family needs you. And our Black and brown citizens in the city need you to act.
The next speaker is Shivas Watson. Please be sure that your phone is not muted. You get 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Shivas Watson representing District 1 and all other affected communities in Austin, District 3, District 6, District 2, District 10. So that makes me in direct correspondence with several of you. I appreciate anyone who finally stands for Black lives, but truth is it always has. And that's why you've listened to several of us who have direct experience with APD and, for the matter, the city of Austin. As a Black man, I can't say with any certainty that Black lives have mattered before, as many confess now. Truth is, under Art Acevedo, we dealt with trigger-happy officers in APD, and under Greg Hamilton, the sheriff, we dealt with excessive force among county officers. So in April 2018, we as community advocates, we begged you all to hold a comprehensive search for a police chief, but we were denied for the existing chief. While under Acevedo's lead of Houston Police Department, they've accounted for 111 police-initiated shootings and 34 murders. So at the same time, Manley's $430 million operation has covered up investigations and slain more bodies. So Mayor Pro Tem Garza, I heard you say Black Lives Matter, and if we were to analyze the resisting arrest charges that have been filed by as a result of APD interaction, you gain scores of excessive force and brutality recollections. See, Black lives also matter when a man like George Floyd or Mike Ramos make it to Travis County jails and have to engage in an indifferent relationship with local attorneys that result in consequences that deny rehabilitation and reentry, and more than likely leave Austinites with documented stains that prevent them from resolving basic needs. A Black life doesn't matter yet to this city, and it's reflected in fair chance hiring awareness and enforcement in responses to homeless decriminalization. And to be honest, a Black Lives has to matter full scale at this point, and I'm saying even more than sidewalks, bike lanes, and bars have meant to the city. And almost 39% of the general fund in the current budget goes to a department that wants to hire more officers, only so they can tear gas and intentionally murder medical personnel and peaceful groups of people. And I think it's time to change directions and disband interactions with APD. And by defunding them, I think it's largely influenced by me recently using the city's budget tool and observing how much is dedicated to public health in Austin. I think the disparities there call for an instant defunding. Those who I stand with, but more importantly, communities in which I've lived in which you represent, that need RISE Fund assistance and other advocates you hear today, I think we're seeking from now on to communicate to you in ways that are immediate and skilled in diversion of funds when it comes to APD and operational accountability. I've personally taken Undoing Racism with APD leadership outside of Manly, and I felt that these were still unsuccessful reasons to fund the department $430 million without moving away from such an expensive option to even fully staff. I think it's time to let specific ones go, and I think you've heard that from advocates already. You've got Austinites with experience from this past weekend that can testify before a grand jury in APD culture that defies even constitutional rights. So along with demanding an immediate $70 million diversion into the RISE Fund for COVID-19 families, we ask for the removal of a list of officers and of Manly. Much like many of you maybe didn't want Charlie Strong at UT. And look, council, you're aware that because I've participated in direct past actions, that Black and Latino communities have long been ignored because of a negative involvement with APD. So I support Chris's early recommendation to disband the department with the media denying of funding what we discussed earlier with item 7. And Spencer, you hold the authority to result in a change in APD leadership. I've taken Undoing Racism with you as well. And Jimmy, I agree with mass accountability. I think you've heard tears today. But look, as a Black man, I've been hearing tears for years based on APD killing. So I think we do need to make an instant change, and we will come to you with initiatives, professional ones that I think can exist with efforts that we already have going on. Thank you again for the time.
The next speaker is Paul Adrian. You have 3 minutes. Paul Adrian. Be sure to unmute your phone if you're on mute. Paul Adrian.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Paul Adrian. I'm an 8th-generation Texan who attended UT Austin and later the Harvard Kennedy School. I worked 2 decades as a broadcast journalist, and for the last decade, I've been a technology entrepreneur who co-founded Latitude, a cloud-based video transfer solution used by some of the world's largest media companies. In short, I am a privileged white guy. I was not at the protest, but I did see video on the news that cannot be unseen of Austin police officers lined up side by side, repeatedly firing their shotguns, beanbags, less lethal rounds, whatever that is, tear gas. I can't stop seeing those officers side by side shooting. I also can't stop seeing the video of 16-year-old Brad Ayala standing by himself on the embankment doing nothing other than dropping by the protest to see democracy in action. APD shot him in the head. Brad dropped like a rock. I can't stop seeing that. And now I can't stop unhear his brother who testified earlier. The injuries that filled hospitals during the protests were predictable. They happened because the Austin Police Department dressed its officers like stormtroopers and sent them to a free speech event armed with guns that would be aimed at Austinites like Brad. The key issue to me is that APD thinks it is okay for its officers to take guns to a free speech event at all, and that it's okay for those officers to use those guns on Austinites. Even today, we hear this in the explanations from the police chief. It reminded me of that march in Selma, where there was undeniably a right side and a wrong side, a good side and a bad side. That bad side was armed with sticks and guns and dogs. The good side got injured, but changed the world. This week, APD played the role of those cops in Selma. This time, the blood of that 16-year-old is on my hands. As an Austin voter and a taxpayer, and I accept that responsibility, which is why I'm speaking today. Mayor Adler, council members, I have great respect for all of you and for what you do to grow and protect this community, but you are responsible for the injuries at that protest because you hire the city manager, who hires the police chief, who authorized this use of force on Austin citizens. You approved the police budget that paid for those guns. The remedy is to say, in no uncertain terms, that what happened this week in Austin was wrong and that it should never happen again. And I believe you do that by removing the police chief from his job. And if you don't have the authority to do that, by removing the person that you can remove, the city manager. Shooting civilians is wrong, and it is your responsibility and your opportunity to take direct action to ensure that every police officer knows that they should never, ever aim any gun at a citizen who is exercising their constitutional right to free speech. Thank you.
Mayor, did you hear the buzzer that time? Okay. Thumbs up if you did.
The next speaker is Vicky DeWeese. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm going to give a little bit of an opposing view. First off, I want to say I was born in Austin. I actually did endure police being overbearing to me personally in the 80s. I had guns drawn on me with my baby in the car in a station wagon. So I felt what that feels like. One of my best friends ran for office as an African American. I was his treasurer. So just to give a little bit of background. I am going to say that I don't think that you should defund the police department. I'm saying that based on, I hear more training needs to be implemented. That costs money. There's a shortage of officers. I hear that constantly. I hear all the time that APD cannot patrol neighborhoods. They can't respond effectively. The number of officers retiring or resigning exceeds the number who are graduating. They have a delayed response to property crimes if they respond at all. They take officers from assigned sectors on an ongoing basis to put them in other sectors, leaving every sector in town short of the minimum number of officers required. They require backup by other agencies. I don't know about you, but I want them to be able to return to community policing. They don't have enough officers to do that, is what I'm constantly told. I don't want to live with areas of town being boarded up. I don't understand why that has to be the case. A year ago, Chief Manley was hailed as a hero. Cities all over town wanted him to come to work for them. Now he's being vilified. Prior to these protests, there was a tribunal. That's what they called it. A special interest group called for a tribunal on Chief Manley. I see him as the voice of calm and reason. I think his sensitivity is refreshing. I think he's horrified by some of the events that occurred this weekend. He's not the first chief to have people criticize him. Art Acevedo was criticized before he left Austin. You're never going to find a perfect person. I think you need to work with Chief Manley. I want to ask, what about injuries to cops? It's terrible that there were injuries to anybody, but what about injuries to cops? I don't hear anybody asking about that. I think protecting the citizens and your first responders needs to be your number one job. No neighborhood, very few neighborhoods can afford to hire private security. I know a lot of neighborhoods are feeling like they need to now. I know my neighborhood can't, and we're in Baker sector, and that's another thing. I think the sectors need to be smaller. They're huge. It's impossible. With the traffic in Austin, it's impossible for the police to even answer calls. That's been on the news constantly. I hope that you'll consider some of what I've said. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I've been asked to help let speakers know when their buzzer has rung. I'm going to start to try doing that. Go ahead.
The next speaker is Molly Malone. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Oh, great.
Yes, we can.
So hi, okay, great. Thank you. I'm here to discuss on today's hearing about defunding the police. The reason being is because, as everyone has indicated here today, that there are certain tactics and certain things that have been tried in the past over and over and over again, and those items are not successful. So in my opinion, I think it's time that we start defunding the police and putting those resources towards other programs within the city that can help create change in communities of color, as people have discussed today, in public health care, also in public housing and other areas around mental health in public health care, helping resources and needs, and really going through and realizing that on a consistency of crisis in communities, it's very, very hard for people to live the lives that they are intended to live. So I just want to share that today, and I will defer the rest of my time to other folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Alexandria Hart. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start off with a thank you to Councilwoman Harper Madison. I'm very, very proud to live in your district. My name is Alex Hart, and I've been in Austin for 8 years. And every year when the anniversary of moving here approaches, I like to wonder if I qualify as an Austinite yet. To me, being an Austinite is a gift, something we should be both appreciative and proud of. And while there have been many days since the 2016 election that I've been ashamed to be an American, I've never felt shame in regards to Austin until now. As the protest started, it seemed as though our police force would not behave in the brutal and despicable manner that we've seen on screen and replaying in our heads since the murder of George Floyd. It was naive to think that our beautiful city is in any way immune to the deep-seated racism that plagues our country. 20-year-old Justin Howell may die. 16-year-old Levi Ayala is in critical condition. A Black pregnant woman was shot in the belly. None of these individuals posed a threat to officers, and all of this was done at the hands of the Austin Police Department. Also, no surprise that each person I've mentioned here is a person of color. The force used on these individuals exercising their constitutional rights was excessive and it's criminal. It's time leaders and those in power show us courage and compassion in addressing the wrongdoings of APD. And for my fellow Latinos, ahora es el momento para que los líderes y que los que tienen influencia demuestren coraje y compasión y rectifiquen los errores de APD. Fire the officers who are responsible for these crimes. Charge them for criminal action and do it immediately. Then, require all officers to go through implicit bias testing and do not put officers in the field who are a danger to our community. Require warnings before shooting. Require de-escalation before shooting. Make shooting an absolute last resort. Adopt 8 Can't Wait, which has been proven to decrease police violence. Require officers to protect and serve, not police and murder. Full stop. And lastly, take some of the $400+ million taxpayer dollars allocated to the APD and use that money to help heal our communities. Provide better housing opportunities for people of color. Invest in medical services and homelessness that also disproportionately affect people of color. The police are not above the law, and it's your job to prove that now. Prove to us that Austin is actually a home we can be proud of. Please act now and take no half measures. Inaction will cause more suffering in our community. Suffering that's been inflicted upon the Black and Latino community, all the minority communities, for far too long. I really hope the council sees this as an opportunity to set a national standard. It starts here with you at the local level. And council members, if it doesn't start with you, there will soon be someone else in your chair willing to make the changes that our community needs. Thank you.
The next speaker is,
Councilmember Harper, just a moment,
Sorry.
please. Councilmember Harper Madison.
I'd just like to give a moment to address that last speaker, not just because she's a D1 constituent, but because she said something that's so important. And I think as we move through this, right, I want to be in. Y'all have to forgive me. Like I've been trying my best all day to like compose myself. So I think what I'm trying to say is the thing that she said that I really appreciate, that everybody can appreciate. She talked about civic engagement. She said the words. So these things that are making us all so very uncomfortable, rightfully uncomfortable. I mean, to the point where I'm muting my camera as often as I can because I don't want y'all to see me cry. I don't want you to see me wiping my nose. And, you know, I don't want anybody on the line who's taken the opportunity to share with us to think that if we mute ourselves on camera, that we're not listening to you. More often than not, it's a matter of us just trying to remain professional and composed. I appreciate that last speaker said the thing that they did about getting civically engaged. I don't often get these opportunities, so I'm going to take this moment. You got to get engaged civically. You got to make sure you're registered to vote. You got to make sure you're prepared to be a part of this process, not even from the municipal process, but like as it moves into who governs us. Just one quick moment to take the opportunity to say, please get engaged. And if you have any questions, if you're concerned, if you don't know how to do it, find us. Y'all know how to find our email addresses. Like when you want to, you find us. So please find us if this is a moment where you feel like you need anything in the way of guidance about how to move forward in a way that we can help you make calculated and intentional decisions about who you vote for, because that's important.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. I think we have 2 more speakers that are speaking for 3 minutes each. And we have a little over 300 speakers that are speaking for a minute each. That's going to take us probably 5.5, 6 hours. Let's go ahead and call the last 2 speakers at 3 minutes, and then we go to 1 minute. We're still anticipating taking a break about 6 o'clock. Please go forward.
next speaker is Summer Mansfield. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I live in District 7. I am just, so Manager Kronk, what more evidence do you need to see that Austinites do not approve of our police leadership, that our police leadership has failed massively? Assistant Chief Justin Newsom was openly racist. He admitted this to Chief Manley. Manley failed to fire him. This alone is grounds for dismissal, period, point blank, no question. The accounts of police actions we have heard here today certainly give credence to the perception that all cops are bad cops. But I want to play devil's advocate for a minute. Chief Manley, your failures have not only negatively impacted the community at large, you have put your own officers in danger as a byproduct. If the community is angry, they will take it out on the police, as we have seen over the course of events this weekend. Not only were the officers physically abused, they were mentally and emotionally degraded. As such, it stands to reason, as human nature dictates, that these officers, unless treated properly, could go on to harbor even greater fear and resentment of the community they are to protect. Therefore, in order to keep peace and come together, citizens and police force, we must start fresh from a place of mutual respect and trust. And that is going to be hard to do. Chief Manley, I wish you well. I wish you peace and forgiveness. Thank you.
The next speaker is Savannah Jones. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello. First, I would like to commend Councilwoman Harper Madison for calling out Chief Manley on not being fully present by having his camera on in this meeting when this is all happening because of him and his police force. I am a longtime resident, and I am speaking in regards to APD tactics of crowd control over the weekend and what is being done to expedite the open investigations in connection with the attacks on Brad Ayala and multiple other victims during our peaceful protest. As you know, a minor by the name of Brad Ayala was standing alone, doing absolutely nothing, and while at a safe distance from the crowd, was struck down via headshot by less lethal ammunition. Another victim, Justin Howe, a 20-year-old black male, received a headshot while idly standing by, and there are reports in which he was being carried away by a team of medics. Officers continued to shoot at them with rubber bullets and beanbags. Attacking innocent protesters as such is completely absurd and criminal. What steps are being taken to find their attackers? And when found, what will you do to hold them accountable? Another thing I would like to address is there needs to be a discussion in eradicating the use of rubber bullets and beanbags for crowd control in our city. There's absolutely no need for the extremities of less lethal ammunition. This less lethal ammunition has caused multiple injuries, including Brad Ayala, who had to undergo neurological surgery and remains in intensive care. Also, a woman by the name of Sarah Nika Martin was shot in the abdomen and back multiple times as she ran for cover, and it turns out that she was pregnant. And although it is reported by her husband that their baby is okay, that is possible to change. This form of crowd control is supposed to be administered below the waist only to avoid serious injuries as such, but officers have displayed that they are not capable of using this method responsibly. And what do you do when what is to be done with someone who can't use things responsibly? They have it taken away. I would also like to see Chief Manley replaced by someone who is completely transparent. The fact that he is unwilling to release halo footage from the cameras on the front line and sit in front of the city and lie about the events that transpired is a complete disgrace, and I do not feel safe having someone like him running the force that is supposed to serve and protect us. I would also like to see Christopher Taylor charged with the murder of Mike Ramos. Members of council, we need you to stand for us as leaders and with citizens and with us as citizens of this wonderful city. Bring justice to the victims of protests and hold the criminals of our police department accountable for these acts of violence.
Thank you. We're now going to go to speakers speaking 1 minute each. I will tell everyone on the line, and I'll probably do this a couple times. We're going to take a break around 6 o'clock for dinner. If you're online and on the phone, don't hang up because you'll lose your place in line. When we take the break, we'll say what time we're coming back. But if you're on the line and haven't been called, don't hang up because you'll lose your place. You'd call the first 1 minute speaker, please.
Angelica Erazo.
Who?
Yes, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hello, this is Angelica Erazo, D1 resident, Vice Chair of the Hispanic Quality of Life Commission. I was a peaceful protester on Sunday and was shot and tear gassed by APD. People next to me were vomiting and passing out and still getting shot at while trying to regain their breath. I was hit on the head with these so-called non-lethal rounds. The only reason I am okay is because I was wearing a helmet. I wore a helmet because I expected that APD might shoot at us. Hear that and understand that. This weekend, innocent people were brutalized by the police of this city. How much blood needs to be spilled until you give a damn? Senator Clark, your statement yesterday said our chief of police is committed. Is somebody who sent a letter to Ken Paxton trying to exonerate the officer who killed Michael Ramos a chief of police that is committed? Is someone who for weeks refused to even acknowledge that APD's racial disparities in searches and arrests are a serious issue a chief of police that is committed? Is someone who publicly stated that there is no issues with APD's training curriculum a chief of police that is committed? Is someone who has allowed racism to flourish unchecked in the top ranks of this department a chief of police that is committed? No, Chief Senator Clark, blood is on your hands. You are the
Angelica,
one that
thank
can
you.
change. We know council's hands are tied.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Cassie Matthews, you have 1 minute.
And I know 1 minute is not sufficient time for anybody to be able to really speak. So you get to pick one, probably one really impactful thought. but you do have 1 minute. We're going to be listening to speakers till about midnight. Go ahead, please.
Yes, my name is Casey Matthews. I'm a resident in District 8. I just wanted to take a moment to call attention to the glaringly obvious racial disparities and injustices held by the Austin Police Department as evidenced in the handling of 2 protests that have taken place in the last couple of months. One being the InfoWars protests, which were largely white citizens, and the other being the protests in the recent week, represented by people of color. And and the oppression of people of color. APD, your racist principles and your fear of the rising up of people of color are on grand display. Austin citizens are watching you. And I just wanted to say the name of Saranika, I hope I pronounced that right, Nemo Martin, one more time, who was shot in the belly while pregnant and attempting to peacefully protest. I am demanding the resignation of Chief Manley and the officers who were involved in the murder of Mike Lamas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Topaz McGarrigle. You have 1 minute.
Hello. I was down at the protests on Saturday and Sunday. You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
There's obviously much larger issues here. I'm going to cut to my point. There's obviously much larger issues here, but I'm here to suggest a resolution for how protests are managed and how we can shrink the police department instead of spending money on riot gear, tear gas, and non-lethal weapons. I would propose that we start a new city-funded Department of Mediation and Crowd Control. With the right training and tactics, there would be no need for beanbags and tear gas. It's just silly that the police are in charge of a protest against the police. And they show up in riot gear. It's like you're begging for confrontation. You could use police force should be used to combat violent criminals, and that's all. The Department of Mediation and Crowd Control would also be useful on weekends, on 6th Street, at festivals, etc. And with the right training, would cut down on racially motivated police violence and profiling. The fact that Chief Manley hasn't stepped down tells you what kind of a person he is, and the trauma that he's caused to his officers. Just the poor management and the trauma that's going to be caused to all the police officers as well. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Next speaker.
Rose Eichelman.
Hello, my message is going to be directed towards the Austin Police Department and Chief Brian Manley. I'm a college student, and I'm here to say that I'm extremely disgusted by how you treated protesters these past few days. However, I'm not surprised. You say your job is to serve and protect us, but the only people out there who were protecting us were the medics, and y'all were even shooting them. Aside from them, we had to depend on each other for treating injuries when you guys shot rubber bullets and tear gas and maced us and beat us with batons. Personally, at one protest, I was covering and protecting a black woman with 4 other people who y'all maced while she got her eyes flushed out when APD officers stormed us even after we screamed that we were helping an injured person. One of the officers yelled back, "Well, then pick her up and leave," 5 seconds before they all barreled into us, beating the people around me with batons, pushing us with shields, and me personally getting pepper sprayed in my eyes and body. I ran away blindly while you guys started firing rubber bullets indiscriminately at anyone you could see. Chief Brian Manley, how can you sit up there in your office with your fake ears and claim that your officers are doing a great job at the protest when there are videos everywhere of APD committing brutality against its civilians for practicing its First Amendment rights?
Thank you.
This is what the biggest chunk of Austin's budget is to.
Thank you very much. Thank you for participating. Next speaker.
Justin Galise.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Justin. I'm a resident of District 9. I'm here today to voice my concern and anger over the way protesters were treated last weekend by the APD. The police took an oath to defend and serve the public. Shooting kids, pregnant women, or anyone for that matter does not fit within that oath. I'm asking for an open and independent investigation into how this happened and how it can be prevented in the future. I'm asking that you remove Chief Manley, whose leadership allowed this to happen. I'm asking that you investigate the killing of Mike Loomis. I'm also asking that you delay the current cadet class to implement training reform. I'm asking that all of you propose and pass policies that ban chokeholds and strangleholds, require that officers de-escalate situations first before the use of force, ban the shooting at moving vehicles, and require officers to file comprehensive reporting after they use or threaten the use of force against a civilian. I also ask that you defund the APD. If you do not vote in favor of the people and create policies in our interest, we will vote you out. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Zachary Mallet.
Hi, I'm just here to say that the funds making up the currently bloated police budget must be reallocated. We have to stop seeking a solution to crime that assumes its existence as a given, and instead focus on redirecting that money into neglected communities, eliminating the conditions that lead to crime rather than conditioning community members to resort to crime and condemning them to a cycle of imprisonment and victimization of the police. In this case, in the pandemic, we should use these funds, cuts in the police budget, for rent support for people who could be evicted starting with June 1st, as well as an immediate reversal of any evictions started on June 1st. In addition, Chief Manley must be removed from his position immediately. He has clearly condoned and authorized violent behavior against peaceful protesters. And I'm going to say this directly to you, Chief Manley. You have absolutely too many witnesses to the violence this past weekend to think that you can downplay the actions of APD and make up stories to justify the violence retroactively, i.e. the backpack story to justify shooting Justin Howell. People were there. They saw no backpack. It's bullshit. You lied. Any city council members who have been supported financially by police unions in their political careers should immediately return those funds and donate to local bail organizations or GoFundMes, supporting citizens previously mentioned injured by the APD.
Thank you for participating. Next speaker.
Shane Johnson.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
1 minute, not much time. Shane Johnson, he, him pronouns in District 3 against item 7. You know, the nice words mostly all said in your introduction, I just can't believe them until I actually see them put into practice. I've been doing this work for 3.5 years, and as a black man, I haven't had the privilege of not realizing how brutal and how much APD protects white supremacist culture in Austin. As a bare minimum, you should institute all of the 8 primary police de-escalation tactics that Campaign Zero and other organizations have put out. It's absolutely absurd that APD doesn't have to do things like de-escalate or do other measures before shooting at people. And then, as an absolute bare minimum, you must fire Chief Manley, fire APD Chief of Staff Troy Gay, fire Assistant City Manager Ray Ariano, who personally dragged his feet and tried to slow down the creation of a mental health first response program, a program that, if it hadn't been implemented, people like me would be murdered. I just want to end with saying that if you don't do these things, you're going to wish that the protests stayed as small as they have been.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Cecilia Yakin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Yakin, and I live in District 1. And I'm here today to demand that chokeholds and strangleholds be banned from the APD. I think it is disgusting that APD have claimed that their actions this past weekend were to protect people. There's countless evidence that this is not the case. Handing out cookies and kneeling and hugging for photo ops and lying to cover up what actually happened this weekend is never going to bring back the lives of people that have been murdered and will never fix the irreparable damage of lives affected by mass incarceration of Black people. I'm here to say that APD should be trained to exhaust all other alternatives before turning to weapons, and that other procedures like wearing body cams have proven to be ineffective. The APD's budget is extremely disproportionate, and I demand that they are defunded and that Chief Officer Manley step down, resign, be fired. And Y'all need to do better. This is disgusting that hundreds of people are having to call and tell you how to do your job. You're supposed to be the professional, and you are proving to be the criminals, and y'all are the ones who should be locked up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Michelle Glenn.
Hello, my name is Michelle Glenn. I call for the immediate termination of Chief Manley due to non-transparency. I know I can do something, and that is vote for you. So in order to do that, I need for you to answer the following questions. Do you support a national registry for officers regarding disciplinary and criminal reports? What actions do you currently take to run adequate backgrounds? How many secondary weapons is an officer allowed to carry? Please define carry. The approved weapons list states AR-15s can be carried by both on and off-duty officers. Are there any restrictions at all to carry AR-15s or any rifles? Who pays for settlements regarding police brutality cases? If tax dollars, why? What is the status of the Mike Ramos case? When will the officer be charged? Who is taking care of Brenda Ramos? Do we participate in no-knock warrant serving? Is an officer required to identify themselves? And then lastly, in regards to the minor Brad, he suffered a head wound by being needlessly shot while he was up against a fence. Officer Manley stated he was shot while he was clearing the highway. He was on a grassy hill. I want to know what has been done to identify the shooter. Are there any APD body cams? Are there any ballistic testing that can be done?
Thank you for participating
follow
with us tonight. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Deirdre Doty. Deirdre?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
As a white person, I cannot know the lived experiences of or speak for Black people and other people of color. And I was not at the recent protest, so I'll keep this short to let those that were speak. But as an ally, I want to say that I am outraged over the use of force tactics, including shooting protesters with so-called less lethal beanbags that the Austin Police Department used against people peacefully protesting against police brutality and police tactics that have led to the killings of countless Black people across our nation, including most recently George Floyd and Mike Ramos right here in Austin, Texas. This comes on the heels of the Tatum report and allegations of deep racism and homophobia within the department, and on the heels of policy reversal changes under Chief Manley's leadership, including reinstating the ability of Austin police to shoot at moving vehicles, a policy that led to the killing of Mike Ramos. I call on Austin City Council to defund APD and reallocate that money to fund non-police solutions to community issues, such as better access to health care and more mental health care workers, investing in housing and employment programs and community-based security and restorative justice programs. And I call on City Council to remove and replace Chief Brian Manley. We need new leadership to make sure that police reform in Austin actually occurs. As Councilmember Harper Madison said, we need to stop talking, listen to the people demanding justice, and take action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Patches Brashear.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I've lived in District 2 for 12 years. I've spoken to the council many times, and it always comes down to the racism of some system in this city. Anyone who's been paying attention has seen this coming for a long time. Community advocates have been bringing these problems to light for many years. Our outrage is justified. Our city's budget has consistently supported these excessive policing that has led us here. Defund and disband our city's police force. Any APD officer that didn't quit this weekend is part of the problem. Please listen to the voices of those affected most. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lauren Dagiatano.
My name is Lauren DeGaetano. You all know the 8 steps to take. We're not interested in apologies. It is late. They are not genuine. People want action. We won't accept these promises of reform since the system is designed to be violent. We're not fooled or impressed by your performance of taking a knee. It's a publicity stunt. Start releasing all peaceful protesters. Begin planning to defund the police department. Hold the officers accountable. Reallocate funds into the community and know that the people of Austin will continue to protest until the city starts dismantling the racist system of the police. I'm out.
Thank you. Next speaker.
David Chase.
Yes, my name is David Chase, and I was lucky enough to experience the peaceful protest that's been happening for these last 4 days. And I talked to a lot of protesters lately, and we all feel that the police should not be writing their own police reports. It should be done by a third party, possibly the Director, Office of Police Oversight. I don't see why this has happened a long time ago. Right now, the system is biased because police officers' emotions are involved, their mentalities are involved, and we don't know the history of that mentality and those emotions. So it's biased. If we had a third-party review board or something check these police reports or make a second police report, then we would have an unbiased system. But until that happens, nothing's going to change. I also call for Manley's resignation and defunding. If this doesn't happen, I feel like this is the only way to change the system. I appreciate everyone for what you're doing, and I hope I see some change.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Jakari Rencher.
Hello, my name is Jakari Rencher. I'm a Black woman, and I'm a resident of Austin in District 3. Every interaction I've had with the police has been nerve-wracking because there is no guarantee for just treatment. I had to push through many threats to my physical and mental health to protest at the Capitol on Sunday. The biggest threat being the massive amount of armed police officers that continue to use excessive amounts of force against civilians for exercising our First Amendment rights. I'm asking the City Council to fire Chief Maley and the officers involved with my grandma's murder. Defund the Austin Police Department, and invest that into the communities that need it. Listen to your community. I want to know what it feels like to trust in law enforcement. That is impossible with the current police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's hold on now. We're going to take a break. Councilmember Harper Madison, did you want to say something?
I did. Yeah, thank you. Y'all, this is brutal. And I don't think we spend enough time outside of policy work talking about mental health and wellness. I'm struggling to stay on the call, to be honest with you. I can't even speak to the people who are going to talk to us tonight. I am struggling to stay on this call because it's brutal and it's painful. And so my hope is that during the course of the break, that everybody takes a moment to do some deep breathing, drink some water, eat some food, hug your loved ones. Like, take a minute for yourself. And I will encourage the people that are waiting to speak to do the same. While I recognize that the subject matter is so very important, I am worried about all of us. Somebody sent me a message. I do this thing when I'm anxious. I rock. And somebody was like, you look like an absolute maniac right now. And I don't care. I'm doing what I need to do for myself. So do what you got to do. Behavioral modification you have to do for yourself, whatever minute you have to take for yourself to be okay in a moment like this that's so incredibly absurd and crazy. Like, it's the moment that's crazy. It's not you. So I hope people are taking an opportunity to take care of themselves. I will also say this, without discounting the relevance of being accountable. I'm looking at Brian Manley, who turned on his camera. Thank you. That's a whole human person right now, y'all. So while I can appreciate that we all have something to say that is entirely relevant, and us holding him by way of his position of leadership accountable, I want y'all to look at that man's face. That's a whole human person. He's not a robot. He's not a monster. We can hold him accountable and also recognize that he might need to take a minute too. So I want everybody to just know that I'm not feeling okay. I don't know about y'all, but I don't feel okay. I feel bad. I'm on the struggle bus. I'm driving the struggle bus. I want y'all to all take a minute, take some breaths, eat some food, drink some water, do what you have to do to take care of yourself. And remember, none of us are immortal. None of us are robots. We're all human people. Regardless of our opinions of how you did or did not, frankly, do your job. And I have some thoughts about that, which I'm certain we'll talk about later. My hope is that we all remember everybody, every face you can see right now is a human face. These aren't robots. These are humans. Give them a minute. Please give them a minute to be human. The other thing I wanted to say, and I appreciate you recognizing me, Chair, because I feel like this is of the utmost importance. Sometimes some of the hard times I get are by way of the Austin Police Association and their leadership. The fact that Ken Cassidy, aka Box, the leader of the union for the police department, is not on this call, I personally find it problematic. I think this is an opportunity for people to put all of, and I'm not going to make any apologies. I think some of the words that have been expressed, some of the fears and anger that have been expressed towards our police chief are entirely valid. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to the loud voices, they come from APA. They come from the Austin Police Association and Ken Cassidy and his leadership there. I think it's problematic that he's not on the call. So my hope is during the course of the break, we get him on the call. Because in my mind's eye, that's an important introduction to this dialogue.
Thank you for that. You're having to take care of everybody tonight, and that's not fair. Colleagues, it is 6:04. There are about 120 people that have actually gotten in the queue that have yet to speak. The other 150 would have the right to be able to call in, but at this point, about 120 people. It is 6:04. I suggest we come back at 7 to complete the calls. Does that work for everybody? Everybody 55 minutes so you have a chance to actually rest. Okay, then here at 6:04, both the regular city council meeting as well as the special called city council meeting are both in recess until 7 o'clock. See you guys then.
To all of the speakers, this is Myrna from the clerk's office. Reminder to not hang up or you will lose your spot in line. Also, if you have not pressed 0, please do so now so that you are admitted to the call. Thank you.
It is 7:05. We're going to reconvene the city council meeting set for June 4th, 2020. It is also concurrently the special called meeting, also for the same day, June 4th, 2020. We were listening to speakers that had signed up. And we'll start back in on that process. When we are done hearing all the speakers, we'll entertain a motion on item number 7. And then right after that, we will all hold our comments and reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, this meeting, so that we can have the presentation and then questions and discussions. I would say out loud again that having 1 minute to speak is clearly insufficient time for people to be able to speak. The reason the council decided this policy a couple years ago is because it was also unfair to have people having to wait hours and hours and hours and only get to speak to the council at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. We had 334 people sign up. If everybody spoke for 3 minutes, that's almost 17 hours that we would have people speaking. And it's imperative that as a council, we get to discuss procedures and protocols associated with demonstrations, certainly before we go back into demonstrations this weekend. With that said, we're going to go ahead and continue on with the speakers. Every speaker has 1 minute. I apologize for that, but I would ask the speakers to try to hold to that 1 minute so that all the remaining speakers have a chance to speak before we get too late. Do we still have the folks on that are helping us recognize speakers?
Yes, we're here.
Okay, great. Why don't you go ahead and call the next speaker?
Brett Tarr.
Mayor, Councilor Harper.
Thank you very much for having. Thank you very much for having me. I am a business owner and have lived here in Austin for 18 years and participated in the protests Sunday afternoon and Saturday evening. What I witnessed were multiple acts of APD officers firing at unarmed, peaceful protesters, shooting in the head and the torso, and not taking appropriate measures as outlined by APD. Being a business owner myself, I know that I'm responsible for those that I manage and oversee. I did not hear Chief Brian Manley participating in this weekend's activities. I did not hear of any type of reports of oversight of the police. But what I saw firsthand were individual police officers firing multiple times with other officers standing shoulder to shoulder and not saying anything. What I saw were peaceful protesters policing themselves, putting out fires, at one point peacefully confronting a man wielding a knife, telling others not to throw water bottles. And I personally confronted police officers who were indiscriminately firing live rounds, non-lethal rounds at individuals. And once they saw a imposing 45-year-old male come to them, videoing them on the spot, they stopped firing at that individual, pointed their gun at me, or one officer did, and then stopped firing. So you had peaceful protesters policing APD. You had leadership not participating.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
Getting ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Crystal Erickson Collins. Crystal Erickson Collins, be sure to unmute your phone.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I am a member of Undoing White Supremacy Austin. Thank you for participating in the UT Equity panel yesterday. I agree with much of what you said. I agree. Today is about overdue justice. I agree. No mother should fear for the life of her child. Where's justice for Brenda Ramos? For years, people of color have spoken, engaged, collaborated, and patiently sought reform. No more. I agree. It is time for deep and total change to all of our institutions. You must act now. Chief Manley has given lip service to reform while allowing racism to flourish. His policy changes directly resulted in the murder of Mike Ramos. He must be fired. If Assistant Manager Cronk won't, he should be fired. Public safety is not more sworn officers. Public safety comes when people are fed, have good education, health care, and jobs. We must redirect funds from APD personnel budget to housing, education, and public health, and contribute $70 million to RISE funds to be allocated directly into the hands of underfunded families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Swan.
Hi. On Sunday, I got to learn what tear gas feels like and what it's like to fear my own state. Irritants wash out, fear doesn't. If this is how they treat peaceful protesters with all eyes on them, how can we trust APD with our communities? Not experiencing police violence shouldn't be my white privilege. It's a human right. Black Lives Matter. Reallocate the APD budget. I yield my time.
Nakia Arnold.
My name is Nika Arnold. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
My name is Nika Arnold, and I spoke at the protest this weekend. My hashtag is We Are Not Here to Hate. I want y'all to acknowledge that Austin is the capital of Texas for a reason. We started as a slave trade city. And Chief Manley and Mr. Cronk, don't stand on that. Give it to the community. Give it to our black people. We need it. Better health care. Our economy, our school. We need food. We're homeless out here. We're scared out here. If y'all feel like y'all are going to protect us, defund it, period. No more police. We can fund ourselves and protect ourselves. I've been living in Austin for 27 years. I've never felt safe. I have to raise my child. I've seen the worst things happen to us. To us. This is enough. If y'all feel like this is enough, stand with us. Stand with us and say, this is enough. Please. Natasha, thank you for everything. We shall link do business. Again, my name is Nika Arnold. Stand with us, not against us.
Thank you for participating. Next speaker.
Mary Chisholm. Mary Chisholm, make sure you unmute your phone.
Hi, my name is Mary Chisholm. I'm from R11 District 4. I would like to ask the city manager to terminate the grant noted in item 7. I'd like to ask the city council to direct the manager to dismantle the police and start new, just like Chris Harris said, and I agree with Chris Harris and the gentleman after him and Chris Harris's policy recommendations. And I urge the city council to hold Manley, Cassidy, and all officers accountable for their actions. We know that Ken Cassidy has assaulted people. It's on video. And I urge every person who was injured while protesting to contact an attorney to file a civil rights suit against Austin Police Department and their officers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Monica Guzman.
I'm here. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes. Good evening. I'm Monica Guzman, Policy Director for GAVA, Go Austin, Vamos Austin, speaking on item 7 and SPEC 001. Item SPEC 001. It is horrifying to know that peaceful protesters in multiple instances were met with violent responses by APD that have left multiple young people of color in critical condition while our police department continues to ask for additional resources. so-called non-lethal ammunition is incredibly dangerous and, in fact, lethal when used in the manner that Austin police officers fired it at protesters and bystanders. These policies and practices cannot stand. Do not allocate additional resources to APD without first addressing the egregious events of the last week and identifying immediate changes that can be made to prevent this from happening in the future. Instead of funding APD requests, use those funds to address health and other systemic inequities, starting with Austin Public Health to address the disproportionate impact of COVID-19, as well as long-requested projects such as lighting in the park, which are a more cost-effective deterrent. And as I said this morning regarding item 7, I urge terminating the grant, freeing up city funds for allocation to the RISE Fund, facilitating ACH transfers directly to the resident.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Al Geisler.
Hello, thank you. I'm an ally and I appreciate my fellow citizens. I've lived in the Austin Metro for 12 years now in the 6th District. I did not physically protest, but I bore witness. I've seen horrific footage 17 miles from my home, and it is unacceptable. We need action, we need justice and accountability for Mike Ramos and his mother and so many others. We need to speak out against fascism and racism and shame it into submission. I demand that APD lay down weapons of violence. Rather, they risk putting more folks in critical condition with non-lethal tools, like they did with Mr. Howell, or shooting an unarmed pregnant woman like Ms. Martin, shooting medics and journalists. It happened here. It's disgusting. We cannot tolerate this. Police departments should resemble the brothers and sisters of the community, not RoboCop. I ask the committee to show faith in the people of Austin first and understand you need to earn our faith. APD, you have lost our faith. The APD budget is way too much of the pie. It needs to be reduced. A priority in spending should be education and accountability. We must invest wisely in our community. Black Lives Matter and police violence and racism. Chief, you need to resign. Council, you must act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mona Mendy.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Great. Okay. Yeah, I was in the protest last Sunday during the part at the Capitol and Governor Mansion, and the vast majority of these recent protests, including the ones in Austin, by my own direct witness and knowledge of the events that went on later in the evening, were peaceful. Basically, people are very tired of the police killings, the systematic racism of the criminal justice system, and so on, primarily directed at people of color. So what I'm saying is that the people here in Austin engaged in peaceful civil disobedience on I-35 for a limited period. That could have ended with respectful dialogue and very mild means to ask the people to leave. But instead, APD, as you know, as you've been hearing, used highly damaging, capable of maiming and killing people, different elements of the rubber bullets and the beanbag. My son, who was there in the evening, saw police officers lined up on I-35 with an officer pointing his rifle directly down at the citizens below in front of the APD headquarters.
Thank you very much.
So they have no right to do this to the citizens. So I'm calling on the city
appreciate you
to make
participating
systematic
tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Caroline Metz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I was at the protest this past weekend, peacefully protesting myself. And for the record, I did not once feel threatened by my fellow protesters, but I did feel threatened and unsafe because of the police tactics used. I won't have time to go into detail because of the time, but everything that has been said in regards to what AP did is 100% accurate. They did not go the extra mile to keep things from escalating out of control, but acted as instigators. I was not injured myself, but I felt like I could have easily been one of those who had been injured because APD was trigger happy and firing the rubber bullets at random into the crowd. I personally experienced a terrifying situation and I felt powerless, and as a privileged white female, I can't even begin to imagine how Black Americans have felt for so long. The answer is not to do better with our current model, but reform and completely change it.
and we need more than empty words, and we can start by defunding APD and justice for Mike Ramos. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Kyle Renfield.
Since it hasn't been addressed, first, the idea of a curfew in Austin is absurd at best, and it's another excuse for the APD to beat up peaceful protesters. Don't do it. More importantly, there's a 2017 research paper online at BMJ Journals on rubber bullets. 3% of people injured by rubber bullets die. 15% are permanently disabled. If you ban them only in crowd control settings, that distinction is another shield for the police to hide behind. They need to be banned immediately. Change the policy tonight. Brad Ayala and Justin Howell are innocent human beings, and Police Chief Manley actively fostered an environment in which they were shot and brutalized to the brink of death. And I wonder if City Manager Cronk was asleep in his oversight like he was in Minneapolis. Has the APD identified the officers that shot those boys, or are those officers still on duty right now being paid extra to work these protests? I want everyone to remember that it's we who are being looted to fund this police brutality. We pay for the bullet, we pay for the gun, and right now we're paying those cops salary, health care, and retirement, while many people in Austin are out of jobs, and while Brad and Justin are fighting for their lives.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Benjamin Montes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ben Montes. I'm a resident of District 1. Thanks, everyone, for taking the time to hear us out today. I'm happy that many of you are willing to adopt the 8 can't wait policies and hope that will happen immediately, but that is hardly a baby step. We need to significantly cut funding to the police department and reallocate those resources into public health, education, and affordable housing. Additionally, DA Margaret Moore has stated that they do not have enough staff to effectively and efficiently prosecute police. Repeat, she does not have enough lawyers to hold officers accountable. For that reason, the killing of Maurice Da Silva was never prosecuted, and the officer in that case was the same who killed Michael Ramos. That is unacceptable. You should not hire more officers if you do not have staff that can hold them accountable, and you certainly should stop paying officers when they are being investigated. The next thing I'd like to address is immediate actions regarding the protests in the coming days. There are reports that Chief Manley is considering a curfew, and I plead with you not to enforce a curfew. We have seen that curfews are abused by the LAPD and NYPD as an excuse to freely assault peaceful protesters, bystanders, and people simply walking home from work. Defund the police, Black Lives Matter. You have my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kenzie Gomez. Kenzie Gomez, be sure to unmute your phone.
Austin for. Good evening. I am a constituent in District 7. Is it my turn?
Yes, please proceed.
Go ahead.
And I have lived in Austin for 17 years. I'm here to add my voice to those who condemn the unprovoked and excessive force used by APD at this protest. It is unacceptable. As someone who works at KIPP Austin, I'm here in particular in support of Brad Ayala. As a reminder, Brad is 16 years old and remains in excruciating pain. You need to demand total transparency about these incidents. Terminate the officers who clearly violated policy to warn before firing, and fully reimburse every victim using existing APD funding. Now, I want to address Chief Manley's response. It has been unacceptable. There is no amount of training, form, or policies that can overcome weak leadership. The changes required are not tweaks. They will take vision and backbone. We need new leadership now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Christopher Scholar.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Schollard. I'm in Ann Kitchen's District 5. Despite Austin's tolerant and progressive reputation, the APD, when facing its citizenry, shows its racist oppression time and again. On Saturday, May 30, my minor son and I attended a protest at APD HQ. We were prepared for peaceful protest. We were not prepared for violent attacks by the police. As several videos and photographs show, my passively resisting child was attacked by several mounted police officers in a concentrated and deliberate fashion. In fact, Councilmember Flanagan had a photo of this happening to my child on his Facebook page. I'm lucky it wasn't a bullet. We've all seen too many black and brown people who were not so lucky. You parents who didn't before now know how APD will treat your children regardless of color. The APD has demonstrated time and again that it exists chiefly to oppress citizens, often with racist violence. As a taxpayer, citizen, and human, I demand that the APD be defunded, dismantled, and only then, if needed, rebuilt from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Aislinn Smith. Aislinn Smith, be sure to unmute your phone.
Hello. First of all, I would like to recognize Chaz Moore for his leadership of the Austin Justice Coalition. Black lives have always mattered. District 10 can no longer blindly fund a police department that has always violently, racially profiled our Black and Latinx community members. It is absolutely unacceptable that APD sent citizens exercising their constitutional rights to the hospital. The incompetent police presence at protests use weaponry, both often in lethal or semi-lethal ways that has left citizens severely damaged both physically and emotionally. The City of Austin has the responsibility to pay for these medical treatments and any future legal fees. My following suggestions for police reform have been inspired by Campaign Zero, Austin Justice Coalition, and the 2020 Austin Budget Survey. I want to remind Chairwoman Allison Alter that there are real, actionable steps that we can take. The employment of Police Chief Brian Manley should be called into question. Also, why does APD even have access to tear gas? At a bare minimum, city funds to militarize the APD should be dramatically reduced and reappropriated for more crucial items that will benefit the lives and safety of Austinites, especially people of color. This includes Austin Public Health, COVID testing, rent freezes, etc. A considerable percentage of the APD budget should be directed towards improving the Civilian Complaints Office to ensure that police misconduct or protests gets investigated swiftly and independently by a third party until the point of prosecution if necessary.
Thank you for your participation. Next speaker.
Alexandra Evans.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Evans. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Evans. I'm president of the University Democrats at UT Austin, and many members of my org were tear gassed this week at the protest. So APD also used non-lethal bullets and brute force on unarmed protesters, some being children. They then lied about this on social media until we were forced to recant after countless testimonies. APD greatly abused their power this past week. How can Austin pride itself on being Texas's progressive haven when our police force was so eager to stifle the First Amendment and retaliate on protesters? Senator Clark, how is Brian Manley still the chief of police after every abuse from the last couple years? And City Council, what are you willing to do to ensure that APD does not do further harm to this community? People more qualified than I have expressed options for funding community and not cops, so I'm not going to go into that. I do want to say that I have a group of students who are greatly politically engaged. They are passionate, aware, and furious. How do I inspire them to continue to throw our time and resources to elect people like you when progressive leadership did not stop cops from brutalizing unarmed protesters? APD has shown that they do not protect and serve people willing to leave their house in a pandemic to stand up for Black Lives Matter. Do you serve your constituents, or do you talk in circles and avoid addressing the real issue at any cost? Do we need to elect people less concerned with towing lines, appeasing donors, or future political ambitions, and find people more concerned with justice and being public servants?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for participating. Councilmember Harper Madison.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to remind folks, I absolutely recognize that 1 minute is not enough time, but it's what we have. And no one person's experience or commentary is more important than any others. And so it's not just a matter of us cutting you off. It's a matter of us trying to make sure that we can, within the bounds of what's humanly possible, and frankly, by way of mathematics, there's just not enough time for us to give everybody more time. So I recognize, and I'm certain that some of my colleagues would echo my sentiment. And saying 1 minute is not enough time for you to say what you want to say about something that's so extraordinarily important, but we can't give any one person more time than we give another person time. Everybody's got something to contribute to the dialogue. So I just want to make certain to advocate for my colleague, the chair, Mayor Adler. When and if he cuts you off, it's not because your contribution is not valued. It's because there are 280 some odd people standing in line behind you, and everybody wants to make their contribution. And they're honestly, it's just, we could do this dialogue for 3 consecutive weeks and still not have enough time. There's just not enough time. So don't feel cut off. Don't feel like we don't hear you. We hear you. We're hearing you. But I also want to remind people, our email addresses are readily available on the austintexas.gov website. Email us. If you didn't get a chance to say everything you wanted to say, this is not your singular opportunity to talk to us. I would like to encourage people to continue to talk to us outside of this opportunity. And don't feel cut off. Don't feel slighted. It's not about you. It's just a matter of, we just don't have enough time to have people go over the 1 minute. And that the decision around it being 1 minute has to do with like the finite nature of time. And I'm so sorry. I just personally want to say my apologies. I'm so sorry that you guys are feeling like you're getting cut off. You're not getting to say everything you wanted to say. I want to hear it all. But honestly, we could be here for weeks hearing it all. So if everybody could be really mindful about respecting the 1 minute, it's because we want to hear from your friends, your allies, our anti-racist allies. Like, we want to hear from everybody. So the 1 minute is a hard, firm cutoff for a reason, and not because we don't appreciate what you're contributing to the dialogue.
Thank you. Thank you, council member. Let's go ahead and call the next speaker for an all
Spencer
too
Garland?
sufficient minute.
Sorry.
Say the name again, please.
Spencer Garland.
Oh, hi. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Spencer Garland. I was there all this weekend. I saw all the same types of things that everybody before me is speaking has described. Pregnant woman, a 16-year-old, a college student, over 50 arrests of protesters, but 0 arrests still in the murder of Mike Ramos, Morris Da Silva. Christopher Taylor, who killed both, is still working. Manley let his assistant chief walk with $130,000 in sick pay after a decade of racist remarks and no punishment. Manley has done nothing but lied about what happened last weekend. Kronk has done nothing. The only thing new here is the whole country waking up and holding you accountable for knowledge you've held for years and done nothing with. Absolutely no curfew. Mayor Adler, you're just like New Austin, progressive on the surface and driving to Dallas to endorse Joe Biden on the weekend. Fire Chief Manley, there's no question. He is a human, like Harper said.
Thank you for your testimony. Next person.
Sophia Cassini. Sophia Cassini, be sure to unmute your phone. Emma Galbraith. Emma Galbraith. Emma Galbraith, be sure to unmute your phone, please.
And how do they unmute?
They're probably just muted themselves on their telephone. I'm just unmute.
Okay.
Eve Galbraith. Robert Segovia. Mayor, if you can give us a minute, I believe something went wrong. 1 second.
Okay.
Mayor Adler, if I could take a moment, there was a couple of colleagues and I were having a conversation over the course of the break about self-care and some other things that I think are relevant and important. And so while we wait, I wonder if there's anybody other than me. I don't want to take up more space than necessary. I wonder if there's anybody other than me who could take up a minute or two to talk about taking care of ourselves during this extraordinarily difficult time.
I'm drinking way too many Diet Cokes. I know that's not what you had in mind.
Councilmember Harper Madison, I followed your orders and I watched a little TV with my little one while on the break.
Ann?
I tried to follow your orders, but I looked at my bicycle, but I didn't actually get on it. So I am standing though. So, and thank you for caring for us.
Allison?
I went for a walk and got some air, and I think that's something that I've been trying to do regularly through this whole COVID and protests and everything. And I think it's a really important reminder for us to take care of ourselves and for everyone to pause, and I appreciate you thinking of us.
Mayor, we're back.
All right. Call the next person.
Robert Segovia.
This is Robert Segovia. I am a person I'm a Latino man in the community. I'm from District 1. I co-own a theater downtown. I just want to echo the sentiments of other folks that say we need to defund the police, and if that doesn't work, we need to abolish the police. Firing Chief Manley should have already happened, but he is just the head of a rotten tree. And we need to rebuild the police from the ground up. They have shown us that they do not want to be part of the community. We need the city council to decide between the community and the police. We need the city council to say, we value human lives over property and jobs. We need the city council to say, we are not going to take this anymore. And we're not going to have another black boy or a brown boy die and give the police any more money. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Eric Wickman.
Hi, this is Eric. I had a recording that was going to be played, but if the recording's not going to play, I will go ahead and read it real quickly. I'm here to apologize for not telling this story before. I had a meeting with a senior officer with APD. In the meeting, I told him that our business will not call APD if we have an issue with a person of color because I'm afraid of the police brutalizing someone when it is unnecessary and wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I knew I was a part of that. He told me that we were doing the right thing and that we should not call APD in the instances where someone is a person of color for the safety of that person. I wasn't even shocked that he told me that. You're scaring my friends from going to peaceful demonstrations. Black Lives Matter is helping to teach white people how we can participate without putting people of color at further risk. Sunday's event at HTU is important for me and my friends to be there to listen. Chief Manley's last act of service needs to be to tell us all that everyone will be safe and protected from officers. Demonstrators are learning to identify the bad actors and expose them and get them out of the demonstration. We can work together to get rid of those bad actors, and we also need to work together to remove the officers that are not fit for duty.
Thank you. Councilmember Harper Madison.
I'd just like to take the opportunity to recognize the speaker. This is somebody in my district who is a strong anti-racist advocate. And during the course of the pandemic, they opened up their business to offer people free Wi-Fi and so many other things. And so I hear you, I see you. Thank you. This is probably your first time showing up to council to speak your truth. And thank you very much, not just for showing up today, not just for showing up during the course of the protest, but thank you for all the things that you and your fellow proprietors did to show up for the community during the course of this crisis. I'm really happy to see you on the line.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Nitya Rayapati. Nitya Rayapati. Be sure to unmute your phone, please.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Okay, thank you so much for your time. So just echoing other people, I'm calling for the arrest of the officers who killed Mike Ramos and the defunding of the Austin Police. I guess one thing I wanted to add was that like reformism isn't enough and community policing isn't enough. And so I'm hoping that as we defund the police and redirect those funds into the community, into affordable housing, into our health, we also think about how we can take care of each other within the community in other ways. Yeah, thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Beth Klosser. Beth Klosser, be sure to unmute your phone, please. Georgia E.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Georgie, and I attended Sunday's protest as a peaceful protester, but little did I know that it could have been my potential death sentence. And if this isn't clear, it needs to be made clear. The escalated force model does not work. So this idea that a dominant show of force by the police will convince protesters to comply does not work, because all it does is actually incite more violence. And in doing so, you're teaching police to equate civil disobedience with anarchy, and it only emboldens racist APD cops to kill. So suggestions that I have are to ban on a statewide level police officers and actually charge them. So this means not allowing cops to just, take a leave of absence, but then also be able to reapply and become a state trooper one day as well. I think that also we should look into having third-party vendors conduct postmortem on what happens in these aggravated incidences, and also to defund the police. Right now, 40% of Austin city budget goes towards the police, but that can also be reallocated towards housing and public health areas.
Thank you.
And also for...
Excuse me. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jackie Calloway.
Hi, I'm a Black resident of District 5, and more than anything, I want to go downtown and go with my community and say that Black Lives Matter. But I'm afraid, because like the earlier speakers have said, the videos look exactly like marches we saw in the 1960s, and I do not want to face police in riot gear who are shooting medics and bystanders. Beanbags and tear gas should not be used on peaceful citizens in any context, and Chief Bailey's response that they
they will not be using crowds was so disrespectful to Brad Ayala, who is standing on his own. So I'm demanding that we defund the police and adopt 8 Can't Wait, because it is a systematic issue, and we do not need more cops or studies or committees or training, because even with all of that, officers are stopping and arresting and brutalizing Black and brown people on camera without penalty. And so we must defund, because if I saw a crime being committed by a Black man today, I would never call the police. Because as soon as they arrive, I would think this could be the reason that a man dies today. And I'm getting very upset, so I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Harper Madison.
To the last speaker, I want to be mindful about how you're feeling right now. So I don't want to ask you to elaborate if you're doing what a lot of us have been doing and just taking a minute. Like sometimes you just need to take a minute and cry or scream or be mad but I would like for her to be able to have the opportunity to elaborate a little bit. So she said something that I think a lot of our constituents are saying, in that there's this where people just don't feel like they can elaborate on their feelings and elaborate on how we are just not showing up for them. And so if she's still on the line, I'd like very much to ask briefly, how can we as a council do a better job to show up for people when y'all are feeling the same thing we feel? You know, none of us are immortal, right? We're all mortal humans. How can we show up better for you in that space where you're just feeling like we don't see you, we don't hear you? Like, do you have something you'd like to offer in terms of an addition to that?
Councilmember, she's no longer on the line.
That's unfortunate. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Thomas Hopes. Thomas Hopes, if you're on mute, please unmute your phone.
Thank you for the time. I just want to say, with the current grant that's coming in, the money, please take action for creating some sort of cop watch. We require police to take psychology and see psychologists as a continued education evaluation, since they are constantly being challenged psychologically, but they lack the empathy to actually communicate with their audience. We require police to teach a required course in high school on law language of police, so we are all aware of the language that the law uses against us constantly. I support the previous callers, and I stand with any police and public officials against these looters who have tried to hijack this movement. Please redirect these funds to an external organization whose mission is to enforce lawful arrest in low-income communities, predominantly of African and Latino descent. They must be citizens who volunteer. It will act as a neighborhood watch, but they will all be trained in self-defense, weapons, martial arts, and to neutralize any unlawful brutality, arrests, or murders on behalf of the Austin Police Department. At least half of the Austin Police Department budget should go towards this program in various communities throughout Austin impacted by high crime and low police
I appreciate
resolution.
your participation with us tonight. Thank you. Next speaker.
Warren Berkeley.
Hi. Hear me?
Go ahead.
Warren Berkeley. I'll keep this short. Firemen lead, defund APD, put that money towards mental health crisis, getting people the help they need when they are in a mental health crisis. Manly song and dancer with all these white people out here, but we've seen him before. We know his policies and how they affect black and brown bodies. So, I mean, we're good on that. Get him out of here. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Bethany Carson.
Good evening. This is Bethany Carson speaking on behalf of grassroots leadership and Undoing White Supremacy Austin. I'm here because I wanted to challenge the idea that reform without divestment will end police brutality. As Alex Vitale writes, this assumes that the intended role of the police is to neutrally enforce a set of laws that are automatically beneficial to everyone. It's not, and it's never have been. Policing in the U.S. emerged from slave patrols, and APD specifically emerged from an 1865 city council meeting about how to fix the, quote, problem that free Black people were, quote, congregating in and around Austin, referencing the Freedmen towns where newly freed Black people were finally building a semblance of safety and autonomy. It's up to city council to make amends for that history by defunding the Austin Police Department. The 40% of the budget that is currently attacking our Black and brown community members could instead keep all of us safe. We can meet these basic needs of families most impacted by the pandemic through the RISE Fund, Fund EMS, mental health crisis response, affordable housing, addiction treatment, keep Black and brown schools open, invest in green spaces on the east side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness, next person.
Daniel Lucio.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello? Okay. Hi, my name is Daniel Lucio. I'm on the board of ECHO and a resident in East Austin, District 1. On Sunday, I joined a peaceful gathering outside of City Hall to support Black Lives Matter and calling attention to the murder of Mike Ramos. After 15 minutes, Austin police created a barrier on Cesar Chavez with bikes, batons, and guns. Without warning, police began firing on myself and other demonstrators, many of whom had their hands up. They shot us at close range with beanbag bullets into a crowd with parents and young children, including a father who had a 2-year-old son on his shoulders right next to me. These violent and unprovoked shootings and use of tear gas continued throughout the afternoon. Right now, there are 2 young men of color, Justin Howell and Brad Ayala, sitting in the hospital with critical injuries because of APD's appetite for violence. I do not understand why not one single police officer or someone in city management has not lost their job over this. You have a responsibility to hold these people accountable. We need justice for Mike Ramos. We need justice for Breonna Taylor and George Floyd because Black Lives Matter.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Tucker Ryle.
Hi, my name is Tucker and I live in Council District 1. Thank you, Councilmember Harper Madison, for beginning the discussion about how to actually create a just and equitable public safety system in Austin. With all the money we spend on the police department, what we get in return is an ongoing violent disruption of our Black and brown communities and the murders of people like Mike Ramos. What we also get is peaceful protesters brutalized with chemical weapons and so-called less than lethal munitions, which sent Justin Howell and Brett Ayala to the hospital in critical condition, leaving them with life-altering injuries. The people who respond to crises in our communities should be the people best equipped to deal with those crises. And in all cases, the best equipped people are not members of a militarized police force. If we were to reallocate resources towards the needs of our community, whether that be housing solutions, public health, including mental health services, jobs, schools, if we did that, we would see that we don't have a need for a police force. This is a radical and sustainable step toward an actual community-based model of safety that would ensure Black people thrive in this city rather than be terrorized by an increasingly aggressive and racist police force. Remove Manley, defund the police, Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Coulter Sonneville.
Hello, I was a Coast Guard officer for 6 years. I carried the weapons of the police. We were told that if we used excessive force, we'd be thrown under the bus. That is not the culture of APD. In 2014, I went to 6th Street. I saw 2 bike cops come out of an alley way too fast. They almost ran into a sober pedestrian. One of the bike cops got mad that this guy was in his way, so he got off his bike and pushed the man in a way that you might see a drunk frat boy start a fight. but this frat boy was wearing an Austin PD uniform. The man told the cop to slow down. The cop grabbed his wrist and brought out handcuffs, and the man gently pulled away. Instantly, the officer punched him in the head and did a takedown maneuver, slamming his face into a brick wall. It all happened so fast. I saw his face covered in blood as they dragged him away. This could have happened to anyone listening to my words right now. The next day, I tried to become a witness, but I failed. If that man is listening, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't help you when you needed it most. That's it.
Next
Erica,
witness, thank you.
sorry. Erica Galindo.
Oh, hello. Can you all hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Erica Galindo, and I'm the organizing program manager at Lilith Fund. As an abortion fund, we are committed to dismantling the structural barriers to bodily autonomy, and therefore this work must include putting an end to the unacceptable and racist police brutality that ravages Black communities across the U.S. We are here tonight to actively affirm that freedom from police violence and racial justice are reproductive justice issues, and today we're also affirming that Black Lives Matter. In the last week, we have seen APD respond to a protest about ending police brutality by brutalizing protesters like Brett Ayala, Justin Howell, and many others, including Nemo Martin, who is a pregnant Black woman. The disproportionately high rates of Black women's maternal mortality and the ongoing criminalization of pregnant people are outcomes of racist systems of oppression. These are the same systems that APD upholds when they shoot pregnant Black women. We're in deep solidarity with the organizers on the ground who are demanding accountability from APD in the city of Austin. We stand with them and demand that Chief Manley and the officers responsible for the murder of Mike Ramos to be fired, and that our city divest from APD and invest in real solutions for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Munira Farid.
Hi, good evening. Y'all must be really tired, and thank you for being so patient and listening to all of us. My name is Banira Farid, and I've lived in Austin for about 24 years. I serve on the board of Kip, Texas Public Schools, and Brad Levi Ayala is one of our students. You heard his brother's heart-wrenching testimony. What I want to know is, why is the officer who shot this innocent child still on duty? Why hasn't he been charged? And I believe that this same officer has been on a list for a promotion to become corporal. How can we be sure that he won't be promoted? We can't be sure because we have an APD leadership problem. City Manager Kronk, you must ensure we have a police chief who we can all trust, all of us, who will immediately apply the 8 practices from Campaign Zero so that we can reduce violence by 72%. City Council members, I urge you to listen to the Austin Justice Coalition and reduce the APD budget. We're counting on you to make a real change, and we'll support you all the way. Thank you for your time and all your work.
Thank you very much. Our time management colleagues, there are 220 people now in queue to speak, just under 4 hours. So it looks like we'll be approaching midnight. Next speaker.
Megan Scornia.
Hello, my name is Megan Scornia, and I live in District 1, and I'm here to support and amplify the message of my Black and brown friends and neighbors. Last night, I walked up to APD headquarters and looked at the officers who were seen on video committing attempted murder against Black people and people of color using 40mm bullets. I saw the officer from the image we have all seen pointing the rifle in the photographer's face. He was laughing, joking, pointing, and being paid. Meanwhile, a Black Texas State student is in the hospital with brain damage. A young Latino man is in the hospital. A Black pregnant woman is dealing with the trauma of being shot. There is no excuse for the attempted murder of Black people and people of color. I am also deeply disappointed in the long silence and toothless statement from the city manager's office that attempted to reduce the severity of the situation. We have missed your leadership during the COVID crisis, and you missed the mark here again. I'm asking you immediately to remove Chief Manley, charge Chris Taylor for the murder of Mike Ramos, and fire and charge the officers involved in this weekend's injury shootings. I would also like to request that you terminate the grant request in item 7. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next person.
Janice Bookout.
I'm a mother in District 1. I co-organize a collective that includes many Black and Brown community leaders whose voices I have vowed to amplify. I'm also the Director of Performance Measurement at Measure. The average number of non-white people killed by police was 1.3 per year per million. Under Manley, this has increased to 4.1. That's 2.5 times the number of white Austinites. The total number of people killed by police have also increased. Tatum Law Report shows non-transparency, tolerance of racism and homophobia, bad record-keeping of disciplinary action, and culture of retaliation. Bad use of force policing policies have led to harming protesters and the killing of Mark Ramos, unarmed, hands up. Groups who initially tried to work with APD to support police reform have experienced being thwarted and undermined. They are done. Austin is 14th in the nation for police violence. Controlling people is not APD's job. Protecting the people is. The ultimate outcome of trying to control the people is a militaristic state. We need nothing less than reformist leadership. Fire Manley, Gay, Ariano, defund APD. Thank you. I want my children to grow up in a world where they can trust public servants.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next witness.
Morgan Wright. Morgan Wright, be sure to unmute your phone.
Hi, my name is Morgan Wright. I attended the protest on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. My one experience that I would like to point out is that the protesters' motives and attitude during these protests never varied. And what we were approached with from the police on Saturday and Sunday was violence, and what we were approached with on Monday was peaceful. So it is obvious to me and what I experienced and to what everyone else experienced those different days that it was the motives of the police that were different those 3 days. And it's obvious that the protesters' intentions were always peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Emma Chevalier.
Have access to have an apartment. That's the biggest
Yeah,
thing. I won't settle for anything less. Like, I don't want an apartment.
Yeah, no,
Hello?
Emma Chevalier.
I think someone's on the phone but not muted.
Hi, that's me. Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so I'm here today to echo and amplify the voices and lives of Black people in our community. Manager Cronk, Mayor Adler, and all of you, listen to your Black contingency now. I'd also like to say thank you to the council members who do. We will continue to vote for you, and if you aren't listening, we'll vote you out. I'm calling for the divestment in the police force and the reinvestment in Black and Brown communities, including community and family health services, education, affordable housing, mental health services, public parks, and the like. Do not approve this grant funding. Divest now. It doesn't matter that it is a grant. Do not pump money into this department anymore. Chief Manley needs to resign now. I'm also here to demand the justice for the Ramos, Howell, Ayala, and Martin, and all other families affected by police brutality. Implement restorative justice initiatives now. The APD showed up to BLM protests prepared to not
Thank you very
prepared to
much.
protect the people of
Thank you.
Austin, but very prepared to antagonize and harm the community.
Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. Next speaker.
Amanda Messino. Amanda Messino, be sure to unmute your phone.
Hello. Hi, Amanda Messino, Chair of Natural Sciences at Houston-Tillotson University and ED of the Austin Community Data Coalition. 3 quick things, reiterating the call you've had many times to get rid of Chief Manley, ask the city manager to fire him. This is not about intention, it's about effectiveness, and Chief Manley has failed to transform APD. Case in point, number 2, Austin lacks 5 of the 8 use of force policies that have been shown nationally to reduce police killings. You've heard this many times already. We need the remaining 5 in place as soon as possible. And number 3, please use this as a lesson and please start taking equity seriously across the board and move beyond words to action. I usually reach out on environmental justice or health or housing. You need to address racism in these areas and so many more. Community groups have been communicating and asking for anti-racist policies and equitable funding for years, and yet it never seems to get beyond pilot projects with y'all. So please listen to us before we lose more of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
And Mayor, but because it gets been brought up several times, I think I mentioned it. We've mentioned it earlier in the call. We will take immediate action, and on those 8 policies that a lot of folks are talking about, where we are, I think, deficient in 5 of them. I'm asking, and I think our colleagues are on board with bringing forward those actions for a vote next week, so that we can show we're not just going to be talking, but we'll be taking immediate action on that and many other things. And for the folks that have been asking questions about what happened to some of the young people who were hurt at the protest, we'll be asking those questions in the morning. And so please tune back in, because that's when we're scheduled to do that. And I know many of us will be asking those hard questions. So thank you.
Rachel Manning.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rachel Manning. I live in District 1. I'm a white person here as a part of Undoing White Supremacy, supporting and amplifying the demands from Black and Brown organizers in Austin to fire Chief Manley and defund the Austin Police Department. Since I've lived in Austin, I have watched you, Mayor Adler, and City Council members witness as Austin Knights of Color demand justice from the ongoing legacy of white supremacist violence, and as well as asking for a tiny slice of the funding that goes towards the Austin Police Department to be directed towards programs that make all Austinites safe. And nothing has changed. If you'd listen to them, David Joseph, Marquisa Silva, and Mike Ramos would be alive, and Brad Alaya and Justin Howell would be home with their families right now. We all know that the safest communities have the most resources and not the most police. Doubling down on policing is doubling down on white supremacy. We must do better. Completely defund the APD and invest in community resources instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joshua Gonzalez.
Hello, I'm Josh. I live in Riverside, District 3. Thank you, Councilmember Natasha Harper-Madison, for calling out Chief Manley. What we're seeing is just Austin dealing with its, frankly, very racist past, pushing Black residents out of our city limits. We saw that this weekend when APD assaulted protesters, where they were doing exactly what they were trained to do. I'm calling to defund the police, disband the police. At the very least, you can fire Chief Manley, Officers Mitchell, Piper, and Christopher Taylor. I see my time.
Jeffrey Carlisle.
Hello, and thank you for your service to our community during this incredibly difficult time. My name is Jeffrey Carlisle, and I reside in Councilmember Kitchen's district. I've taught 8th grade science for the past 8 years at KIPP, Austin College Prep, which is in Councilmember Cassar's district, but I do not speak for KIPP in an official capacity. Past Sunday, May 31st, KIPP Austin student Brad Levi Ayala was exercising his constitutional rights by peacefully protesting systemic racism at Austin Police Headquarters. My current and former students have started to ask me if it's safe to protest this injustice after seeing videos of Brad being shot. Sunday shooting of KIPP Austin Brad Ayala sent a very strong message to my students. Even if you've done nothing wrong, the police can still shoot you. And so far, none of the officers involved in shooting Brad, Justin, or a pregnant Black woman shot in the stomach have been suspended, investigated, or fired. On behalf of all teachers of Black and Brown students in Austin, I want to know how you as a council will guarantee that our students will not be shot by people on your payroll. When I go back to teaching in the fall and my students say that they're scared of police, I want to be able to tell them something more than their fears are valid. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Christina Flakowitz.
Hi, my name is Christina Flakowitz. I'm an Austin resident, pronouns she, her, and I live in Councilmember Renteria's district. This is my first time speaking directly to council. I don't have much to say that hasn't already been said. The fact that we know cops were firing directly at people seeking medical attention says a lot about the people on the force. I'm calling City Council to defund APD and to put that money directly into community resources that will actually help people. Calling on you to fire Police Chief Manley as well as to prosecute Christopher Taylor, the police officer that killed Michael Ramos. And I'm calling on you to cut all ties with APD at public buildings, especially schools. Black lives are consistently at risk, and the fact that our children are quote unquote being protected by a violent and racist police department is unacceptable. If we should have made these steps directly after Michael Ramos' death, and we did not. And so if we do not again, it says a lot.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lynn Hillman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lynn Hillman. I am a constituent in District 5. I also am an attorney working for a law enforcement agency. And it's very important for me to speak out to Chief Manley and say, in the words law enforcement likes to use, bullshit, Chief. If you wanted these officers fired, they'd be fired. Mistakes weren't made. Crimes were committed. And as someone who works in the criminal justice system, I am ashamed of the lack of response you're giving this community. Fire them and charge them. Atlanta did it. You can do it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Micaela Rodriguez.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Michaela Rodriguez, and I'm a resident of District 7. I'm testifying today to demand that City Council defund APD and reallocate a large portion of funding to community relief in the state of emergency funds immediately. Austin police have demonstrated time and time again that they do not value human life. From the murder of Mike Ramos at the hands of Christopher Taylor to the attempted murder of Justin Howell and the young boy Brad Ayala over the weekend, we've seen the police as an institution is morally bankrupt and a danger to our community. It's clear that APD officers misuse equipment when they can be seen firing, quote, less lethal rounds at ranges they know will cause grievous bodily harm and even death. The city must defund APD immediately to prevent others from being harmed. Over the weekend, APD officers can be seen escalating violence during protests at every single opportunity. The city must also pressure APD to name, charge, and fire the officers who shot Ayala and Howell. Why don't we know their names? Chief Manley should be fired. These men are sociopaths and pose a great threat to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Megan Hollis.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. I am not here speaking as the chair of the Public Safety Commission today. I'm here speaking as a private citizen. Slavery and Jim Crow are not gone. They're more covert. We need action and justice. White people, it's time to get uncomfortable. Today I come to you with solutions and a call to action. First, revise the R2R in response to mass gathering policies. Second, redesign all training and education to promote democratic forms of policing. Third, reallocate funding from militaristic style teams and tactics to reorient the entire agency to a true community policing model. To do this, we need three things. First, we need a chief's advisory board comprised of citizens from each district plus representatives from community groups who are underrepresented or not represented in police decision making. Second, we need a commander advisory board for each commander to better engage with and respond to community needs. Finally, reallocate funding from broken windows and zero tolerance style initiatives, jump out squads, militaristic approaches, and METTAC teams to community policing approaches, including hiring social workers and psychologists or therapists with master's degrees. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Reverend Katie Wright.
Thank you. I'm Katie Wright, a priest at St. David's Episcopal Church downtown. I'm one of 3 speakers from Central Texas Interfaith. You'll also hear from Carlota and Janet. I'll start with some theological reflection. According to Scripture, scholar Walter Brueggemann, blessed are the history makers. Our religious traditions teach us that the real history makers are not kings, presidents, those with means of violence that seek to control and harm or to silence questions of power. He calls those people the history stoppers. History makers are the outsiders, the marginalized, those carrying on the prophetic tradition with a bold conviction about an alternative possibility that goes under the name of hope. In Scripture, God allies himself with marginalized peoples to create history. We are called to do better as a society than the type of responses we are hearing about and seeing from law enforcement. As the presiding bishop of the Episcopal Church, Michael Curry, put it, if I make room for you and you make room for me, and if we will work together, we will create a society where there's room for all of God's children. Don't give up. Love can save us all.
Carlotta Garcia.
My name is Carlota Garcia, here with Our Lady of Guadalupe Catholic, the second of 3 speakers of Central Texas Interfaith. The murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis exposes again the twin evils of racism and violence in our country. The president holding up the Bible after violently dispersing peaceful protesters was calculated and reprehensible. That Austin police deploys tear gas and weapons against unarmed demonstrators is equally reprehensible and should never happen again. Our diverse faith traditions compel Central Texas Interfaith to stand with peaceful protesters in Austin and across the country who say enough is enough. With Brenda Ramos, whose unarmed son Michael was killed by Austin police and is calling for police department reforms. With the Catholic Archbishop and the Episcopal Bishop in D.C. who denounced the president's photo ops in front of their respective shrine and church. And with the coalition of Austin Justin groups who are calling for long overdue change. Our next speaker is Janet Fontanet from Holy Cross Catholic Church, who will outline ways we plan to move forward.
Janet Fontanet.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Go ahead, proceed.
I'm Janet Fontanet of Holy Cross Catholic Church, Central Texas Interfaith. We support the mission of the Office of Police Oversight to provide impartial accountability of APD. We'll continue our community policing initiative for communities to dialogue with APD to build relationships which hopefully will prevent escalation of routine encounters. We'll engage council and others on concrete ways to undo racism and address the effects of systemic discrimination. Austin has a deep history of systemic and institutionalized racism towards African Americans. Central Texas Interfaith will listen to all sides, but in the end, we stand with the marginalized who are boldly leading this moment. African American theologian Howard Thurman, who influenced Dr. King and the nonviolent philosophy, hope for the very courage we are witnessing. Don't ask what the world needs. Ask what makes you come alive, and go do it. What the world needs now is people who have come alive. We will stand with the history makers and those who have come alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Rachel Shannon.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes,
This is Rachel
go ahead.
Shannon, yes? Okay, hi, I'm Rachel Shannon. I'm with Undoing White Supremacy Austin, an 18-year resident of District 1, in solidarity with demands from locally and nationally based Black, Indigenous, and people of color groups. Undoing White Supremacy Austin presents our demands. In the last 30 hours, more than 1,000 people have expressed or written support and signatures towards the petition, including the following: Fire Police Chief Manley with a vote by this Monday, June 8th. He's failed to meet the requirements of office, create a zero tolerance policy for police shootings, and immediately remove officers involved in shootings, cancel Austin Cadet Academy, and cease training or hiring new officers, and prohibit the use of all military weapons and equipment. We're asking for a defunding of APD, starting with reducing the APD budget by at least 20% in the next fiscal year. It's time for us to use our collective imagination towards a vision of public service that addresses the needs of the people, all the people, and does not continue the legacy of white supremacy that this country was built upon. Austin can be a leader in this visioning. We start defunding APD now. The time for leadership is now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Colleagues, everybody's still trying to figure out this new system that we have. It turns out that 118 people are on the line, but they have all spoken, and they're on the line continuing to listen to the conversation. So our best estimate at this point is there are about 84 people on the line who have yet to speak, that have indicated an intention to speak. So we're back to an hour and a half. If that changes, I'll let you know. Please, go ahead, next speaker.
David King.
Hello.
Go ahead, David.
My name is David King. Thank you, Mayor. My name is David King. I live in District 5, and I'm white. The Austin Police Department repeatedly kills and brutalizes Black people and other people of color in Austin. The city manager, APD chief, and APD officers must be held accountable now. APD officers shot and seriously injured Justin Howell, a 20-year-old Black man, Brad Ayala, a 16-year-old Hispanic teenager, and Saranika Martin, a pregnant Black woman, while they were peacefully protesting. APD's response was, "We'll do better. Don't cut our budget." In 2015, APD officers brutalized Breonna King. APD said, "We'll do better. Don't cut our budget." In 2016, an APD officer killed David Joseph. APD said, "We'll do better. Don't cut our budget." In April this year, an APD officer killed Mike Ramos. APD said, "We'll do better. Don't cut our budget." APD will fundamentally change only when you defund APD, fire Chief Manley, fire and charge the APD officers who killed Mike Ramos, not the peaceful protesters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alan Uribe.
Hello, my name is Alan Uribe. I'm a resident of District 9. As a victim of corrupt policing, including assault, unwarranted suspicion and scrutiny, and illegal searches, I assert the reforms attempted during my lifetime have been pathetically inadequate. We therefore demand that APD be drastically defunded. APD has failed miserably to either protect or serve. We demand the reallocation of these funds from our tax base to social services, including housing support, rental relief, food assistance, health care, and education programs for underserved communities. We demand that APD be demilitarized and the use of less lethal means of crowd suppression be discontinued immediately. No degree of lethality is an acceptable alternative. Use of surplus military assets by police is tantamount to the open declaration of martial law against the people. We demand that Chief Manley turn in his badge, which is the only honorable act he can perform now. If any one of you takes issue with any of these demands or has accepted financial contributions from the Austin Police Association or other PACs promoting the special interests of law enforcement, you have failed to represent our best interests and serve us in good faith. We will find out who you are, hold you accountable, and ensure that you do not continue to represent us disingenuously. Take the action we demand. If you fail to, you are complicit in our continued oppression. All power to the people. Black Lives Matter. No justice, no peace.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Eric Sanchez. Eric Sanchez. If you're on mute, please unmute.
Hi, this is Eric Sanchez. I'm a resident of District 4 and an Austin resident for over 15 years. And I attended the protest on Saturday, Sunday, and on Monday. As another caller on the chat said earlier, Saturday and Sunday were marked by police violence and police rioting and overwhelming overreaction to a largely peaceful crowd. And Monday was marked by a total lack of violence because police did not engage in it. And additionally, what felt like were face-saving measures by way of an apology that felt like alligator's tears. Additionally, on Chief Manley's briefing, there were repeated references to protesters throwing rocks and bottles. The only bottles I saw the entire weekend, including what would be evidence of his claim, were plastic water bottles, usually uncapped, trying to defend against overwhelming force in the form of less lethal rounds, tear gas, and pepper spray, all of which I experienced to my person and to my wife's person.
Thank you very much.
For the first time in our lives. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Keep protesting.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Emily Sawyer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. I live in Council District 4. I ask that the City Council recommend and the City Manager take action to fire Police Chief Brian Manley, Chief of Staff Troy Gay, and Assistant City Manager Ray Ariano, as well as the officers involved in the murder of Mike Ramos and attacks on protesters this weekend. Pause new cadet classes and the hiring of new officers until decisive action is taken to change the culture and training practices of our police department. Divest funding from policing and reallocate those funds into housing, healthcare, mental health crisis response, education, and pandemic assistance. A budget is a moral document and it should reflect our priorities as a community. Listen to those most directly affected, recognize the limits of reform, and take bold and radical action to reimagine a different way and create the world we say we want. It doesn't have to be this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sarah Minon. Sarah Minon, if you're on mute, please unmute.
Yes. I'm not on mute. I live
Go
in
ahead.
District 1. I'm a native Texan and a 15-year Austin resident. Last week, after protesters in Minneapolis had burned down a police precinct building, among many other looting and destructive acts, it should surprise no one that APT was ready for and expecting the worst. Not all of the Austin protesters acted in a peaceful manner, throwing dangerous objects at officers, holding bolder signs, and yelling AC, and F the police at the officers, blocking I-35 multiple times, destroying and stealing property, and tagging buildings, making it necessary for APD to use the types of force they had to use last weekend. The violent protesters are responsible for their actions, and the violent protesters are the ones that caused the police to have to use these measures. I adamantly oppose defunding the APD. APD needs funding and support from our city government to attract quality personnel, to provide excellent training and the most up-to-date equipment in order to serve and protect nearly 1 million and growing Austin residents. I am advocating for Chief Brian Manley and the continuation of his leadership at APD. Thank you, Chief Manley, for your leadership and courage and attending your very own struggle session today. May God grant you all and all of APD wisdom and stamina. Currently, our police department is 170 officers short-staffed. They need more police. July APD class cadet should be approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sarah Rodriguez.
Hi, this is Sarah Rodriguez, 78722 native and resident, and I'm just calling in support of AJC. to defund APD and also to fire Police Chief Manley. I ask that you remember that this is when you do that, that you remember that this is a long battle, and not to forget that we have, through privilege and silence and fear, built up that amount of funding, and then to look at APD, look at the policies, the procedures, the people, and understanding that racism is deeply rooted in that system, and that it's a long fight. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker. Thank you.
Alicia Castillo.
Hi, I'm Alicia Castillo. I'm with Texas Criminal Justice Coalition. I'm a non-Black woman of color, resident of District 3, and one of the many peaceful protesters who was tear gassed by APD on Sunday against Item 7. Councilmember Renteria, while much evidence shows minor reforms won't fix an inherently racist institution, I do appreciate you looking at those proposals for solutions to the overarching problem of police brutality. Unfortunately, I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding how you're holding these two diametrically opposing truths at the same time. As in this very same meeting that you claim to support proposals for improvement, you also spoke in support of Item 7, which would perpetuate harm of the very system that your city is begging you to change. We must divest from this deadly institution and commit to critically thinking about the solutions and commit to investment in community-based solutions to safety. Some of the ways we could cut these things immediately is to cut weapons used against protesters, cut the Fusion Center, which is an operation of Homeland Security. We could cut surveillance, we can cut driver's license readers, and we can cut the AISD police force. I could speak further on the evidence of the historical pattern of all this, but I think that you all have received reports that TCJC, Austin Justice Coalition, Grassroots Leadership, and many other Austin organizations have worked on and delivered over the many years to support the claims of institutional racism in APD. And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Matt Wallace.
Hi, this is Matt Wallace. I entered this space as a victim of Austin police brutality. We need everyone on the virtual dais to understand that APD decided against controlling the situation by redirecting traffic on I-35 during these protests. Instead, their response to protests over police brutality was more police brutality to escalate the situation. A tactic Black people in our city know is far too common. Black people in our city are tired of our local governments investing in our oppression. We've called for Chief Manley's resignation after his blatant unwillingness to work with the social justice groups in the community and your offices at City Council, and now for how he's handled these protests. You continue to fail us. We will continue to fight them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Taylor Adams.
Hi, this is Taylor Adams from District 3. I was just thinking, how can the citizens of Austin rely on the Austin Police Department to protect us, guarantee our safety when they inflict terror, and interfere violently during peaceful protests, specifically on I-35, which is a symbol of racism in our city. The police were protecting I-35 and not citizens, and later on they were more concerned with businesses instead of listening to the protesters. What will the city of Austin do to fix the systematic racism and police brutality once and for all? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jared Breckenridge.
Okay, I'm calling for the firing of Chief Brian Manley because he has consistently showed us that he cannot handle managing such a department. I've attended the APD gala and have seen first-handedly that he does not have enough Black officers. Also, after the Tatum report has shown that he has not taken the necessary action against the officers that have committed racial, homophobic, and all of that type of violence, he has not taken any action to handle that. Instead, he has allowed them to continue to do that. He allowed that officer to stay on the force and retire, actually, before and he was able to delete all the evidence. Manley is not doing the right thing. If you all want to confront racism, you will allow more black people to be on your dais. So I heard a lot of you saying you don't like racism. That's racist. What else? The officers that were involved in Ramos' case, they need to be fired and they need to be prosecuted. We have a long history in Austin. Defund APD. Also, gentrification is a very big issue. That is racism.
Thank you.
I need more
Thank you very
time. I'm
much.
a black man and I need more time. Get your knees off of our neck.
I know.
What else?
So I appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Lindsay LaGrange.
Hi, my name is Lindsay LaGrange. I am not speaking for myself today, but for the 24,000 community members that have signed the petition on change.org demanding the immediate removal of Brian Manley. Manley, using a chemical agent that causes excessive coughing on large groups of congregated civilians during a respiratory pandemic, is a cruelness that I cannot begin to comprehend. When New Orleans protesters overtook their interstate on Tuesday, NOPD officers knelt with them and let them take their time feeling heard with no violence. Manley is unfit. Spencer Crump, remember that 3 officers in Minneapolis who stood by and did nothing were also charged because doing nothing in positions of power makes you complicit. And finally, to anyone who opposes defunding APD, I'd like you to think about what could have happened if a social worker had shown up to that call in July instead of Christopher Taylor. Morris De Silva, the other person that Christopher Taylor killed, would still be alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Catherine Gonzalez.
My name is Catherine Gonzalez, and I serve as the Vice Chair of the LGBTQ+ Quality of Life Advisory Commission. So I speak to you today as a private citizen and not on behalf of the Commission. I ask that you immediately fire Chief Brian Manley and place his entire executive leadership team of the Austin Police Department on unpaid administrative leave, pending an exhaustive investigation of the use of force against peaceful protesters this past weekend. Chief Manley was hired to lead the department on the promise that he would enact progressive and community-focused policing practices. Instead, his failure of leadership has led to a further erosion of trust in the department, a profound lack of morale among APD officers, as evidenced by a recent survey by the Austin Police Association, and the disgusting abuse of power demonstrated by APD not only this past weekend, but for decades. Chief Manley has not kept his promise to us, but I ask each of you as our elected representatives to fulfill your promise to ensure the safety and protection of every person in Austin. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Henry Argett.
Hi, thank you. My name is Henry Arget, and I've lived in District 3 for 19 years. I spoke to many officers over the past 3 days. All of them said they had to shoot because they had no other way of protecting themselves from bottles and rocks. I didn't see any rocks. If the officers aren't safe without using force, don't send them out. Find another way or protect your officers better. I'd like to refer back to something that happened earlier today when Chief Manley was asked what he would do to make sure this would never happen again. He only spoke about banning beanbags for crowd control. He didn't speak about changing any of the riot control policies that caused these officers to shoot multiple peaceful protesters in the head and shooting complying medics. This shows a failure of leadership which has one solution: fire Manley. Lastly, I would also like to echo my absolute disgust with APD these past few days. I would like to thank Councilwoman Harper Madison and Councilman Kissar for echoing the pain and the anger we all feel. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jacob Wallace.
Hi, yeah. Chief Manley, you're a disgrace and the epitome of everything that's wrong with the police forces across this country. First off, using tear gas and pepper spray during a pandemic that targets the respiratory system is cruel and inhumane. Second, Chief Manley said in regards to the young man that was hit in the head with a beanbag, the officers were aiming for someone next to him who threw a water bottle. Even if this is true, this is the root of the problem. Officers are outfitted with military-grade riot gear, and you believe that the acceptable response to a plastic water bottle being thrown is shooting a supposedly non-lethal beanbag at someone's head, which is capable of fracturing their skull. There's absolutely no reason that the APD should take up nearly 40% of our city's budget. That's why I'm calling for the defunding and the dismantling of the APD. We need to invest in healthcare and education, invest in affordable and efficient transportation so we can have less policing on our roads, invest in programs for people struggling with mental health issues so the police don't have to respond to those calls, invest in affordable housing for our underprivileged citizens, invest in community programs as a preventative measure for crimes. I'm calling for the resigning of Chief Manley. Black Lives Matter. They always have. They always will. We will not stop asking for change until you start to act like it.
Thank you very much. Next witness, next person.
Corina Browning.
Hi, my name is Karina. I live in District 6. I am an angry white woman calling to condemn APD's response to the protesters and demand you fire Chief Manley, defund the APD, and invest in community resources to keep our people of color safe. Silence is complicity. Inaction is complicity. Shitty, avoidant answers like Chief Manley gave a grieving brother are complicity. We are watching. Black Lives Matter. No justice, no peace. I cede the remainder of my time to people of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness. Councilmember Harper Madison, are you raising your hand or?
Nope, that was me just saying Black Lives Matter.
Just want to make sure. Next witness.
Banafesh Madanjin.
Yes, hi. Good evening. Banafshe Madani-Nejad, anti-racist organizer, executive director of Interconnecting Arabs, Muslims, and Middle Easterners. I'm a brown Muslim immigrant from Iran. When I immigrated here to go to college, I was already carrying a big load of anti-blackness. It's one of the U.S.'s biggest exports. And I knew close to nothing about racism. It's taken me years to wisen up to what I had unknowingly stepped into and become complicit in. I came to the U.S. mostly to escape Iranian state violence. I now realize state terror is state terror, whether it's applied by Revolutionary Guards in Iran or a military-equipped police force in the U.S. Killing folks for existing, sniping folks for protesting that killing, sniping bystanders, aiming for their heads. It's becoming harder and harder to distinguish between my old home and my new home. Black lives have always been precious.
Thank you very much. Next person.
Keegan Shepard.
Hi. City budgets are moral documents. They reflect what community leaders value. And right now, the fact that there's hundreds of millions of dollars going to a highly militarized police force is reprehensible. It's morally bankrupt. Defund APD, invest APD, invest that money into public health, invest that money into communities of color, invest that money into affordable housing. APD has shown that it doesn't deserve that money. Put it where it should actually go in our community. Have the integrity, have the backbone, fire Manley, Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person.
Theo Adams.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm calling because APD needs to be defunded. Manley needs to be fired. APD takes 40% of the city budget and they still don't have enough for their vehicles. That looks like a personal problem. They don't need more money. They have already failed with the money that they've been allocated. Not only should this item not pass, but their portion of the budget should be cut entirely. They have shown that they are completely violent and they have mismanaged their funds up until this point.
by targeting people at peaceful protests. All cops should be fired. They don't deserve funding ever again. Defund the police and fire Manley. Get the money back to Black and Brown communities and invest in these communities. And pay reparations for all the redlining that Austin has done over the past decade. Defund the police and fire Manley. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Satvik Alwalia.
Hi, I want to just keep it pretty short. If we are a progressive city, then we are failing. Our budget shows our priorities. Today, the budget of the police is double the combined budget of emergency medical services, Austin Public Health, and neighborhood housing and community development. Having such a large budget shows that we support how APD acts. We have to slash this budget. Defund APD, reallocate those resources to provide access to better health care, more affordable housing, and more responsive emergency medical services. We don't need flowery words and thoughts and prayers. We need action. Mayor, City Council, thanks for having us. You can act on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yes, Councilmember Ellis.
Mayor, thank you. I'm not sure if Satvik is still on the line, but I know him and I wanted to thank him for his activism and for putting together the memorial for the COVID victims. You shouted that out in one of your Got a Minute moments, and so I just wanted to reiterate that and thank him for his activism.
Great, thank you. Next speaker.
Awais Azar. Awais Azar.
Hi, this is Awais Azar. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. Earlier today, in response to a question from Councilmember Kassar in the presence of Edwin Sanchez, Chief Manley said, the use of beanbag ammunition will not be used in a crowd situation. It is still an appropriate tool in many other circumstances, and so it is still approved for use, however, not in crowd situations. Let me clarify, this change in policy would not have saved Bradley Ayala from being seriously injured. I ask you, do these policies serve the people and their safety, or do our Black and brown bodies serve the needs of these violent policies and their perpetrators? At this time, I ask that all steps be taken to ensure that protesters are treated with respect and dignity, our public safety leadership be held accountable for the death of Mike Ramos and others, along with the response to the protests, and the Austin Police Department should be defunded, with funds being used to counter systemic inequities and serve community needs such as health, housing, and emergency assistance in the time of COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
J.R. Zambrano.
Mayor, before Mr. Lombardo speaks, I just want to thank Mr. Azar for his testimony. And Manager and Chief, I think you've heard several people testify now, having
Can you all
heard
hear me?
the answers.
Hold on,
We can, if you hold on for 1 second. Manager and Chief, you've heard several people testify about the answer to that question with Mr. Ayala on the phone. I'll be asking the question again tomorrow, and I hope we have a much better answer about how we'll make sure that never happens to anybody in our city ever again. And so I'll ask again tomorrow, and I hope we have a better answer than the one we had today.
Next speaker.
J.R. Zambrano.
Hi, yes, Councilmember Harper Madison, you asked how you could show us that you've been listening to us and that you've been there for us when so many of us are here today saying that there's a failure in the leadership, a failure in the police force. Action. Action is the answer. That's what we need to see. We need to see action taken immediately and today, not a week from now. I know things take time, but we need to see something immediately. I have a minute. How many more minutes do we have? How many more lives will be spent between now and then? How much more injury will there be? How much more suffering will we be forced to endure before things change? It has taken this much blood, this much expenditure of lives to get to this point, to the point where we feel like we are finally maybe being heard. Please show us that you are listening and act. Thank you very much.
I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Taylor Davis.
My suggestion is for white folks to hang up and call back so they can be last in the queue. We need to hear from more people of color. Also, I am demanding APD hire no new officers and are stripped of their weapons due to incompetence. Kathy Tuvo, you should be ashamed of yourself for guiding the police department thus far. Each city council member who has approved funding for the police in the past is also complicit in the deaths and injuries of the people we are discussing here today. If members of city council continue to accept the idea that police are a necessary force or believe in reformist policies like bias training, you will be continuing to support a racist organization of unqualified professionals rather than addressing the real roots of crimes in themselves, economic inequality, unequal access to healthcare and housing, and domestic violence. Defund the police, period. You need to take away their guns. The idea of there not being enough officers is a baseless assumption that comes from the police themselves and puts Black and brown bodies at risk. The real question here is if you have the courage to fund new systems that actually serve the people with more than just death sentences and arrests. I yield my time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Joseph Zelda.
Hello, are you calling for Joseph Zalata?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. My name is Joseph Zalata, and I, like many other Austin civil rights organizations, am demanding Chief Manley's removal and a defunding of the APD. Chief Manley, we as a community have lost all faith in you. I do not feel safe when I see a member of the APD. If Manager Cromp won't remove Manley, replace him with someone who will. Louisville went from a protester being killed Monday to the police chief being fired in less than a day. Change can be swift if we want it to be. People of the city have heard time and time again, return to order, then we'll talk, being summarily dismissed when order returns. We've lost faith in any solution that isn't here and now. Any lesson, there are 5 city council seats, districts 2, 4, 6, 7, and 10 up for election this November, and we will replace you with someone who will make change happen. I'll leave you with a quote from the great James Baldwin. You've always told me that it's going to take time. It's taken my father's time, my mother's time, my uncle's time, my brothers and sisters' time, my nieces and nephews' time. How much time do you want for your progress? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kiana Thomas Newton.
Hello. My name is Kiana Thomas Newton, and I have been at the protest every day since Sunday, and APD must pay for their crimes. I won't name them as our time has been cut. As a Black woman, I have lost all confidence in APD. You see, no amount of cookies and superficial conversations will make us forget your actions. We do not want or respect your BS kumbaya moment. I do not, nor will I try to find any sympathy for Brian Manley. He must be fired by Monday, June 8th, and removed from his position by June 30th. Any later than that, Steve Adler and Spencer Crump can go too. Christopher Taylor must be immediately fired and charged. All officers who fired into a peaceful protest must be named, fired, and charged. All officers who witnessed crimes of their fellow officers and allowed that armed assault to continue on citizens they took an oath to protect and serve must be fired. Also, police department must be defunded. Those funds must be redirected towards public health, mental health, resources for people experiencing homelessness, and affordable housing for people of color. Invest in the people of the city, and we won't need the militarized gang APD. This is just the start. Anything else, and the people will continue to cry out.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Justin Shade.
Yes, my name is Justin Shade. I'm a 32-year-old African-American with District 6. A lot of the other callers before me have conveyed everything I've prepared to say for all of you today. So I'll change my statement to say this. Don't allow yourselves to believe for a split second that just because there are 300 of us in queue, that there aren't countless others in pain, angry, hateful, and deeply saddened. We call this city and this state our home, and we expect we realize that we're living in a nightmare. The existing society where painful cries to be heard and listened to are met with being shot by beanbags and tear gassed. In this city and across all 50 states, the American citizens' trust and belief in law enforcement is shattered because it's felt and now more frequently captured on video of officers acting with impunity. To echo the words in my email to the Councilmember Flanagan and the rest of the Austin City Council on June 2nd, our city's police force must no longer continue to behave in the manner they have demonstrated moving forward. My words and the other pleas of the people must no longer be an afterthought. We are the United States of America. Our city must change for the better, and we must change now. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Daniela Nunez.
Hello. I have served on the City of Austin's Public Safety Commission for 5 years for District 4. You have a responsibility to address systemic racism here at home. In my neighborhood, where cop cars regularly speed by, I worry about the safety of my Black and brown neighbors encountering police. The murder of George Floyd was a tragic reminder of the cruel ways in which Black lives have been devalued for centuries. Mike Rama should be alive today, and his family deserves justice. We need a fundamentally different approach to public safety. I urge City Council and the Mayor to divest from police and invest in communities of color. Countless complaints for protesters must be thoroughly investigated. Victims need justice, and officers who hurt people must be held accountable. Funding aggressive police tactics that harm the community should be rejected. City Council must question whether our problematic police department deserves even more money when there are families who can't afford to put food on the table because of COVID. We should be allocating our funds towards services that improve health, safety, and well-being. City Council must question whether APD leadership can be trusted to bring about change, given the series of failures over the years. I urge you to do your part to break from the deadly status quo for people of color by divesting from police and investing in the health and well-being of our families instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yasmin Smith.
This is Yasmin Smith, born and raised Austinite, Black woman. I'm usually more eloquent when I speak to you all in public or in private individually, but I'm exhausted and heartbroken, so this is what you're going to get tonight. I stand in solidarity with my community in saying and demanding the firing of those that killed Mike Ramos, the firing of Chief Manley, who allowed that behavior and that culture to permeate in a way that that behavior was acceptable and the behavior that was administered during these protests were acceptable. I further say that we need to divest from APD, put that into some things that actually help us as a community. And further, personally, I would suggest and say that the Austin Police Department has not abided by essential function of our contract with them. They have breached our contract with them, and therefore our contract should be renegotiated. And furthermore, I would argue that and urge those with a badge that your duty to protect and serve also entails your duty to protect and serve when the threat is from a fellow officer. And City Council, you need to go ahead and put restrictions and consequences for those that don't step up. For me, for us, for Austin. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
James Casey.
Hello? You hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello? I'm a white-bodied person who uses the pronouns he and him, and I live in District 5. The Austin Police Department maintains a legacy of terrorism against black and brown bodies that traces back to the early days of the Texas Rangers. The reality today is that Austin is only safe for very affluent white-bodied residents. This is not an accident, it is intentional in order to maintain white supremacy. These are our demands, undoing white supremacy Austin in solidarity with local and national groups. Remove Chief Manley now. He has failed in every single performance criterion established by City Manager Clark. He lies to you, to the public, and to official public institutions. He is responsible to no one in this town but the police union. Cast this vote by Monday, June 8th. Create a zero-tolerance policy for police shootings. Police who maim or kill unarmed people in Austin must immediately be fired without pay, benefits, or pensions, and charged with criminal offenses. prohibit the very presence of all military weapons and equipment by the APD at all political protests and marches. Defund the APD, reduce their budget by at least 20% in every fiscal year until they are completely replaced by a diverse set of departments committed to the equitable and liberated safety for every Austin community member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alana Buto.
Hi, yes, thank you for holding this. I'm a resident of District 7, and I'm here to ask my city council, defund the police, healthcare, public housing. I'm asking you also require de-escalation before shooting. Charge the officer who shot Mike Ramos, ensure that police are not above the law. Also, you need to protect all of our rights to assemble peacefully. Black Lives Matter. Thank you for your time.
Bobby Mack.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Bobby Mack. I was born and raised in Austin, Texas. I've been a resident of 0221 2354 and 58. I am speaking today on item 7. I vote no to awarding APD an unearned grant of $430,000. This program incentive to the blind eye may seem appealing. However, I personally know firsthand that additional funding will not be beneficial. As a minority, Black and brown, mother of 2, child raised in Austin, left orphaned by the age of 15, attempting to navigate through the city to find work, I was a person who bought a car and was not listed on the insurance, received a ticket which led to surcharges that I had limited ability to pay, which then led to license suspension. The numbers show that people in minority communities with already strained resources are at a greater risk of being stopped when driving due to racial profiling and issued a ticket than those in white communities for the same offense. This will create an even more devastating impact on the community because the ability to travel to and from work will become taxing. I'm asking that this grant money be diverted to the RISE Fund and to a Civil Rights Department, which has been on the table since January and has not been spoken of since. As a former employee of the Crime Victims Department, the crimes committed by police against members of society should also be acknowledged and punished to the full extent of the law. The loss of lives and psychological trauma impacts the victims of police abuse and their families for decades. We cannot change the hate in officers' hearts, but we can hold them accountable for the use of excessive force. They need to be arrested, send the message that they are not above the law.
Thank you.
Fund APD.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Next speaker.
Eliza Epstein.
Sound check.
You're good.
Okay, thank you. My name is Eliza Epstein. I live in District Number 5. I'm a white person. I'm speaking in community with the demands of grassroots leadership, the Austin Justice Coalition, Undoing White Supremacy Austin, and other organizations. Fire Police Chief Manley. Defund the APD. Start with the immediate termination of their relationship with AISD. Cut the budget by 20% next year. Eliminate and dismantle the APD within 5 years. Build a new system of community safety, one that provides the resources, healthcare, housing, and love that the people of Austin, that all people should have. There aren't good cops and bad cops. Policing is based on a violent and flawed theory of humanity that perpetuates the oppression of Black and brown people and reifies white supremacy. We must imagine a world without police so that we can build a world without police. The teachings of Black women, Angela Davis, Ruth Wilson, Bettina Love, have taught us that we must dismantle oppressive systems everywhere to win liberation for us all. Today is not the time for change. Today is well past the time for change. Lives are at stake. The APD already took the life of Mike Ramos and are still trying to take more lives. Justice for Mike Ramos, justice for Justin Howell, justice for Brad Ayala. Black Lives Matter. Listen to the community assembled here. City Manager Cronk must act. The City Council must act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jeffrey Clemens.
I want to thank the council people for having this important meeting tonight. And what I want to say, since our time is short and it is late, is that if you think that it's a radical idea that we should defund and demilitarize the police, then I think that it's more of a radical idea that police can go out and abuse and attack their fellow citizens for the sole fact that they have a shiny badge on. That's not fair. We need justice for the people who have been abused by the system. We need to act now. Martin Luther King said it himself, that if we do not act now, we will surely be dragged down the long, dark, and sorrowful corridors of history that are reserved for people who use their power without compassion. And that's exactly what we need right now, is compassion. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Denise Prince.
Yes, hello. I'm living in District 3 and lived here for over 18 years. I am deeply moved by the testimony of my fellow witnesses. I'm actually humbled and incredibly troubled. A lot of the details, some of the details that have been divulged today are new to me. I understand from an activist peer that policy change is the most likely, the thing that's most significant and necessary towards actual towards liberation and change. And so I'm demanding policy change. The world is facing several incredibly critical issues right now, and each of them require dramatic change. I mean, in the name of humanity, policy change. And Chief Manley, I must say, you must step aside. Let those that are actually able to implement this change and dismantle the police department, let them make the change that you're not capable of making. I understand that it's really difficult to allow for change. There's so many things in our brains that work against it, but this is all we have. Harper was asking before what we need from the woman who was out of her mind, and we need hope. We need actual policy change. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Mauricio Telles.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll be quick. This is Waylon Applewhite. Let's see here. Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Officers swear an oath to protect and serve citizens. Police and public servants have an obligation to the people. In fact, $434.38 million of the city budget is allocated to ADP. Almost half of the city budget goes to ADP to install safety measures, and Chief Manley, ADP has failed. Last weekend, police officers used rubber bullets, beanbag rounds, tear gas from a highway that was part of the dividing line between marginalized communities and privileged white Austin. Austin civilians were shot in the face and body, leaving some with head trauma, bruising, and temporary blindness. Only $14.38 million is allotted to neighborhood housing and development. About 30 times that goes to weaponizing officers to face and shoot at people from I-35 with their backs turned to rapidly gentrifying black neighborhoods. The only neighborhoods that generations of families of color can afford to live in. Communities of color are made every day aware of our housing insecurity and is now compounded by our awareness of our own mortality, locally and nationally. We are being pushed out of Austin by brute and economic forces. Do Black lives matter to you? Do communities of color matter to you? If so, then we need to matter 30 times more. Justin Howe needs to matter 30 times more. Sarah Nika Martin needs to matter 30 times more. Brad Ayala, Michael Ramos, their families need to matter 30 times more. Unknown citizens and their wounds, their pain, their anxiety is now your cross to bear, Manley. This is on your hands. I am calling for the defunding of ADP and reallocation of those funds to neighborhood housing and development and public health services. We do not need $434 million of lip service and brutality. We need documentation of incidents where force is used. Comprehensive reports every time. Body cam ordinance is not optional at this point.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you. Next speaker.
Amy Cavender.
Hello. I'd like to start by saying Black Lives Matter. And the manner in which the Austin Police Department chooses to present itself and chooses to act also matters. And APD has not chosen well lately. The pictures I saw of APD officers this weekend look like they were from a war zone or a country we pity for the brutality of its government. But this was happening less than 5 miles where I live in central Austin. These officers even fired off street medics who were clearly rendering aid to injured people and presented no threat at all to police, which is absolutely shocking on a number of levels. In light of recent events, I asked that the City Council redirect funds from APD to public health, libraries, parks, housing, and animal welfare, and immediately discontinue all APD use of so-called less lethal rounds such as rubber baton rounds, bits, and beanbags, as well as chemical agents on peaceful protesters. Additionally, I echo calls to follow the 8-point recommendations for law enforcement. Lastly, I suggest you take more funds from APD and upgrade your technology for call-in comment, as the current system is trash.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kevin Tran.
Hello, I'm calling to say that we need to defund the police. And I want to say that it's disappointing and frankly a bit shocking that many of you, including Mayor Adler and my council member, Pio Renteria, were about to vote to give more grant money to police as a matter of course, right before a meeting where everyone is calling to say that you need to defund them. We tried many reforms to police departments, and sadly, those reforms have not worked. Studies have demonstrated that implicit bias training and reforms like body cameras and early warning systems to identify problem officers make no difference. De-escalation training and community policing have proven to be a failure. As leading scholar Alex Vitale recently said, part of our misunderstanding about the nature of policing is we keep imagining that we can turn police into social workers. The police are violence workers. Given the crises we've seen in Austin and around the country, now is the time for our city to lead the way and take an evidence-based approach to making our community a safe and equitable place for all to live. It's time to defund the police. Yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ashley Hamilton. Ashley Hamilton, unmute please.
Yes, my name is Ashley Hamilton. I am calling as a community member. I grew up in the east side of Austin in 2-1. I want to speak to item 7 as to why we should matter of fact, I demand that we defund APD in regards to how, in fact, Black people are treated, not only in the information that you all presented in the racial profiling report in January 2020. The data is clear. Black people are 15% of the stops and 25% of the rest. Not only that, it is an absolute imperative that we not only take money from APD, but utilize those resources in other places like public health, as well as mental health. It has already been proven that women are dying at an exponentially alarming rate more than other races themselves. I ask that we take this time to not only reallocate those funds and better uses for Black people and brown people, but also punish those that have been killing us at alarming rates. It has been proven time and time again, over and over. This information hasn't changed. You all presented it to us. This isn't something new. You're telling us the data. You're letting us know that you all are very well aware of the murders that you have committed time and time again. When is the time going to be to change? When are we going to actually do something? When are we going to actually matter to the people that have been paid to protect us? You all are constantly stating and showing, more importantly, how Black lives in fact don't matter. Please change that. Please. I'm demanding that we no longer fund the police, but instead, if in fact we truly care about equity and the amount that Black lives do in fact matter, I would ask that again, you take the time to reallocate those funds to public health instead of funding the APD.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Natalie Mullen.
Hi, you're on mute.
You're
Can
good.
you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Natalie Mullen, and I saw the tragic attack to Justin Howell. I want to speak today because there is a young Black man who cannot because he's in the hospital fighting for his life from injuries inflicted on him by APD, and frankly, I'm disgusted and ashamed in our city. I was there when he was shot and critically injured. The severity of the situation was clear and graphic. His blood was on the street, and I heard everyone screaming, telling the police that he was dying, and I saw them responding by shooting more bullets into the defenseless crowd.
It felt hopeless. They were shooting at us from both sides. I remember begging them to stop and asking who they meant to be protecting. And I saw them respond by shooting and gassing the defenseless medics, the only thing in their hands, a dying peaceful protester. And they knew that. I've truly never felt so exposed and terrified in my life, and at the hands of my own police force. I watched as after this happened, a cop on I-35 emptied a water bottle onto the crowd and threw it at us. Wasn't this the act that incited your violence in the first place? If the police isn't prepared to let Austinites peacefully exercise their First Amendment rights, they need to be fired and stripped of their badges immediately. Chris Manley, I understand that your role is one of leadership, and I'm sorry to say that hasn't been reflected from what I've seen of you. Let me first say a mistake is forgetting to answer an email. This lies much deeper than a simple mistake. Mistakes do not result in critical injuries and death.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you.
Next
Scott,
speaker.
Scott Regal.
Hello, my name's Scott. I live in District 9. I just want to say that the reason that these protests have spread across the globe isn't just the tragic death of George Floyd. The violent response in basically every city, from LA to Austin to New York, has shown that we need to act now to rein in these police, these occupying armies in every city that act with impunity. The police repression is spurred on by the rhetoric of the police union to encourage an atmosphere of unaccountability and disparage the elected officials that supposedly have authority over them. The APA used their press conference today to shift the blame onto the citizens that they themselves brutalize and act as if they are the real victims because of some raised middle fingers and tossed plastic water bottles, as if they did not needlessly escalate the situation this weekend. We need to defund the police and reinvest in healthcare, education, and housing for our disadvantaged communities. We need to fire and prosecute police officers who engage in violence against civilians, including the killers of Mike Ramos and those who injured Brad Levi Ayala and Justin Howell. Chief Manley, the behavior of your department makes plain your failure as a leader. You should resign. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kevin Welch.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, dear ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Kevin Welch, and I'm a native and lifelong citizen of Austin, Texas, current homeowner in District 8, and the current president of the board at EFF Austin, a local digital civil liberties nonprofit. I'm speaking to you today as a resident of this city to express my shock, dismay, and horror at the actions I witnessed APD take in response to the recent uprisings in this city over the deaths of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and others, including the recent death of Austin's Mike Ramos. I'm calling on council to take steps to bring about real systemic change for these problems. I call on City Manager Cronk to fire Police Chief Manley. If CM Cronk won't do so, I call on the council to fire Cronk. If the council will not do that, I call on the voters to replace every member of council who refuses to do so. Furthermore, I call for an immediate, massive reduction in APD's budget, changing the rules for APD police brutality settlements such that they are paid out of the police retirement fund and not the general fund, and implementing a new police union contract to implement the recommendations of Campaign Zero. Soaring rhetoric about the evils of systemic racism means nothing if the council does not act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Michaela Gray.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michaela Gray, and I'm a student at UT. I demand the immediate review and elimination of the use of rubber bullets, projectiles, tear gas, and excessive physical force. Next, I call for defunding the APD and the reallocation of those funds to the Austin Public Health Department and the RISE Fund. The APD consumes nearly 40% of our city's resources. The APD is inextricably intertwined with ICE and the Texas prison system. When you fund the APD, you fund the expansion of the carceral state and violence against Latinx and Black people in our community. Following these actions, I urge the City of Austin to begin the search for alternatives to institutional policing, to permanently disband the APD, and to bring about community-based models of harm reduction and prevention. Policing does not solve the inequities nor the dangers that Black and brown peoples of Austin face, but rather perpetuates them. Thus, the APD has no future place in this community. You, Mayor Adler, and Chief Manley are personally responsible for this. That is all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lance Weinmer.
This past weekend, I stood in the streets of Austin, and I didn't see outsiders. I saw my neighbors. I saw Austinites standing up for Black lives and against police oppression. And it was beautiful. Beautiful to see Austinites coming together, united, because we are fed up with what happened in Minneapolis and what's been happening here in our own city. But despite this unity, yes, there were agitators. They were the ones in uniform. APD are the violent agitators. Their actions demand accountability. We need real change. And no, APD's sudden PR campaign is no substitute for that. Our systemic problem requires systemic change, not only within APD, but in Austin at large. The reality is, crime isn't random. Criminality is created by the social ills we lack the courage to address. Funding the police is not an investment in public safety. Defund and disband APD. We need a city budget for the people, not for the police. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ryan Roschert.
Hey, I assume you can hear me.
Yes,
I'm a
please.
big believer that being in a place, seeing things from your own eyes gives you a special kind of insight. And the insight that I got from being at the protests over the weekend was that there was a certain malice in our police officers and joy in an ability to hurt the citizens of Austin. There are some things that no one's brought up yet. I saw the police steal a bicycle and a backpack from protesters. I actually had to see Levi Ayala get shot in the head, and after he was moved by some protesters towards the police, all of the people that were assisting Levi were maced. There were police officers firing in response to insults, directly in response to insults. So I'm sure sometimes they received the flying object, but sometimes it was the middle finger and they shot back. And you could easily see that the police were discussing who they would shoot the next time that they had the opportunity to, trying to maximize pain or get back at people that they had decided they didn't like. So deeply troubling that the police are seeing the people of Austin as their enemies and I-35 as the thing that needs protecting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jason V.
Hello, my name is Jason Sweet. I've lived in Austin for nearly 30 years. So-called Police Chief Manley, your claim that this is not what we set out to do is a blatant lie. I know that you've have to have been aware of the damage that baton rams can cause and tear gas and mace for this week. So if you truly did not intend for Brad Ayala, Justin Howell, and countless others to be hospitalized, you would not have deployed that gear against the citizens of Austin. The reckless and indiscriminate use of these weapons are nothing more than simple brutality tactics by a violent gang in order to intimidate their opposition. The officers that committed these assaults on innocent civilians must be charged and prosecuted. Every officer at one of those scenes who refused to intervene or render aid should be charged as an accomplice. Any officers that refuse to assist in identifying those should be charged with obstruction. I agree with the calls for defunding, if not complete dismantling and replacement of the Austin Police Department, with large portions of its budget diverted to community organizations, public housing initiatives, public health, social workers, and other community causes to actually drive improvements in Austin. In addition, the Austin Police Association leadership must be brought to task for the defense of all the travesties that occurred this past week. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dana Sire.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. As a mental health professional, I'm appalled. I've heard speaker after speaker describe symptoms of trauma and PTSD as a result of interactions with APD. Experiencing complex trauma puts individuals at higher risk for a variety of health complications throughout the lifespan and contributes to the increased incidence of COVID-19 in communities of color. Racism is a public health issue, and the murder of Black citizens by the police state is state-sanctioned genocide. City Council listening alone is not enough if it is not followed by clear and decisive action. The actions of APD are abusive, and avoiding accountability is gaslighting the victims of these crimes. APD has undermined the entire healthcare industry of Austin and the work of health professionals who've been tirelessly responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. The only people who should interact with protesters are those who have been trained in crisis intervention and de-escalation. Any APD officer whose actions have harmed or injured a civilian needs to not only be fired but face criminal charges. APD officers should not have access to tear gas, beanbag rounds, or rubber bullets, which have been weaponized in lethal ways. Black Lives Matter in Austin. The City of Austin needs to pour funding that has been used to militarize the APD into communities of color in Austin instead. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joseph Robichaud.
All right, good evening. I'm a black man and a field medic with Austin EMS. Several times, I've been called upon to provide care to injured officers, and I've answered that call dutifully and proudly. However, I no longer feel like I can call on APD for protection without putting those we are supposed to serve at risk of violence. We have failed. Once, we arrived to find at least 7 officers restraining a young man, pressing their weight on his torso until his face was almost pressed into his knees. I watched his movements slow and his cries of, "I can't breathe," get weaker and weaker. Thankfully, we were able to get to them in time. Another time, I had to stop an officer who was pressing his weight onto a defenseless man's neck. I often have to physically place myself in between someone having a mental health crisis and malicious officers. Lastly, I wanted to share one near miss that was the result of the militarization of APD. A father was with his son and missed a call from the child's mom, who then called 911 concerned for his son's safety. No one called this man or knocked on his door. Instead, APD showed up with 2 Bearcats, dozens of officers in tactical gear and long rifles, and crept into their backyard. The family had no idea what was coming. Thankfully, no one was physically hurt, but everyone in that neighborhood was put in danger because of poor decision-making and militarization of the police force.
Thank you.
I ask that you divest from APD and to fix their leadership, culture, and use of force problem.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Harper Madison.
Chair, if I may, as far as I'm concerned, this is like any other briefing we get from a professional, from one of our civil service professionals. I'd like for the current speaker to continue.
You have that right.
Thank you.
He's been disconnected.
All right, then. Next speaker.
Richard Boland.
We saw APD's true colors this weekend. APD needs a good house cleaning from top down. We need a citizen review panel with the power to directly fire officers for misconduct without time limits or having an arbitrator reinstate them. To do this, I ask that the council take action to end civil service for APD and amend the city charter if that's what it takes. It may take a petition or referendum, but APD has made several thousand new enemies this weekend, so now is a good time to take this action. It seems the cops now want to pass out cookies to the protesters and sing Kumbaya. Maybe they should have thought about that before they decided to shower beanbags and pepper spray on children, pregnant women, street medics, and the rest of us protesters. Council, I appreciate you having this meeting, but I wish y'all had spoken out by Saturday afternoon. I wish Mr. Cronk or Ariano had taken action on Saturday. One single public safety commissioner was the only city official to speak out about this weekend. Silence equals consent. Black Lives Matter. Blocking the freeway is not violent, and kill Whitey. Thank you. I yield the time to my black friends.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Michael Frazier.
And Mayor, before Mr. Frazier speaks, I just want to assure folks, many of us on this dais, as many of us have legal limits on talking to each other, many of us were contacting the manager, contacting the chief, contacting the assistant city managers about what we were hearing. Several of us put out public statements over the weekend about the things that people were experiencing. It clearly was not enough. It clearly did not prevent many of the experiences we're hearing in testimony today. But I want folks to know that those attempts were made, even if many of them were unsuccessful.
Okay.
And Mayor, it looked like some other council members might say something. I don't know if they need to. But.
Councilmember Kitchen.
Thank you, Councilmember Kassar. I do. But one thing we've learned is that we try to get information. We try to talk with people, and a number of us we all communicated in whatever ways we could, including myself and others. And I put out information, as did others. And so, for the person who is speaking, I'm sorry if you didn't see what we sent out. And I invite you to contact my office. I'm happy to talk with you directly.
Okay, next speaker.
Michael Frazier.
Hello. My government name is, oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Can you hear me? Oh, I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
please
Okay,
go
yes,
ahead.
my name is Michael Frazier, and my chosen name is Rainey. I'm a 10-year resident of Austin, and I've been a social worker here for about 7 years. I've worked with children in foster care, houseless persons, people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I'm extensively trained in crisis management and have worked to intervene to de-escalate violent situations for almost 5 years. There is no excuse for the violence that is being perpetrated by the police. I have worked with a man who is almost twice my weight, trying to smash a solid wooden chair over my head, and I never needed a weapon to protect myself in that situation. I was one person, and I worked with other staff. Did not need weapons. So the police are absolutely insane for thinking that we will believe that they need that. I want to thank Gregorio Kassar, and I want to thank Natasha Harper-Madison. You are exemplary council people and persons, and the people stand with you because we know you stand with us. I demand justice for Mike Ramos, Justin Howe, Brad Ayala, the man who appeared to be homeless to me, who was arrested for standing on a closed highway in the middle of the night in flip-flops. I demand justice for the disabled man who APD murdered this last year.
Thank you for calling in and joining us.
In the news.
Appreciate that. Thank you for
If
joining.
anybody has questions for me, I will stay on the phone.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Catherine McBee. Catherine McBee, unmute, please.
Oh, sorry about that. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, I would just like to add a point that I have not heard made yet. It is completely outrageous that APD used tear gas this weekend, especially near an encampment of the homeless, especially in a crowd where there were children, and especially where we're in a pandemic that where the disease targets people's respiratory systems. Tear gas has long-lasting health repercussions for many of the people who experience it. And I just want to say, I was walking toward the police station when they deployed it. I was at like Metro and 6th, and everybody around me, myself included, started coughing and choking and crying. So I don't know. There's a lot of egregiousness. Defund the APD, demilitarize. Chief Manley, you've got to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker.
Abbas Hussein.
Hello, my name is Abbas Hussein, and the last few weeks have displayed a disturbing indication of fatal and critical mistakes our police force have made in a job where there cannot be a margin of error. I attended the protest on Sunday and immediately called your office, appalled at the treatment of peaceful protesters. Mayor Adler and my councilwoman Leslie Poole, to no avail. This meeting should have been last week. The delay has resulted in so many additional horrific stories we are hearing today. My recommendation is for our leaders to take a hard look to see if we truly believe a 16% year-over-year increase in police budget will drive impactful change. It won't. Mayor Adler and council members, you have a choice to make. Option one is to continue to use police as a catch-all. Continue to have them set up for failure with another increase in police budget. Continue to have disproportionately higher stops for people of color. Continue to have fatal and critical mistakes by officers. Or invest those funds in your community. Invest in social services that require trained professionals on issues like mental health. We will remember the direction you all go, and we will hold you accountable for additional mistakes that result in loss of life. I have sent you all research and studies that back up my recommendation. I ask you guys to make change. No more talking. Make change. You can do this today. We've seen the peaceful protests today with officers not having riot gear. This can happen in a moment. When you know your jobs are on the line, you can make a change. Do it
Thank you very
today.
much.
Stay up all night if you have
Thank
to.
you. Thank you for participating. Next speaker.
Stephanie Crocker.
Hello, good evening. My name is Stephanie Crocker, resident of District 2. Police brutality and racial injustice have been a problem since the foundation of our country. We can no longer remain quiet because silence is complicity. I speak out today as a white mother and an educator for Austin ISD. I have the privilege to teach adorable third graders of all races. But at what point do people start to perceive my students of color as a threat instead of the adorable children that they are? Police brutality continues to happen here in Austin and across our country. It is our constitutional right as Americans to assemble and petition. Yet the First Amendment is being violated and people can no longer peacefully assemble and petition without the potential threat of being injured or even worse, killed by police. Let's not forget how the catalyst of this most recent uproar began. The murder of a Black man, George Floyd, killed, murdered under the knee of a police officer. And then the brutality continues throughout the peaceful protests. You cannot blame the pot for boiling over if you never address the flame. As a mother, I don't have to worry about my son getting shot by the police. But as a teacher, I fear for the safety of those remarkable children of color sitting in my classroom. I am aware there are good people who are police officers and prosecutors, but they are working inside of an incredibly broken system. Now is the time more than ever that we speak up. We demand change. I implore you, the City Council, to lead this change.
Thank you
All
very much.
lives cannot matter until Black lives do.
Thank
Black
you
lives
very
matter.
much. Appreciate it. Councilmember Harper Madison.
Thank you for recognizing me. I mean, I could not be more grateful for all the voices we're hearing. I could do this all night, y'all, but it turns out there's a lot of us on the line, including that last speaker who recognized that she's a mom. I saw two little cuties pop up on the screen. I saw Delia's cutie pop up on the screen, and I saw Kathy's cutie pop up on the screen. We got to put these kids to bed. It's 9:38, and I would like very much to ask for a moment of privilege. Can we take 10 minutes to put our kids to bed and then come back? Is that acceptable to my colleagues?
That's fine. We could do that. We also have, we're really close to the last 25 speakers. So during this 10-minute break, some of these speakers have left and then come back on. And our system doesn't tie their phone numbers to their names. So if it's possible, I don't know if it's possible during this 10 minutes without losing the phone line, if you could, Myrna, if you're there, would it help if they text in their name to a number? I don't know how we identify these people. We could call the last 4 digits of their phone numbers when they come back, and then they could come on. I'm a little nervous just doing that, though. That was what was recommended.
We were
Because there
hoping.
were so many problems earlier, I'm really, really, really hesitant to ask anybody to go anywhere, with the exception of saying, y'all, if especially I know there are parents on the line right now, so y'all know what I'm talking about. And so some of them need that 10 minutes too. I just, if I could take 10 minutes to make sure that my kids are good.
No. Go ahead and do that. But in this 10 minutes, I want to try and see if there's something we can do for those other people.
Thank
So
you.
we're going to recess for 10 minutes. And so if you need to go do that, please go do that now. Myrna, while we have you on the phone, is there any direction we should be giving to these folks to help us with the phone numbers we can identify?
I will be calling the last 4 digits of their phone number. I will admit them to the call, and if they can just please state their name, that would be great.
What if we did the last 2 digits of their phone number?
We can try, sure.
Let's try that. And if 2 people call in, then you can just ask for it again. I'm just concerned that if you do 4 digits, we're effectively identifying who they are. There aren't that many phone numbers that start with the first 3. So let's try it with the first 2 and let's see how close we get to getting everybody on. Even if it means, we end up in a little bit different order on the last 25.
Okay.
All right, it is 9:40. We'll come back here in 10 minutes at 9:50, and then we'll start that process. Thank you. The time is 9:54. We are reconvening here on June 4th, the regular city council meeting, as well as the concurrently run special called meeting also for June 4th. The full dais is present. We'll continue on with the last 27 speakers.
Amanda Afifi.
I'm Amanda Afifi, Chair of the Hispanic Latino Commission, school psychologist and District 2 resident. Tonight I speak as a private citizen. I want to remind everyone of an excerpt from Spencer Cox, member to Mayor and Council, dated 6/8/18 regarding Austin's police chief. There are concerns raised by citizens who question whether or not Manley is able to bring about a cultural change in the department and around areas of community policing, oversight, and accountability. This concern was primarily due to his internal candidacy status and the uncertainty of whether or not an internal candidate can be an effective change agent. I'm here to tell you Manley's actions show us he is not and will never be an effective change agent. In November 2018, the Hispanic Latino Commission held a special session with APD. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Garza, for making a statement at the meeting. When we were there, we asked about high numbers of excessive use of force, and they said that, well, pretty much anything can be classified as that, even a shove, and they have to report it. So we asked them to break that down into categories, and I have yet to see it. People at that time did not call for Manley to be removed because the community wanted to give him another chance, but it appears that things have just gotten worse. Just Conk, fire Manley, Assistant Chief Day, Assistant City Manager Adriano, Justice for Mike Ramos. He was shot with the beanbag before he killed. And,
Thank you for participating this
I just want to say that.
Thank you for joining in. Thank you. Next speaker.
Eve Galbraith.
Is Amanda still on the phone? Amanda Fifi.
Oh. Hello?
Okay, never mind.
Amanda is not. We have Eve Galbraith.
Okay. Yeah, hello. I want to say first that while we were in recess and the live stream was off, I heard Mayor Adler congratulating all the council members for sticking the day out, and that although we are within the last 27 callers, you should not be feeling relieved. You have not done anything yet, and the entirety of Austin is watching with little to no patience. Many people are calling in and speaking about cops in relation to the protests. I want to speak to cops in relation to the daily lives of people in color. The normalized concept of cops among white people is that cops should fill a role that provide a last resort, Band-Aid style temporary safety net on an individual level, to be called upon by an individual to arrive on the scene and to deal with individuals in isolated incidents. However, it is not a secret that neighborhoods of color are more heavily policed as a community than white neighborhoods. Mike Ramos was not an isolated incident. The cops did not seek him out specifically, but rather they were already patrolling and stalking the community. So why is that? white neighborhoods have all the other community structures in place to run effectively within the law. Looking at the demographic maps provided by AustinTexas.gov, there is a directly inverse correlation between neighborhoods of color and neighborhoods with a high median income. This means that white neighborhoods have livable, affordable housing, better than living wage jobs that provide financial stability in a way to move up the totem pole, well-funded schools with higher teacher-to-student ratios, and access to mental and physical health care. With these systems in place, the white neighborhoods have room to run neighborhood watch committees and can do their own law regulation on a community level. The police only need to operate on an occasional, infrequent, and individual capacity rather than policing a whole society. So by defunding and demilitarizing the APD, having widespread and public firing of officers who have exhibited aggressive force, starting with firing and charging, nabbing, and firing and charging.
Excuse me. Thank you very much.
And reallocating.
And during the break, when I just want to correct the record, I wasn't congratulating the council members for anything. They're doing their job. But I did thank, and I want to thank again now that we're in the meeting, the staff put together this phone system within 24 hours. So again, I want to thank the staff for putting this together so quickly. It's worked pretty well for something that was put in place in such a limited period of time. Next speaker.
Emma Galbraith.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Fantastic. Hi, I live in District 9. Hi. So the argument for police is that they protect the community, which begs the question, which community? Crowdfunding, which is covering the medical expenses of folks like Saranika Martin, Justin Howell, Brad Ayala, Anthony Evans, and Bomani Ray Barton, is community protection. APD shot them, and they're shooting the street medics with homemade supplies to protect our community. There's a suffocating irony in celebrating medical workers with a flyover and then gunning down medical workers weeks later. I saw police pull down people's masks and then mace them. They deployed tear gas by helicopter on everyone demanding justice at the monument to racism that is I-35. APD has zero penny in their budget is another drop of blood on your hands. You cannot fix the institution with more training or more hires if the institution is built on debt. Brian Manley needs to go. Fire him. Ray Ariano, who is supposedly in charge of public safety, needs to go. Fire him. Defund APD, and for every black person and protester harmed, redirect that money to programs that actually help us, like the RISE Fund, Public Health, Parks and Rec, the Public Library, Homeless and Displacement Services, and Low-Income Housing. If you don't, please expect to see protests at I-35 and across the city until APD puts all of us in the hospital or in the ground. It's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Ray Martinez.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ray Martinez. I'm the Texas Rising Director for the Texas Freedom Network. I'm also a resident of Austin, specifically District 9. And he asked that the city divest from police, from the police, and use the funds taken away from the APD to invest in health, housing, and direct pandemic assistance. In addition to this, I'm asking that the police fire Chief Brian Manley and the police officers who killed Mike Ramos and now. Currently, 40% of the budget is allocated to the police department, which is wild that we continue to fund the force that abuses and murders black folks and other marginalized communities in Austin, as well as launches an assault on protesters when they protest that same policeality. Austin City Council needs to take action now to divest from the APD. The fact that the police officers who shot Mike Ramos in April are still a part of the APD is shameful. Police Chief Brian Manley needs to be removed from his position for allowing the department to fail deeply. The individuals who murdered Mike Ramos would be removed as soon as possible if City Council values the other community. Please hold Police Chief Brian Manley accountable by firing him and the police officers who killed Mike Ramos and divest from the police. Put the funds that have been divested into areas that will actually help Austin thrive. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Victoria Tatum.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, please go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. I am a resident of District 9, and I'm here to voice strong opposition to Item 7. The Automobile Burglary and Theft Prevention Authority advocates for tactics that I do not think benefit community safety. For instance, the use of fake cars, heightened surveillance, and predictive policing that disproportionately target minority communities. It is also stated outright in their operation plan that task force are routinely called upon to provide assistance and use of special equipment to narcotics, robbery, and vice divisions. So this grant money would not even be necessarily restricted to the Austin Auto Theft Interdiction Project, nor is this money free as the term grant might imply. As stated earlier, a percentage of it is matched by the city. I think it is clear from APD's behavior that more money and more officers in any capacity are not for the betterment of our community. And frankly, I'm appalled that this council almost voted on item 7 without community input or any debate. Every dollar given to the department needs to be scrutinized and vetted thoroughly. I implore the council to not approve this grant. If automobile burglary and theft are really a priority to the APD, I'm sure they could find the money elsewhere in their exorbitantly large budget. Thank you for your time, and thank you for hosting all of us here to speak today.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jennifer Kratky.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead and start.
Thank you. I'm a lifelong Texan, a graduate of the University of Texas, and a homeowner in District 8 for 10 years. I don't envy your job tonight. It's apparent that maybe 100 or 200 activists have activated tonight, but I don't think they represent the majority of regular Austin taxpayers who have been staying home because, number one, there's supposedly still a pandemic, and number two, we've been seeing videos from here and around the country of violence, destruction, fires, and looting. Yet we have our mayor encouraging people to go out to, quote unquote, disrupt. Blocking freeways is not peaceful. Multiple businesses owned by people of color were ruined. We stand with Chief Manley, and defunding the police department will not magically make crime disappear. Why were you, council members, not out there every night helping keep the peace? If no tactics are ever needed, why weren't you out there? Instead of encouraging mass protests, you could be holding smaller gatherings in each of our districts so we can all be heard by our council members and come up with solutions.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Kara McConnell.
Hi, I'm a District 1 voter and a member of Stonewall Democrats of Austin. I spent yesterday and today carefully crafting my statement, cutting it down to time, and at this point in the night, what I have to say has been said by others. So I just want to ask this. Chief Manley, why have only 2 women called in to speak in defense of APD's actions this weekend? If y'all protected and served the community, why is no one applauding you? Why does no one feel safer? Have some respect for APD's victims and step down. And to the council, vote yes on the remaining police reforms that are part of the 8 Can't Wait reforms, and then present a plan to defund the APD, starting with the grant in question. No one here is justifying the APD's actions because they are completely unjustifiable. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Katie Truesdale.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. We're ready.
Thank you. I live in District 3. The pain of the Black community has been met with violence, and the city's silent leadership up until now has been deafening. City Manager Kronk, would you have listened to the people's pleas if Google or Facebook were emailing you? It's clear that Austin's leadership operates under the guise of being progressive while lining their pockets. This is what the people of Austin want to see immediately. No excessive force used at any future protests. Any officer using excessive force will be removed immediately and charged for their actions. Defund the police and use that money for public health care, education, and affordable housing. We are living in history today, and I know everybody's already said what I've already said, but my grandfather was a pastor 10 miles away from Selma when MLK marched across Edmund Pettus Bridge. And when I asked him as a young child what he did to stand with MLK, he said nothing because it wasn't his fight. I say that this is my fight and it's yours as well. You will be asked what you did in this moment of history, and I pray that you do not live to regret it, because I know I will not. Fire Chief Manley and justice for Mike Ramos. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, yes, Councilmember Harper Madison.
I hate that we lose the caller so fast. Is the previous speaker on the line still or no?
She is not.
Okay.
I mean, my task and assignment, I think, given the direction of the council, is to try to hew to that structure as best I can.
And I appreciate that very much. But I think some of the people that are sharing with us and saying things to us are under different circumstances. They would be in council chambers and we could ask them to come back up, because I'd love for that previous speaker to be able to talk about their experience with, you know, having had that as their formative experience, and then subsequently how they, as an adult, move through it. But that's neither here nor there. Never mind. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Kyle Harmon.
Hi, I'm a mental health professional specializing in crisis work. I'd like to speak directly to Chief Manley. You said earlier today, unfortunately, there will be mistakes in the reference to the murder of George Floyd. How dare you call this violence a mistake? This violence is intentional, targeted, racist. It's terrorism. The Austin Police Force is an institution that was created in 1865 to keep Black people oppressed, born out of slave patrols prior to the Civil War. An institution that is evil from its inception can never be reformed. How dare you, Chief Manley, in front of his own grieving brother, call 16-year-old Brad Ayala being shot in the head for standing in the grass during a peaceful movement, irreparably damaging this boy's brain, a mistake. How dare you? Chief Manley, recognize your role in this violence. You can still join in this movement by resigning immediately. City Council, take action now to divest in the police. Immediately invest this money into housing, public health, and education. Black Lives Matter.
Okay, colleagues, there are about 20 speakers left, I think. It's past 10 o'clock. Is there a motion to move this meeting past 10? Councilmember Cassar makes the motion. Councilor Hopper Madison seconds. Those in favor of extension, please raise your hand.
I'm back.
Those opposed? It's unanimous on the dais to extend past 10. Next speaker, please.
Brooke Stiles.
Hello, my name is Brooke Stiles and I live in District 10. I'm a white person who supports all demands of undoing white supremacy and Austin Justice Coalition that have been mentioned again and again and again today. My husband and I did attend the protest this weekend despite the pandemic because Black Lives Matter to us. I second, third, fourth, all of the disturbing accounts you heard today. Nothing has been exaggerated. Nothing has been overstated. I reiterate that the police officers looked trigger happy and agitated. I did see them point and single out my husband on one occasion as a possible target. What I haven't heard asked or mentioned was if any of you as community leaders were there. Based on the way that you opened the call, it sounds like you were upset by what happened. But did any of you come and try and stop it on day 2 or 3? The protest escalated over days. It didn't happen one day or a couple hours. It was days. We saw it escalate. And I know that you have social media too. You watched it happen. I cannot imagine that the APD would open fire on Mayor Adler or Chief Manley, and I can't help but wonder if those boys, 2 young boys, would have made it out safely. My family will be there on Saturday to listen, learn, and amplify. All the white people that called in tonight should be there too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Laura Clark.
I'm Laura Clark, proud resident of District 1. I hold a Master's of Public Health from UT and have worked here in the nonprofit community for the last decade. Public health experts have concluded police brutality is a social determinant of health based on 5 mechanisms that lead to higher morbidity in Black communities: fatal injuries that increase mortality rates, physiological responses that increase morbidity, racist public reactions that cause stress, legal, medical, and funeral bills that cause financial strain, and oppressive structures that cause systemic disempowerment. Police brutality is a public health crisis.
Economic inequality is a public health crisis. Take the following 4 actions to address these crises. Allocate at least $70 million to the RISE Fund. Philanthropic dollars are a drop in the bucket compared to your ability to direct investly in communities made vulnerable. Adopt a model use of force policy. Defund and dismantle Austin Police Department. Fire Manley and the officers that killed Mike Ramos. Policy actions are empty unless they are combined with radical transparency and community oversight. This is your chance to create real and lasting change in Austin. I urge you, take it. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Daniel Shea.
Thank you. So I'm calling today in solidarity with Black organizers and communities of color in Austin to demand real changes that keep all Austinites safe. That includes firing Chief Manley, but new leadership and training at APD is not enough. Council must act now to defund APD, and that includes the grant you'll vote on later. Speakers before me have already addressed the huge discrepancy between funding that we allocate to APD and funding that we allocate to critical city services and how harmful that is to people in our community. But you all know those things already. You're the ones who approve the budget. You know the money is there, and you know that every dollar that goes to APD is a dollar that goes toward harming Black and brown people in Austin instead of going to housing, public health, or other services that might actually keep community members safe. Councilmember Poole, you started this meeting with a commitment to, quote, risk your career to make this right, and inviting your colleagues to do the same. Several of you made similar comments. Statements are one thing, but it is absolutely critical that you follow through. Black Lives Matter. It's time to defund APD now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Trevor Vosberg.
Hello, do you guys hear me?
Yes, please proceed. Go ahead.
Well, I'm a resident of District 7. I'd like to draw attention to the current police union contract, which was unanimously approved by the council in 2018, limits police oversight. The union contract currently restricts reducing police funding. The Office of Police Oversight that is created is purely advisory, does not have subpoena or investigatory power, does not have the power to fire officers. The 180-day statute of limitations limits for police investigations and discipline. Officers can appeal to an arbitrator and be reinstated despite being investigated and potentially fired. This May, 2 officers who were fired for violence and who cost the city $75,000 in a lawsuit were reinstated with back pay. As council members work towards addressing the recent appalling police conduct, they should remember how the unanimous vote for current police contracts has tied their hands in addressing police misconduct. They should look at all legal means to end and replace the current union contract. The council must proactively rewrite the union contract in the future to serve Black people and people of color who suffer most from lacking police accountability. See the rest of my time.
Yes. Thank you very much for participating. Next speaker.
Nakia Arnold.
Yes, my name is Nika Arnold, and I just want to let y'all know on this night to release everything that doesn't serve y'all. Know that it is time to heal as a community, as a Black community. Let it go. Let's heal. It's time to heal. It's time for y'all to heal. Let's heal together. It's way overdue. Stand with the Black people. A lot of people, white people, are out there sacrificing for us. Y'all see it. They're standing with us. Stand with us. The universal law will play out. Don't go against it. Release all that doesn't serve you and stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kathleen Houlihan.
This is Kathleen Houlihan. I'm a native Austinite and a white woman and a resident of District 9. I'm here in solidarity with my Black and brown neighbors and friends. I oppose item 7, as we saw this weekend and heard from my fellow Austinites. Funding for APD is essentially funding for local terrorism. The time for reparations is right now, starting with this budget. According to research from the police union contract, APD has all of the major barriers to police accountability written to their contract. The reprehensible behavior we heard about tonight will likely result in no justice for the families of those harmed by APD. Chief Manley's threat of curfews are a step backwards. We just got our youth curfew off the books. Curfews must not creep back in any way as a tool to criminalize our Black and brown Austinites. I urge the council to defund APD, adopt Campaign Zero, and reallocate funds to alternatives that uplift the community that we Austinites have and continue to oppress and harm with racist systems. I feel anger and shame and sadness, and I echo the letter writer from earlier today who said, please put your career on the line for change. Black lives are on the line. Their blood is on our hands. No justice, no peace. Black lives matter. And my partner put my child to bed hours ago so I could stay here and talk to y'all, but that sacrifice is minuscule. I can never atone for my role in this story. Silence is violence, and business as usual is death.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Katie Maxwell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead, please.
My name is Katie Maxwell, a proud Austinite of over 11 years. This weekend, my heart was shattered as I watched live as our officers that are sworn to protect our community began repeatedly shooting into and tear gassing crowds of innocent people like it was a war zone. I was especially enraged by several brutal incidents spoken about today that transpired this weekend that are violent, unacceptable, and I know that you all agree go against our values as a community. Brutalizing people at a police brutality protest is adding fuel to an already raging fire that is plaguing every corner of our country as we speak. The unnecessary excessive force that we've seen and experienced on the end of APD during this time is fanning the flames instead of suffocating them with peace and understanding. Our officers are visually terrifying right now. Their actions over the weekend were terrifying. The direction these peaceful protests that are going, that have been agitated by excessive force, is terrifying. Massive shields, full riot gear, numerous weapons surrounding their bodies, looking more like they're ready for war against our own citizens than to lay down arms and hear the deafening sounds and pleading needs of the people and community. I believe in justice and I believe in peace. I would implore you to speak with underserved community organizations, organizers, and leaders. Call on APD, AFD, Austin EMS, council members, and any other government officials available to meet and greet with our people. Hold a town square, give them a microphone, allow people to be heard on a large scale, anything. Just listen, hear them, hold space for them. It is in your power to reform and enact real change, to begin repairing the damage this weekend and incidents like the Mike Ramos case have caused our community, to heal the relationships between our civil servants and our people. We are not New York. We are not Philadelphia. We are not any of the other places that are completely out of control. We are Austin, Texas, a city of love and good vibes. We don't need your riot gear. We need your change. Help us bridge the gap, correct the wrongs inflicted on our people, and get back to the city we all know we can be. I have faith that we can and will be better than we were before. Thank you for your time. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Julie Nolan.
Hello.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Hi. I got this. My name is Julie Nolan. I'm a native Austinite, and I did see a lot of different videos, and I saw a lot of even officers, fighting to keep their guns. I saw 4 African-American officers spinning in circles, trying to keep his gun in his duty bag, and that was posted by an African-American state rep. So what I learned was there was a lot of stress going on in the scenes, and mistakes happen under stress. And if your child is doing wrong, do you take away everything, or do you put them in school and teach them how to do right? What I saw, I train LEO. I'm not going to lie. I've never trained APD, but we've done demos for them, and we've tested them under stress. I've fired guns at them. I've done things like that to test their reaction. If you really want to make it better, you find out which one of those were fighters, which one of those were in the war zone. You test them under stress, and you find out who exactly you're dealing with. That's the only reveal of a personality. Thank you for all this extra time for us.
Thank you.
Emily Garrick.
Hold on one moment, please.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem, Amanda Afifi is back on the line if you wanted to ask her a question.
I only wanted to see if she's the chair of the Latino quality of life and a District 2 resident, and we don't get many callers. So I just wanted to offer her, it sounded like she was just closing her thoughts, and I just wanted to offer her the opportunity to say what, if she had anything else to say.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Garza. I really just wanted to say that as a school psychologist, we are trained in crisis intervention, de-escalation, psychological services, and counseling. And it just really pains me to hear how much, it's affected our young citizens. I mean, working in the schools, kids ask me about racism. They see it, they know it's there. And it's already hard for us to respond to, somebody like these little tiny faces asking us these tough questions. But now, with APD harming a 16-year-old, we are here to help. School psychologists are here to help. Reach out to us. Reach out to the Texas Association. Reach out to the National Association of School Psychologists. We support social justice. We are trying to reform, the way that discipline is in schools, because we know that also is just disproportionately affecting our Hispanic, Latino, and African American kiddos. And so, it starts there. And so really, we need funding. We need more school psychologists. Right now, the ratios are awful for school psychologists, especially for bilingual, school psychologists to provide services in Spanish to kiddos and families. And so just thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Garza, for asking for me. And really, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we were with Emily Garrick.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Emily Garrick. I'm an attorney at the Texas Fair Defense Project, which fights the criminalization of poverty in Texas. Through our work, we've seen countless ways the criminal legal system targets and brutalizes people of color and people experiencing poverty and endangers Black lives. That all begins with police, and as we all know now in Austin, our police department is one of the worst. And that's not because they don't have enough money, it's because they have too many resources that they are using to hurt people of color. We cannot continue like this, and it's up to you to change it. I've been so incredibly moved by the testimony today. And as others have said, we have to defund the police. We have to specifically take away the resources that are actively being used to hurt our residents. And that includes at a minimum no new officers and no new cadet class this year, no weapons against protesters, no fusion center, no money for surveillance of our residents, no contracts for license plate readers, and no officers seated in our school. And we desperately need real accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, Mayor, now we begin with the callers that we do not have a name for. So I will call out the last two numbers of the phone number. The first one is 83. And if you are on the line, please state your name. The last two numbers of your number are 83.
This is Brendan Walsh. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Walsh.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, and everyone for staying so late. This is Brendan Walsh of District 1. 2 years ago, I moved here from the Midwest. I watched in horror, talking to my friends in Minneapolis about the absolute horror of George Floyd's murder, the police response, and also the police response to all protesters with rubber bullets, tear gas, etc. And I hope that Austin would be better. After Saturday, I was gravely disappointed. I urge the Austin City Council to adopt the Campaign Zero goals, which I believe are achievable, can provoke real change, and help people of color in the city. I think their research-based approach, which will be able to sell to the Austin people at large and all voters, not just the people who are on this call. So I really appreciate their activism and their passion today. And I encourage all the city council members to think about what it might mean to do a campaign losing every single police union vote, because that might be what you need to do.
I was deeply disturbed of watching reports of Austin officers smiling or expressing joy when they successfully hit protesters. At least 4 protesters were gravely injured, and the chief of police reported they were all not a threat. After watching the officers that shot Brad Ayala and more videos come out from different angles, there are 4 officers holding beanbag shotguns who crawl over the barricade of I-35. One officer clearly raises his rifle in the video from Sean King, and Brad goes down after that moment. There are now pictures of those 4 officers walking over that barricade in close succession. And I believe that looking at those pictures, the city council and the authorities can put those officers to death duty, interview who is the final shooter, and also call for the officer who fired the shot and cracked Brad's skull to be taken at a minimum fired from the ADP or to possibly tried in the court of law. Thank you for staying up so late and listening to our call.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jessica Cohen.
Hi, guys. Apologies for the technical issues. I was disconnected halfway through the break and couldn't dial back in. But my name is Jessica Cohen. I live in District 3, and I'm not going to repeat everything you guys have heard tonight. But I think it's important to mention, beyond the systemic racism and excessive force, is that we need to address that APD employs a large number of officers who don't live in Austin, don't share our morals and values, and honestly don't seem to like Austinites much. On top of the 8 can't wait, we need to institute a policy that would require all officers to live in the community they serve. And that's how we're going to rebuild trust. We also need to end the contract with the Austin Police Association. We can no longer allow this union to strong-arm city council and prevent appropriate oversight of our officers. Lastly, please defund APD. Take away the military gear. They don't need it. What they need is to be trained to view Austinites as humans and neighbors again, regardless of their skin color. Thank you so much for staying up so late. I really appreciate y'all.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Okay, caller with the last 2 digits of 39. Please state your name.
Good evening to you all. My name is Rebecca Cruz. After 9 years of serving our country in the United States Army, I chose to hang up my uniform in 2018. Not because I was done serving, but because I believed my morals no longer aligned with the path I saw our country taking. This is including the lack of respect for human life that is mirrored in our local APD's actions. As a law student, I am now charging myself with assisting in changing the legislation that made it difficult for me to continue to wear that uniform. Since the murder of George Floyd, I have volunteered, made signs, protested in our streets, and like many others, I want to do more. This Wednesday, June 10th, you will each receive an email from me consisting of both questions and recommendations of how motivated citizens like myself can work towards making many of the changes you've heard on today's call. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, the speaker with the last digits of 62.
I'm sorry?
62.
Okay. 62.
Please state your name. If the last 2 digits of your phone number are 62, please state your name. We heard you. Please.
Did someone call?
Sorry, can you all hear me?
Yes. Would you state your name, please?
Yes, I apologize. Good evening. My name is James. I'm a native District 1 Austinite that organizes with the industrial workers of the world. As much as I would like to thank
James, what's your last name?
I've watched with
James, what's your last name?
My last name is Donnelly.
Thank you.
I've watched with abhorrent frustration as this council has blithely dismissed or blatantly ignored the desperate cries of its constituency against violent acts of fascism. I see y'all yawning. I see y'all bored. Let me be clear. Mike Ramos was murdered next door to me. Brad Ayala is an ambitious student at my prior high school. Growing up in Austin, I've watched for decades as countless people of color in my community are murdered, maimed, crying out for their moms, their dads, any mercy. We aren't idly watching anymore, and no solutions that you propose overnight will fix millennia upon millennia of systemic oppression. We need a united, unilateral approach against the socioeconomic, systemic barriers that plague historically marginalized classes. We won't be silent after this meeting. We won't be silent until we see intersectional change. Munition fired on protesters is an act of fascism. Fire Manly, 8 Can't Wait, and Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The last 2 digits are 23.
Hi, my name is Chris Catalunya. Your lack of leadership, it shows. Your committee is a shit show, and you did nothing to protect the citizens of this city. And it's evident that your line of communication to the Austin Police Department is non-existent. Do y'all not know where the APD headquarters is? Well, it's off 7th and I-35. Probably where a lot of y'all need to be jailed right after these past days of protest. You're all complicit to the people being tear gassed and pepper sprayed to the face. And it's funny because y'all don't seem concerned by the lack of facial expression, with the exception of Miss Madison. Instead of funding this now militarized organization, how about y'all get your fucking heads out of your asses, defund Austin Police Department, defund these clowns, and put funding towards education. You have schools in underserved communities closing down. Perhaps if these schools had funding, they could teach to recognize the racism that is present within the Austin Police Department and the racism within your decision-making in the city council. Chief Manley, you need to be fired. You're not even half of what the name suggests. Mayor Adler, you're a terrorist to East Austin and Riverside based on your gentrification and your promotion towards organizations such as Oracle Riverside and the Domain East. You are gentrifying neighborhoods.
Thank you very
driving
much.
minorities out of the
Thank
city.
you. Thank you for participating this evening. Is that the last speaker? We have an additional speaker.
We still have a few.
Okay, sounds good.
The last digits are 78. Please state your name.
My name is Melinda Taylor, and I'm a resident of District 10. Chief Manley, I am Hispanic, and on behalf of many, many Austinites, we want to thank you and all the law enforcement officers for everything you are doing for us. We can never repay you. Here's a great idea. All officers should stage a walkout, then let these idiots fend for themselves. Then we'll see the results of such stupidity that I've been hearing tonight. Thank you again, Chief. All of our law enforcement officers on the state, local, and federal level. We love you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Last digits are 30. Please state your name.
My name is Lisa Knapp. Hi, my name is Lisa Knapp, and I founded a local organization that supports children who are victims of domestic minor sex trafficking. Firing Chief Manley is not a solution. Defunding and thus crippling APD is a ridiculous suggestion. Manley is a competent, knowledgeable, and experienced leader. Let's discuss with him about the power and the influence of the police union and specific legislation that provides immunity to bad cops as possibilities for change. I've heard a great deal about the alleged violence committed by the Austin Police Department during this past week. I was also present during the protest. I saw thugs throwing frozen water bottles, rocks, and bricks at police, burning the belongings of a homeless man, and shouting disgusting names at officers. In my experience with trafficked children, Chief Manley and his team have saved countless children from violent criminals. Who do you expect to investigate and arrest these heavily armed violent pimps and traffickers if you defund, and disarm our officers? Children won't be safe just because criminals have health care, COVID relief initiatives, housing, and better lighting on the greenbelt. There are violent criminals in this city. The right thing to do is for City Council to work with Chief Manley and support him and his team instead of throwing him under the bus. Help him to make real change. He can't do it alone. This is a good man, ladies and gentlemen, and I am disgraced and ashamed by some of the people that I heard on these calls today. Thank you very much.
Last digits are 39. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is. Let me turn off my other phone. I called through two phones. I really wanted to get my call in. I've been here since 2:30, like you. Thank you so much for doing this. My name is Veronica Gonzalez, and I'm a business owner, community leader, Puerto Rican, and woman of color from District 5. I want to offer a different perspective. I come from Puerto Rico, and I see what corruption does, institutional ineptitude does, internal forces in the government that prevent changes does. I know that you may feel that your hands are tied in many ways, but I'm here to say it's not, and you're still in time. I challenge all of you to not let Austin decay or the U.S. decay. I went to law school, and what I've been seeing is very scary. The Constitution is being violated like never before. Do what you have to do. You know what you have to do. Fire, hire, and act. But make this city an example. Look inside your spirit and your heart. Honor your inner child. I've been seeing your faces today, and I know there's a lot of hurt, even in Manly. I don't agree with the things that happen, but I know we're all humans, so we're all hurting together. And I want to say I love you all of you. And with love, that's how we're going to make a change in this country, with love and changing our spirit. And it's an inner, what we have is a spiritual crisis. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
The last speaker has the digits 88. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Eric Quinnell. I am a PhD in engineering, and I just wanted to question some of the emotions that are flying around on these phone calls. When this hot time passes, I would suggest that y'all, who we've elected to power, to take the time and look at data, not anecdotes, not emotions, not groupthink. Civilized society does not occur without enforcement of law, without police force. There will be exceptions. There will be people who make mistakes, and I'm not saying we should allow for those exceptions to go uninvestigated or not have consequence, but by and large, not having a police force is sophomoric suggestion at best. Use data. Use all the crime data you have. Make a logical and rational discussion when you're not exhausted and when you're not dealing with hot protests right now when emotions are high. Groupthink and mob mentality are dangerous, so please use data to support a civilized and structured society. Go police.
Great. Any other speakers? Councilmember Harper Madison.
I would just like to echo the sentiment of that last speaker in saying I 100% appreciate the benefit that we have by way of the data. The data shows that we have a problem. And multiple speakers throughout the course of the evening have given us the opportunity to recognize that it can be both. We can both have a problem and have fantastic, honorable people who show up and do a great job in a way that is responsible, both emotionally and professionally. So it can be both. So I just don't want anybody to walk away thinking it has to be one or the other. It can be both. Turns out we have both. And at the end of the day, the data shows us that we have a problem.
Okay, colleagues.
I have people messaging me that they're still waiting to speak. Can the clerk confirm that there's nobody left?
We have three callers that have just called back in, so we can call their names or their telephone numbers. We don't know their names. Last digit 00.
So if your phone number ends in 00, would you please unmute and say your name?
Hi there, this is Maddie Bratt.
Hi there, this is Maddie Bratt, and I just want to point out that 3 unarmed men of color have been killed under Manly's leadership by APD, and no officers have been charged, arrested, or in any way disciplined. Additionally, no use of force death data by police has been released. Since Manly has been chief, these reasons, along with the plethora of other reasons listed today, is why, in solidarity with our POC community, I'm demanding Chief Manly be fired immediately, no later than June 8th. Manly, when you were asked by a reporter on Monday how you were helping the families of the victims your officers have killed or injured, you said that you would provide prayers and conversation. I don't know how to make it any more clear to you that the POC community doesn't want your damn prayers and it's done with your damn conversation. We want action. In solidarity with the POC community of Austin, I demand a unanimous vote of no confidence for Chief Manly and the immediate firing of Chief Manly by June 8th, along with the other officers who have killed unarmed Austin citizens, reallocation of APD budget to community development, public health, etc. Mayor Adler wanted to vote unanimously for item 7 when the 334 citizens who spoke after him are specifically asking for you to defund the police, and that means voting no for item 7. If you're actually listening to us today, you will fire Chief Manly. The officers involved in the murders of unarmed people, vote no on item 7, and start defunding the police immediately. And also end the police union contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Next phone number.
Christina Flakowitz.
I just had one other thing to say. Loitering was implemented when the slaves were freed and had nowhere to go. And the first calls for gun control were to disarm the Black Panthers. The entire system is built on racism and white supremacy. The police force currently gets 40% of the budget. They are more than supported, and they've still made these decisions. So I'm calling to defund APD, fire Police Chief Manly. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last 2 digits, 57.
And then I also have someone texted me.
Hi.
Who's been on the phone for several hours. She says, and her last 2 digits are 96. I think that's Ellie Winkleman, whose name is on the list. Go ahead with the number that just got called.
Hi, my name is Brian Berthon, and I live in District 7. And the one thing that I've heard unanimously is a lot of people calling for the police chief to be fired. And as a disabled veteran myself who has fought in actual war and had to actually fight against enemy that you couldn't tell it was your enemy. You couldn't tell if they were a child or if they were a person because they all dressed in different stuff. You couldn't tell until the enemy is engaging you. And I haven't heard a single person on here stand up and try and put themselves in the unit of the police force when there's a handful of officers trying to defend themselves against thousands of people. Now, it is insane for these people to be talking about dismantling and defunding the police force. My question to every single caller out here would be, what do you do if you do defund the police force? What do you do when you have no police officers to do the policing? Who's going to come and protect you when you need help and there's no one there to help you? This is a problem. I understand. Everybody's saying APD has issues. Probably so. Every police force in the country is having issues right now. Look at the contracts with the police. Look at the contracts that they have with the labor unions and try and get it straightened out. But defunding and dismantling a police department for a city that has almost over 1 million people in it is completely and utterly ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joelle McNew.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
And I hate asking that because you've said it all night. Anyway, thank you all so much. I am calling to support the maintaining of the public safety budget and moving forward with the July cadet class. There's a lot of conversation right now about defunding public safety, and I think right now I don't even understand what that means. So there needs to be more conversation about that. Mayor Adler, you have an APD security patrol. Does that mean that you're willing to let go of that yourself? I mean, where is the funding going to come from? What does that look like? Most importantly, Chief Manley, God love you. There are 1,793 of your colleagues right now on day 7 of trying to navigate in my 29 years of living here that I've never seen before. And I was so moved by what Councilmember Harper said earlier and making way for everyone's voice to be heard right now in this time that we're all feeling the pain. And what's most important, I feel that your leadership is supporting your coworkers, your colleagues, the 1,793 that stand outside tonight with the hundreds of people where some, of course, are absolutely peaceful and more people who are peaceful want to be out there, but there are people inciting violence. There are people saying they're going to burn down the police station. We do not need to be talking about defunding and following this national movement when we have people in pain out on our streets that don't even feel safe protesting peacefully. And that includes supporting our police officers. Please join your colleagues, the police department, meet with them, meet with the community, but you have to support the public safety for that to work. They are saying that it's not going to end, so what are we going to do now? Please use all your time right now tonight, and I know you're all tired, and the person who said you're yawning because you're bored, that is ridiculous. You are in the most extremely difficult, unprecedented time of our life this far. And I know you're tired, and I'm so grateful that you put this together, Chief Mayor Adler, when you said that earlier, it is true. It was a great effort to make this possible today, and I appreciate it, and it's so important. And there's so many young people out on our street right now trying to be heard, and our officers that have devoted their life to public safety. We need to consider the big picture in Austin, Texas, and step back from this defunding and move forward together right now. Thank you all so much. And again, Councilmember Harper, what you said earlier is powerful. Let everyone be heard. And the people who are not, who are inciting hate and who are inciting to hurt other people, we have to address that. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Have we now covered everyone in the queue that you're aware of?
Mayor, we have a few more that have called in, but they are not registered, so I don't know who they are. It appears someone shared the number to reconnect with folks who may not have been registered.
We should only be calling those folks that had signed up. So if you've called all the folks that have signed up that you're aware of.
Yes, we have.
Okay. Then let's proceed. Thank you very much, and thank you for your assistance with the call-ins.